Man, this guy just doesn't fool around and hasn't for about 1,000 years. He has a steel hood with a prop because he doesn't want to fool them stupid springs. Lights are real close to the same. It's going to be anybody's bet. Getting down the other end. Taillights, 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 taillights. He got smart pop. All right, Ron Nichols takes the win. 031 on the tree, then runs a 93 on a 92. 28 on a 27 for Tim Arnswald, but he gave up 1 and change on the tree, and that was pretty much the end of that. Jeff Dye, 668 to dial in on that little blue Nova. Tony Marconi in the drop top arrow. Everybody green, head to the other end. Survey says Tony Marconi. He goes 0-1 off the tree, 0-1-3 to be exact, and then runs 5.93 on a 91, and that's good for end to end. Jeff Dye goes a 67 with a 3, or 67 with a 7, excuse me, missing his dial by 3 thousandths. Starts that out with an 0-4 light. Jay Greiner driving that purple 1974 Pontiac alongside Andy Schmall. Andy driving that Beretta. 5.93 the dial on the Beretta is going to give a long head start over to that Pontiac. Green light pair. About 300 separate them on this end. Sure enough, the 031 light from Andy Small takes the win as he goes 5.97 with a 3 on a 5.93, 82 on a 78 for Jay. Both ends of that, Andy was closer. Jay started that out with an 060, and that was going to give that win light to Andy, and there he goes. Stan Montgomery, the 1963 Chevy 2 alongside DeAndre Fitzgerald. DeAndre apparently having some mechanical issues with the Pontiac, has moved over to this fine machine. This is an SUV. I'm just going to jump right out in front there and say that's an SUV. And we're all going to wait while DeAndre cruises down the track. Stan couldn't wait, but he did. Brake lights are on. Oh man, brakes out by 5 thousandths of a second. He had 100 on the tree. 100 on the tree. As Stan apparently might have fallen asleep waiting for that Jeep to make its way down there. And guess what? I'll cut a 200 light if it wins. It does. He goes 580 on a 577. Oh man, it's just so hard to try to race something that slow. It's difficult for everybody, as you can see, but painful as it is, Stan Montgomery moves on to round 2. Here's C.W. Hofer. C.W. Hofer alongside Bob Bills. Bob out of Rohnert Park driving a 1972 Maverick. Actually, it's not a Maverick. It's a Mercury Comet. They looked a lot like Mavericks in those days. C.W. and Bob taking off to the other end. These lights are tight. This is going to be loads of fun down at the other end. 861 with a 6 on an 860 beats the 746 with a 7 on the 45 by about 100th of a second. Bob Beals takes the win in an everybody green, nobody breaking out kind of affair down there. Here's Leslie Emery. Leslie Emery also in a pickup truck, the 94 S10 dialed 691, alongside Hubert Pierce. Baby you. I like you, baby. I like that. I'm good with that, Mike. Camaro out in front. Here comes the pickup truck. Doesn't sound like it has the standard 4-banger in it. Hubert 28 on a 19 as he gets to the brakes and able to take the win. Leslie running way off the number, 707. Hopefully they figure that out and come back for next round. Come back for the buyback round. Linda Valdez, the 67 Camaro. This is a good-looking machine right here. And speaking of good-looking machines, check out the beautiful 66 Chevelle SS over there that Butler's driving. Robert Butler out of Citrus Heights, 615, his dial-in. Camaro's going to get to go first with a 677. Linda, you got to stage that thing up. That's part of the rules. Big Block Chevelle coming after the Camaro. Got there. 631 with a 4 on a 615. Again, another car running way off the number. 684 on a 677 for Linda Valdez. And a beautiful little Camaro is going to find their way back into the buyback round. Robert Butler started that out with an 015 light and then basically just kind of coasted on around. He caught Linda by about the 330 clocks. That something's going a little awry there on the Camaro. Mike Emery driving an 88 Sonoma. Okay, 643 to dial in for that. Michael Dye says, oh man, all these numbers are tough to figure out. Driving a 1965 GTO, Ultimate Warrior. All right, everybody says, oh man, like everyone to set the brakes and hit booty gas. Michael Dye gets the win as Mike Emery drives out. So no information on Emery's pass as he left before the tree was activated. And Michael Dye goes 6 flat on a 6 flat, so he's got to be happy with that. And he's happy with the fact he's going on to the next round. Jonathan Knoll, the 1970 Challenger, stick 'em up shift. Banging gears. Breaking hearts wherever he goes. 6.60 for Danny Valdez driving his bright red Camaro. Oh, baby, Danny goes red. Jonathan, nice 05 light in stick car. Runs it out the other end, goes 726 on a 698. Danny runs it out after putting up the red light. He went 655 on a 660. Well, I guess if you're going to carry some, carry a bunch. Garrett Agnew, motorcycle on 4, alongside Mike Agnew. Are you kidding me, really? I guess this way you're guaranteed at least you only have to do one buyback. It's a family affair. Biggest one I've seen out of that car, and he's putting up some big ones. He goes 605 on a 603, but gave it up on the tree. 618 with a 6 for Garrett, and the little motorcycle moves on to round 2. Mike Agnew is going to be grabbing him up a little handful of cash for the buyback girl. Craig Merrilies, 631 to dial in on that machine you see over in the Michelob Ultra Lane. For those of you that haven't heard it before, the Michelob Ultra Lane is the tower side, pit side, grove side. Summertime too. Mike Polton, he's in the three-way Chevrolet lane in the Jeep. Yes, I did say Jeep, as in J-E-E-P, Jeep. 1950s Jeep. If you ever rode in an actual factory 1950s Jeep over about 30 miles an hour, you're pretty sure you were going to die. Well, Mike Polton takes the win in the Jeep. He goes to 641 with a 5 on a 641. Double red splash and the closer to the green light happened to be Mike Polton. Craig Merrilies goes 009 to the red side, then runs a 32 with a 0 on a 31 dial. So everybody was just about geared up for everything but the tree. Mike Polton moves on to round 2. Craig, we'll see you soon. Robert Crum. Robert Crum was 2 of the 8 entries left last night. That's always fun. Alongside Stephanie Potts. 68-72. Fighting almost identical. Down the other end, survey said 657 with a 6 on a 657. Robert Crum's little Nova SS moves on to the next round. Stephanie, not bad at all. 032 light goes then 644 with a 1 on a 43. Missing the dial by 11 as compared to missing the dial by 6. And 006 is your winner. Here's Mike Reynolds driving a Corvette. This Corvette's for sale. Brandon Phillips driving that 99 Firebird. I don't know if it's for sale. No one said anything. 6.62 for the Firebird. Corvette's dialed in at 6.82. So 0.2 of a second head start going to the Corvette. Brandon didn't like giving up 0.2 of a second, so he stole a little back on the tree, but it didn't help. 85 with a 4 on an 82 for Mike Reynolds, and that's good for the win. A 70 with a 6 on a 62. I'm going to think this might have been a little bit of here. No, you take it. No, I insist you take it, and he sure did. 0003 at the stripe is kind of telling me that, yeah, that might have been a give him back. Mike Reynolds moves on to round 2. Tyler Smith out of Rancho Cucamonga. We got a few of them. Not as many as we have Olympia, Washington, but we got a bunch. 652 for Tyler Smith and that bright, shiny Nova. Alongside Jeff Bertram. Jeff Bertram driving a 6-shift 56 Bel Air. The Love Affair 2. 654 to 652. This is just about everybody leaving together. This is hard to proceed. Big wheels up on, and they actually were able to tell one car left before the other one and put on the win light. 667 on a 652. Tyler Smith just stole the tree when he left. He went 006 on the green side. Then he was off by 15, but also Jeff Bertram's machine was off by a bunch as he was almost 20 slow. So something going amiss in the 56. Next pair coming your way, Paige Smith. Missed the first day of racing for her graduation. So, I guess when puts the wind light on, next thing you hear is dun 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 dun. Never mind. Steve Alnich. Oh yeah, Steve Alnich, that guy. Puts on his first wind light in the final ever last night. And man, you want to talk about doing it right for a huge bunch of cash. Cutest part of the story was, well, my mom's old Pinto was in the backyard. We got it running. And after we got it running, I made a few passes in it. And she said, give me back my car. I need another one. And he went out and found this Mach 1 and turned it into a post-race car. Unfortunately, 002 to the red side ends Steve's list of wind lights that he put on for quite a while yesterday. And he'll have to start over in the buyback round. Paige Smith, 041, then goes an 88, getting to run it out on the red light. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro door cars, Super Pro door cars. This is your call. If you have a double entered Super Pro door car, bring them to 1 and 2. If you have a single entered Super Pro door car, yeah, we humbly request that you make your way into lanes 3 and 4. Rock Thomas. the 1962 Ford Dirty White Bird, alongside Dave Meyer. Dave driving the Cavalier. The Machine has put on a few win lights over the weekend. Side by side at the 330 clocks at the 660s, it's the Machine. 593 with a 4 on a 589. Starts it out with a nice 03 light. 067 light for Rock. Doesn't get it done even though he's 580. Tapping the brakes trying to get out of there. Jody George. Hey, I know that guy. He's back around again with his 91 Calais. 686 to dial in for his Machine. Charlie Olson. 650 to dial in on the Duster. It's a little bit rusty, but it's real trusty. Side by side at the finish line, the survey says Jody George a 686 with a 2 on a 686. He had a slightly worse light than Charlie. Charlie goes 55 on a 50, and he really needed to go like a 51 on a 50 to win that one. He started that out, speaking of 50s, with an 05 light. Roger Phillips back around. About 5 minutes ago, it seems like, he went ahead and made his If You Just Got Here pass. And lucky you pulled Chuck Hawk Jr. Chuck making the trip over from Tucson. Long-time racer. Yeah, I mean long-time racer, and he's got the weapons he's used before. That Mustang, he's probably had a stack of Mustangs in this race. 672 on the Mustang, 647 dial in on the Nova. Both these guys are almost perfect on the tree. Goes down the other end. 648 with a 2 on a 647 for Roger Phillips. He takes a 009 stripe down the other end. It needed to. And Chuck Hawk with 010. Only 4th thou behind him, then runs a 73 with a 7 on a 72. Man, so just stacked up 4,000s in one place and 5,000s in the other place, and it makes a 9,000s at the end. That right there was a tough race. The win light only comes on in one lane is pretty much the story there. Here's Steve Williams. Steve driving the 08 Pontiac G5. Alongside Steve Walker. Steve Walker has a Pinto. You know, somewhere along the line, you haven't lived if you haven't raced a Pinto before. I mean, I think I raced one once on Reading Road in Ohio. 630 the dial on the Pinto, gets the lead first. Here comes Steve Williams. Answer is Steve Williams. He runs a 611 on a 589. One reason is because he had a near perfect light. And then the other reason is that Steve Walker runs over 20 off his number. So that makes a kind of an easy pass for Steve there. Pedro Valdez back around again. Chris Johnson back around again. Well, here you go. Somebody's moving on to the next round. Both these cars went down in the first round. Let's see what happens here as their second entries, the X-Men. Red by 7 thou. Pedro puts up a 02 light in a double breakout down at the other end, but it make no difference because the red light that Chris Johnson hung on the tree put the white lights up on the scoreboard, and Pedro moves on to the next round. Sasha Hofer alongside Jeff Taylor, another pair of double entry cars. 564 for the pickup truck. Going to give a long head start over to Sasha, 741. Both these racers are good racers, and they're showing it here. 743 on a 741 gives Sasha Hofer the win by 0.07 of a second down at the other end. She grabbed one off the tree and then gave a little bit of it back down the track as the 66 with a 4 is slightly closer to the dial. But Sasha says that was all in the plan. That's just the way it works out. Sasha moves on to round 2. Jeff Taylor's going to be reaching in his pocket for a little bit of cash. Here we go. Jeff Kreider driving the Wonder Wagon alongside Dee Talbert. Dean driving the 1969 Chevy Honey Badger Special. Alex goes red, not by much. Just enough to go red. 005. You can't really count how many thousandths of a second that really is. 730 with a 1 on a 728. 92 miles an hour for Kreider. He moves on the next round. Got a new entry over here, and here he is in the back of the lanes, ready to play. He's got Jacob Beckwith to play with first. 730 the dial on Beckwith's car. He's going to get a long head start, about 0.6 of a second. And then the bright green pleasure machine coming to get him. Story is, Jacob turns 20 today. Mike English will sing happy birthday to you. Oh man, this to win the round. Unfortunately, red light tells you he's not gonna. So, the mystery man came over and said, I'm out of sight. He went 684 on a 73 and still puts on the win light. Here's Stan Deming driving the blue 76 Nova. The 76er, she's dialed 625. Tim Arnswald, a second slower at 727. I'll tell you what, he just painted that on the window. I don't think he's changed his dialing all weekend. Out, red light. Tim Arnswald red by 029. Stan Deming smacks it down with a 017 on green and then runs it out, goes 627 with a 1. So, 627 with a 1 and an 01 light. Stan Deming says, yep, that's the way it works. Especially when you're from Nampa, California. I know that's kind of funny why it says that, I don't know, but I guess he moved down here. Well, he moved Idaho down here. Alan Volvo, the 72 Chevelle. Like I said, I don't remember seeing him run yesterday. So it was either a really quick day for him or he was having issues, or you never know. I mean, stuff comes up, family things and so forth. Things that come up. Here's Andy Schmall, 5.91. Going to give a little bit of a head start over to Alan Volvo, 6.15. And I'm just going to say it out loud as they get to the finish line. Andy grabbed it all away from him by the time they left the tree. He then runs a 598 on a 591 after an 04 light. Alan's light much worse, and he goes under trying to figure out why he isn't getting there. Randy Stanley, the 75 Nova, is going to be running another one. It's the Chevy 2 that happens to be light blue. 6.47 for Colin Poist, alongside a 6.74 for Randy in the 75 Nova. You know, you'd think this town would be somewhere in Hawaii. It's called Kuna. K-U-N-A. But somehow I guess a bunch of Hawaiians moved Idaho and decided to move the town. Coleman is in the 003 to the red side, and that's the end of this. As Randy Stanley puts on the win light, goes a 680 on a 674. 650 with a 9 on a 647 for Coleman, and that's the way it goes. We're coming around the next pair. DeAndre Fitzgerald. Well, this one, I'll tell you what, we're going to play cat and mouse here. DeAndre Fitzgerald actually has a pretty good idea of where that Jeep is dialed. He's got a 1261 on the window. I think it'll run that number. CW is 740. I know it'll run that number. 87 Firebird. He puts it in deep. CW trying to come after him. Survey says, oh, baby. I know these guys have got radios on, so I'm going to use my DJ voice to tell you that with almost identical lights going down the other side, DeAndre can't get there as he runs too slow. He had a thousandth of a second advantage on CW off the tree. He goes, but CW goes closer to the dial with a 741 with a 5. Oh man, that is a. That top end charge of 50.75 did not confuse CW. Hubert Pierce bringing that 85 Camaro back around again. What'd you say, Huey baby? You like that better than baby Huey? I do too. You baby. I like it. Maurice driving the 1979 Monte Carlo, dial 771, actually gets a little head start over to Hubert. And Huey baby, unfortunately, runs a little too far off his number. 75 with a 6, and Maurice with a nice 057 light puts on the wind light as he goes 85.5555 miles an hour. I'll tell you what, if I had one of these little junior comp cars, well, if I had one, I probably couldn't stuff my wide self into it, but if I had one of these things, I'd love to drive this car. These things have got to be fun. Yeah, we'll buy two, weld them together. Good idea, Mike. Actually, I wear them like snowshoes. All right, 6.90 seconds for Josh. And 011 McFanton chassis. I think McFanton and Tuttle built just about every single one of these junior comp cars there were. Check this out, 024 on the tree, smacking them gears. Thank you, Mike. 692 with a 0 on a 690 and an 02 light. Yep, I'll tell you what, that little dragster, not only can you not find it in your mirrors, anyway, if he's coming to get you, that thing's going to be hard to read down there at the stripe as well. It's not a bad idea. I think it's the reason why Ant-Man has superpowers. Super Pro door cars. If you are not in the lanes, you are not where you need to be. Super Pro door cars. You should be suited and ready to go because you are coming out now. Listen up, juniors. This is not a call, but this is to give you a scheduling idea. If you are in the juniors event, your qualifying round is going to be directly after the Super Pro Dragsters. So you're not been called, but we just want to let you know that you might want to start unwrapping them. Okay, man, you might as well start it out tough, and it's tough as tough can get right here. Dustin Wirtz, 519 the dial on the drop-top Corvette alongside Dennis Paz. Dennis driving the El Camino. Yesterday, he got in the door car shootout. Now, he ran the El Camino in Pro yesterday, and then slides the delay box back in the car and runs it in Super Pro. Okay. So here he is, 656 the dial, is going to get a second and a half head start on that Corvette. Staging them up right now. Dustin Wirtz last to get in. Who's going to be first to leave? Well, obviously Dennis is going to go first. But, there's the reason why these guys win a lot of races. Check this out. 001 loses to an 011. Lots of zeros, lots of ones, and the guy with more ones actually wins one. As he goes 659 with a 2 on a 656 after an 011 dial. Getting there first, but breaking out is Dustin Wirtz as he breaks out by 13 thousandths. Yes, the track really is that good. Dave Beckwith, the 64 Chevy 2, alongside the 66 Nova wagon. DJ Homart, DJ out of Palmdale, 638 the dialing. So a little bit of a head start. And then Dave Beck was going to take that really slick-looking little Nova. Oh, man, it moved up red by 1/1000. Well, you had to work for it anyway because DJ comes off the line 007. And then he runs a 37 with an 8 on a 38. So you better go out and find yourself about 2 pounds worth of fuel. That's about a quart. And put it in there so that you can hit that dial dead on next time around. Dave Beck with 606 on a 604 after a 001 red. That's a nugget. We think this is Zach Ealing, but it may be Sean Ealing, but one of the Ealings is driving this Corvette. Greg Dreyer said, that don't befund me. I am driving Jody George's 57 Morris. 684 the dial in on the Morris. 641 the dial in on the Corvette. Morris still out front. Survey says, nope, can't stay there. 685 on an 84 with a 0 for Greg Dreyer is not a winner, as he had a better of the 2 lights, but Sean Ealing goes a 641 with a 4 on a 641. And yes, that means the numbers are really, really, really small. 004 at the stripe. Yikes. Ricky Doziel. Now, these first couple rounds, every time I've seen Ricky out there, I sing that Ricky don't lose that number because he's been putting up like little bitty numbers on the tree. 00 this and 00 that. Now, what are you going to do when you're running against the kid that took it all down last night, Daniel McClellan, 1927 Ford, which, by the way, is for sale. And somebody, if you guys would have been smart, you guys in Super Pro would have all got together and got a collection and bought that thing away from him before he had a chance to take you all down last night. Just think, it would have only cost you $20,000 to buy a $40,000 car. Taking a time station up, but he does come down. All right, 6,000 for the second separation on the tree, get down the other end. Ricky don't lose that number. 010 on the tree takes the win as he goes a 50 with a 1 on a 50. Puts together 11th thou pack and takes a 7th thou stripe. Daniel goes 88 with a 2. So, you know, I mean, he was way off his dial-in compared to Ricky. And it goes 016. And yes, all those numbers together are 7th thou down at the other end. Eric Dodds driving a Chevy 531. He's going to let the head start go over to Cody. Cody and Eric light 4th thou apart here down the other end. Win light in a double breakout situation. Cody closer to the dial goes 635 with a 9. Breaking out by 11 and breaking out by 15 is Eric Dodds. And Cody moves on to round 2. Jeff Higgins driving a Roadster. And Mike Agnew bringing back that very potent Chevelle. The 69 Chevelle out of Oak Hills. LAT Racing Oils. Sponsor on that machine. Jeff Higgins out of Boise, Idaho. 552 the dial in. Is going to give about a half-second head start over to that bright red Chevelle dialed 604. Oh, man. Again, a bunch of tough racers out here pairing off first round. Actually, what I think the problem is, they're all tough racers. Oh! Like that one, a 100-foot long wheel stand out of Mike Agnew's machine and a wind light out of Mike Agnew's machine as he goes 012 off the tree and then runs an 05 with an 8 on an 04. Jeff Higgins was probably so busy watching the wheel stand he forgot to touch the brakes as he goes 51 with an 8 on a 52 for a breakout. Worst of the 2 lights was Jeff Higgins, and it wasn't a bad light at all as he went 018 on the tree. But the 012, along with that beautiful wheel stand, Mike Agnew moves on to round 2. Next pair is coming your way is Gary Minaka. Got Petey doing the crew chief, and you can't go wrong. 559 the dial in on the Lawndale machine, alongside Eric Walden. Eric out of Lockeford. Now, Gary used to own a Vega, and I will tell you that in somebody's mind's eye, they were clean and shiny as Eric did. Lights are closed down at the other end. Gary Minaka puts on a wind light. Did you hear me? Gary Minaka puts on a wind light. 560 on a 559. Gary Minaka moves on to round 2. Eric gave it a good try. Eric goes 97 with a 0 on a 95. Gave up about 16 thou on the tree. And Gary used all that up down at the other end and puts on the wind light. A.J. Cameron, the 1966 El Camino. Here's another one. That guy that's tough. And Chuck Hawk Jr. Chuck Hawk Jr., I never thought I'd see the day. He is actually driving a GM product. This guy is like the Ford man extraordinaire. But he said, you know what? I couldn't get this thing to do what I needed it to do. 005 to the red. Chuck Hawk goes red. A.J. Cameron goes to the next round. Cameron runs it all the way out. 655 with a 0 on a 53. Chuck runs it all the way out, misses his dial in by 1/1000th of a second. So you put together a red 6-thou pack. So this is about as close as you can get without being able to win it. David Pohl, the 68 Barracuda. 681, the dial is going to get a long head start from Sir James. Sir James out of Escondido, California. Sponsored by Meziere Enterprises. He'd like to seriously be sponsored by Meziere Enterprises because about 7, 8, 9 rounds from now, he's going to be running for that $10,000 coming from Meziere Enterprises. So that ought to be a ton of fun. All you got to do is just keep putting on win lights. I mean, you know, it's like writing the IRS a check. All you got to do is just write them a check. 681 is the dial in for Dave Pohl's Barracuda. 577 is Sir James. Sir James moves on to round 2. Dave Pohl puts it up red. Sir James straight down the track. He's happy with that. Goes to 578 with a 0 on a 577. Cars dialed. Driver's close. Dave Pohl, he's 2-bit on the red side and way slow. So not quite sure what happened there. He might have just been mad. 025 is not really a dope, but it's close. Well, this is Mike Ealing, Zach Ealing, one of the Ealings, El Camino. I know it's Mike. I'm just joking around with him now. Byron McCullough driving the 67 Camaro. So if you like red, mid-60s GM performance cars, baby, there you are. 655 versus 652. If you can tell the difference in the trees and the cars, then you're fine. Lights are green and they're closed. They get down to the other end. Wind light comes up on Byron McCullough's side. The Petaluma driver goes 014 on the tree and then runs a 57 with a 1 on a 55. 57 on a 52. Mike Ealing not close. And Brian takes the win. Here's Pearson Deming. I know. I've said it a million times. Grandma gave him the car. Maybe great-grandma gave him the car. I'm not quite sure. But either way, Pearson's got to make it through a bunch of door cars so he can get to the dragsters, as he puts it. Randy Cloud says, okay, we got to continue first. 3,000 separates the tree. This is anybody's guess at the other end. Goes on down there. Double breakout. Pearson Deming closer to dial. 48 with a 7 on a 49, missing it by 3. A 59 with a 7 on a 61, missing it by 13. And Pearson Deming moves on to round 2. Mark Yeager driving Ted Kellner's stretched him out Vega. This car was red and stretched out for a long time. Got the funny car look alongside Wes Anderson. So realistically, I don't know how many times these guys might have lined up, but it's probably more than one. 27 Ford. $5.42 for the drop top. Vega leads first in the 674 dial. Wes Anderson got the coupe with the rumble seat. Goes 5.43 with a 5 on a 5.42 after a beautiful 001 light. Mark Yeager driving Deadly Tedley Kellner's car goes 6.76 on a 74. Wind light comes up on Wes Anderson's side. He takes an 03 stripe down at the other end. Good for the win. Jason Pat driving the 1957 Love Truck, brought to you by Isuzu, alongside Andrew Olson. Andrew Olson driving the 1970 Camaro. So a 0.04 of a second head start for Jason Pat in the Love Truck. He's not used to having door cars chasing, but you do what you got to do when you're from Chesimir, Alberta, Canada. Chesimir Lake, Alberta, Canada is always a 22-hour drive from here if you get on the road right now. And he's like, nope, I don't plan on doing that. I'm sticking around. 008 on the tree makes it happen. 595 with a 1 on a 93, puts on the win light. Getting there first but breaking out was Andrew Olson, and he goes a 586 with a 4 on a 589. Ouch, ouch, ouch. So that trip to Chesimere isn't happening now. Jason Pad, and I'll tell you what, he was in late rounds last night. There's no reason to believe that there isn't any way in the world this man plans on leaving the grounds anytime soon. Andrew Olson, he'll be back. Next pair coming your way, Tony Marconi, the Yankee Tequila. Dun, 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 dun. And Hugh Miller, the 72 Maverick. He comes down, Maverick goes, Tony Marconi goes. This is going to be tight down the other end. Survey says 668 with a 0 on a 67. An 11th thou pack for Hugh Miller. And Hugh takes that 72 Maverick to round 2. Tony Marconi gave it a nice try with an 024 light, but then runs a 592 on a 91. And man, you just weren't left enough room after that 001 light. Carmel Valley is represented well. Super Pro Dragster, double entries 1 and 2. Single entries lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro Dragsters, double entries 1 and 2. Single entries lanes 5 and 6. All right, here we go. Kevin McClellan. DeAndre Fitzgerald is definitely the slowest car in Super Pro. I will say that unequivocally because he's also the slowest car in Pro. 651 is the dial for Kevin McClellan. I'm telling you, you can get out and clean the windows and then get back in it. Yeah, no kidding. Kevin just gets back from eating a breakfast burrito at the dog pound and gets out there. And again, somebody's completely weighted asleep. And here it goes. Kevin McClellan. And this is the guy that won 20 grand last night like nobody's business. Won 10 grand last night like nobody's business. Oh, I'm sorry. Daniel, never mind. DeAndre Fitzgerald puts him dead asleep and he goes 1265 on a 1260, good for the win. 8 double entries, guys, 8 double entries. We need you guys back in a hurry. Yeah, Super Pro Door Card double entries. We need you guys back as fast as possible. Okay, next turn coming away. George Yeager, 614, dial in. 047 light, Jamie Schmall sneaks back around him right at the top of the track. 030 on the tree and then goes 608 with a 9 on a 607 to take a 9,000 stripe down at the other end. That ain't a whole lot. That's about a thumbnail thickness right there. Wow, tight racing everywhere you look. Matt Hartzell driving a 92 Beretta. The 92 Beretta dialed 562 is going to give Stephanie Paz just about a full second head start. The Cloverdale, California driver driving that Silver Nova. 645. Everybody's just about in. There we go. Tree's on its way down. Lights are close. Down at the other end. 75 with a 9 on a 62. The closer of the two. Actually, not really, but unfortunately for Stephanie Paz, she breaks out by 1/1000. Giving the win. Wow, all these are just absolutely impossible. Rob Strong, 708's the dial in alongside Greg Dreher. .708 the dial for Rob Strong, 686 the dial for the Minor Headache. Greg Dreher doing the guest appearance in the 1957 Morris Minor. Near perfect lights both sides of the track. Greg Dreher makes up the 2000s he gave away on the tree with his 01 light. Then runs an 86 with an 8 on an 86. So good by 8 thou there. Under by a tad. Rob Strong breaks out by 16 thou, giving the win to Greg Dreher. Here's Rich Harrison, 67 Camaro drop top alongside Petey. Petey in the Porsche. Well, you got to hang, right? So your crew chief just put on the wind light in your first entry. Now Petey got to do the same thing here. 564 is the dial in on the Porsche. Going to leave first by 3/10 of change as the drop top Camaro is out 530. Comes up, Rich Harrison runs a 530 with a 4 on a 530, 67 on a 64 for Petey as he runs a little too slow. He actually had a little bit of a height advantage by 7 thou. Rich Harrison makes it up by running dead on with a 4. Super Pro door car double entries. There's 4 of you somewhere. We need you back to the lanes immediately. Super Pro door cars. There's 4 of you that are double entered that need to come back for your second entry. We need you now. CW Hofer alongside Dustin Works. This is a little bit of the tortoise and the hare. 741 for CW, 526 for the Corvette. Everybody's in, tree's on its way down. Dustin waiting patiently, taking off to the other end. 526 with a 2 on a 526 takes the win after a nice 012 light. CW gave away about 3 on the tree, and he runs actually closer to his dial as he runs dead on with a 1 as compared to dead on with a 2. So yes, if you do the math wizards, that means that there was an 03 stripe down at the other end. Craig Marilis. Craig 631 the dial in on that 79 Camaro. You see over here in the Bigelow's Ultra lane. He's alongside Eric Dodge. Eric Dodge driving a Chevy. Okay. .529 the dial on Dodge's Chevy. Craig Marilis, the 631 dial in on his Chevy. Excellent lights both sides of the track. Breaking out is Craig Marilis. He runs a 29 with a 4 on a 31, breaking out by 16. 77 with a 9 on a 29. Not even sure what happened there. It was kind of one of those deals. It sounded like Dodge's car didn't shift right away. And whatever was happening in Boring, Oregon just got more exciting for him. But he did have a better of the 2 lights. He got off the tree with a 016. But something running way off. Hopefully whatever that is, he gets it fixed because he's going to be back around for round 2. I got a feeling Craig Marilis might be around for round 2 also, but he's going to have to do it with the invitation. Hey, listen, to bring us on home, well, not necessarily on home, but at least enough time for us all to get the guy, get the girl, get the car, get the whatever you need. We're going to get together here in just a couple seconds, get back to racing. But in the meantime, I'd like to introduce to you nobody who needs an introduction, Mike English. Thank you very much, Jay Casey. Appreciate it there. Wow, looking on the chat room here, in the chat bleachers. Yes, Chad Reynolds is awake. I'm impressed. Before 10 o'clock. So continuing on with Super Pro Door Car, David Beckwith and Dan McClellan. Moneybag's going to come up in the dune buggy right side. And Dave Beckwith will be in that three-way Chevrolet lane. Oh, Cleet going to make a quick check of the track down there. We are missing 3 doubles in Super Pro Door Car. Need you back to the lanes now. 3 doubles in Super Pro Door Car. Need you back to the lanes now. Way down there in the shutdown area, the SoCal Speed Shop safety Sparians checking her out. Barn, you'd be absolutely correct. One of the junior comp cars needs a Nitro Harley. Dan McClellan in the dune buggy will be in at 588. David Beckwith, far side, be 605. Kevin McClellan down there talking to his kid, and I'm telling you, Kevin, there is absolutely nothing you can help him with. Remember, he won 10 grand yesterday. You were his cheerleader. Super Pro Door Car double entries. If you are not in the lanes for your second entry, you are late. Super Pro Door Car doubles. If you're not in the lanes, you are late. $588 Dan McClellan, 605 Dave Beckwith. Moneybags McClellan going to chase the Nova. And I will tell you, oh, by the way, the dune buggy's for sale. Any of you out there on the chat bleachers would like to go racing at the next West Coast Classic, you can buy that thing. That is a quality, well, you know it's a quality car. It won 10 grand yesterday. It does not come with the driver, by the way. All 4 lights are on. Head start Nova. Red light start Dan McClellan, got 002 RED. Dave Beckwith, 14 on the tree, 6066 on the 605 dial, and the automatic W is AJ Cameron, Tyler Smith. Wow, pretty big time here. Tyler in the Nova from Mountain View Performance, 650. AJ, the wheel stand in El Camino right here in Bakersfield, 46.56. AJ lights that second light, waiting on Tyler. That was good. Oh, both up, wheels up front. 001 was the best reaction time. It does not make it work. Tyler Smith, 20 on the tree, 52 and 3 on that 50 for the win. AJ was 001, got down there and parked it. Tyler got back around him. AJ was 61 with a 9 on that 56. Down 10 mile an hour is Kevin Higgins, Byron McCullough, Byron Farside, Petaluma up there. That's the Camaro at 6:55. Did a 1 second head start and a couple ticks extra over Kevin Higgins. Chevrolet Roadster at 5:52 for the runner in from Kuna, Idaho. Let's start that Camaro. This one's Higgins in that boat. Separated by a thou down there, top end Byron. About 0:14.56 with a 2 on that 55 dialing for the win. Kevin Higgins, 0:13.54 with a 7 on that 52 dial. And Kevin will be going to that re-entry round as Pearson Demings, Ted Kellner. Wow, Pearson. 6:48 for money bags. The Nova. Ted Kellner, 6:76 for the legend out of San Jose. Ted Kellner, yes, that Vega is quicker than Nova, but he was here last week and went at Super Street. It just left it in that same throttle stop setting. Green light started here. Here's the left dead right. Here comes Ted starting to hustle in the Michelob Ultra lane. Pearson by 0.004 of a second. Pearson's 25 on the tree. Dead 8 for the win. Ted Kellner was better at 10 on the tree. It was 2 over 78 with a 7 and by 4 thou. Pearson moving on as Super Pro Dragster. It is not Val Torres behind the wheel of the Torres Dragster at 4:57. Being that three-way Chevrolet lane. Cameron Webb, right here in Bakersfield, 5:46, Cameron. I believe this is Madeline Torres. Here comes Madeline Torres taking that move down there, Maddie. About 11 on the tree, 59 with the 8 on that 57 dial for the win. Cameron missed the tree, 61, 50 with a 4 on that 46, could not get there, Madeline Torres. Moving on, Michael Ditcomb, Mike Collins far side. 4:68, chasing the former junior dragster champion, Michael Ditcomb in from Riverside, and 5 flat for Dirtbag. Going to Michael Ditcomb, Dirtbag down there, top it. Oh man, Michael was 29 on the tree, was way off that 5 flat island at 5:16 and loses. Mike Collins 45 on the tree, 74 with a 3 on that 68 diamond. Get the win, three-way Chevrolet lane. Colby Fuller, Joey Trotsky. The Boggett team car, Colby Fuller, 438 three-way Chevrolet lane. Joey Trotsky, 497 for that long wheelbase Van of Alters. Two guys very geographically challenged. Savannah, Georgia, the home for Colby Fuller. Ventura on the Central California Gold Coast, the home for Joey Trotsky. There we go, Colby gets in far side. Colby Fuller is 001 red. He's going to look at that time slip. Joey Trotsky, 98 with a 1 on that 97 dialing for the win. And he was 051 on the tree. Colby goes 001 red and is going to look at that time slip and, well, find them sharp objects is James. Will Harrison, right side, and Tim O'More. Tim O'More, Tucson, 490 for Tim O'More. 513, Will Harrison. Free stage. Will, Tim. Thou down there at the top end. That win light says Will Harrison by 2 thou. 14 with a 0 on that 13 dialing. 016 on the tree. Tim O'More, 22 on the tree. Dead 6. It cannot get there. Thomas Bayer, TB, the professor, right side 488, get the head start over Mark Barnhart out of New Mexico, 462, Mark Barnhart. So Professor Tom got a fleet of dragsters here this weekend, including his own card. Mark Barnhart, New Mexico. At that finish line, Mark Barnhart, 019 on the tree, takes it 64 with a 1 on that 62. Tom Bayer was closer, 89 with a 3 on that 88, but was 40 off that starting line. Mark Barnhart moving on. Tom Bayer to that re-entry window. Next pair, Wayne Rigdon, Alberta, Canada at 453. And last year's Meziere Enterprises Sunday winner, Jason Rosenbaum. Townsend Grill dragster out of Victorville, 467 for Jason. How about that, Dwayne? A perfect package for the Canadian guy. Dead on 0. Perfect reaction time. Dwayne. Jason was 16, out by 3 thou, and thanks for coming. So Dwayne Rigdon eliminated. Trent Flores and Amelia Hedges. be a far side, like an 8,000 package yesterday, and it's like, well, that was good, but Dwayne was like showing off. Perfect and dead zero. Neil is 002 red with the Dragstrip far side. Trent Flores, 35 on the 3, 96 with the 3 on that 94 dial and get the automatic W. Ethan Williams getting back in behind the wheel with Joe Gieslick ride. Eric standing over there. The Meziere Enterprises car on the Meziere Enterprises Sunday. 482 for the track champion Ethan Williams in the junior. 433 Jacob Stallworthy in from Idaho. Head start going to the track champ in the junior category, Ethan Williams. NHRA Gold, the chap bleachers, no kidding. Van White comes in from Canada, tosses up that perfect pass. Identical 007 reaction time, and Jacob Stallworthy. 434-1 on that 433 dial and 4D wins 007. Ethan Williams 007. 84 with the 1 on that 82 dial and Jacob going to round 2 and Ethan going to that 5 back. Neil Pessimo, Marco Peravalaris. Big time round 1 matchup. Marco, Bob Panilla Racing Edges Dragster 447. Neil for Quarter Pro Shifters. Las Vegas 475. Head start Neil on that 475 dial-in. Marco, far side, 447. I'll tell you, Marco and Leila are not having a Parabolaris weekend at all. This kid, I mean, it's very unusual to see Marco struggle the way he has. I say that, what? It always works that way. 003, you're second off the starting line. How about Marco? 001, dead 7 for the win. Told you, 8,000 package. Neil was 003 and out by 2 thou. It'd be like a negative 5 thou package. So Marco's, wow. Well, he makes up. I told you he wasn't having a Marco weekend. Till then, is Brian Cam and KJ Desant. KJ 479, the LAT Racing Oil car. 485, Brian Cam out of NorCal. Brian 005 RED. KJ 42 on the tree, out by a ton, but moving on is Brian Camp 005 red. Greg Matthews, Chase Learcamp. Greg 487 in the Michelob Beaujolais. Chase over there, the multitude of Learcamp cards in the house. 451 Chase. Moves second down there, top end, makes it work. Greg Matthews was perfect in reaction time, took a big stripe and breaks out by 3 thou. Chase Learcamp 006, 53 with a 6 on that 51 dial for the win. Is Chad Axford and Dale Torres. I'm going with the orange car in this pair. However, it depends on where the engine's located. Dale Torres for Brogier's Gary. 541 Dale Torres. Get the head start over Chad Axford. In from Portland, Tennessee. Used to live in NorCal, then moved to Las Vegas, now living in Tennessee. 444 for the Chadmobile. Dale with a head start, that front motor car, Dale Torres. How about an 8-thou package, Dale Torres? Chad was eliminated when he left the starting line at 025. Dale Torres, 001, dead 7 for the win. Chad, 25, 2 over, 46 with a 1. Was eliminated when he went 025 on the tree. It's Mark Mayashiro and J.R. Learcamp. 452, J.R., one of them prime time players in from Olympia, Washington. Jason, Norco Race Fuels team car. Mark Mayashiro, the Flying Hawaiian at 492. Going after the Hawaiian by 7,000. Mark Mayashiro, 494.1 on that 92 Dylan 005 for the win. JR, 30 on the tree, dead 3 by 7 thousandths of a second. Mark Mayashiro getting the win. How about the ladies? Bailey Neighbor, above all pool tile cleaning, right side 451. Chasing the track again. Krista Sudan. Krista, 471 for the Summit Super Pro Track Champion. Uncle Chad standing down there. Crew chief extraordinaire for his niece Bailey. Krista Farside. Dragster Jeff, the old man, watching his daughter. 471 Krista, 457 Bailey. Three-stage Krista. Waiting on Bailey to come up your right side. Down there, top end. Krista makes Bailey pay for it. Chris is 33 on the team, 74 with a 1 on that 71 Dylan for the win. Bailey had one of those dreaded reaction times, starts with a 1, goes dead 7, and could not get there. I guarantee you Bailey's going to the re-entry window. Jason Pad, Tanner Theobald, Tanner Farside, 480, get the head start over Jason Pad, JP, and from Alberta. For Automax in the team, 452, Jason Pad. down there, top end, Tanner, out by 12 thou, 003 for the win. Jason, 28, out by 2, Hunt for the loss. Team Bush, David Meyer. David Farside, the machine, 473. Chasing the Vegas runner. Team Bush at 479. Bush, 004 green, 477.2, and that's $79 for the automatic W for Team Bush. David was the 1 over 74 with the 0 and 005 RED. Tyler Hartzell. Nick Cobb. Nick out of San Jose, 461 Nick Cobb, 3-way Chevrolet lane. Tyler Hartzell. Modesto, just up the road here. Tyler at 577. Red. Nick Cobb, 497. Tyler goes 011 red and a 1 over 78 with a 2. Then green, he would have probably won that race. Nick missed the tree. Bobby Dye Jr. for Specialty Fasters, 451 the 3-way Chevrolet lane. Yogi Dasa, Las Vegas, 438 Yogi. Difference off that starting line. Bobby Dye, 10-4-0-13 for the win. Leoki, 0-15, 1 over with a 2. Thanks for coming. Dave Meziere, Chris Stock. $496 for the Tom Bear School and Drag Racing, Chris Stock. $461 for today's sponsor, Dave Meziere, the Meziere Enterprises House Car, doing the changes. Davey went to the late rounds yesterday on Hughes Performance Saturday. He'd like to win his own money on Meziere Enterprises Sunday, part of the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Of course, his neighbor down there in San Diego County, Chris Stock, out of the Carlsbad. For Professor Tom and Gina and the team. Here's got the Davis here down there, top end, Chris Stock. Chris Stock, 004. 98 with a 2 for the win on that 96 dial. Davey Meziere, 22, 459.4 on that 61 dial. Going to that re-entry window is race kid Gabe Torres. That's Big Money Gabe, far side, picked up the win on Kid Performance Friday. 461 G-Money left lane. And race kid. Kid Performance team car. Mark Kidd not in the house. He's in Vegas, relaxing. Probably having a Mai Tai about now down at the pool. 459 for the Assassin. Race 004 red. Dave Torres, 006. 58 with a 6 on that 61 dial and the automatic W is Victor Clark and Robert Butler. RV left side freeway Chevrolet lane 466. And Victor Clark 471 for the Idahoan. Backing up at Michelob Ultra lane. Head start Victor. Robert chasing. 466 left, 471 right. Victor lit that second light. Robert's in. Second, but gets the win. Robert Butler, 015, dead 6 for the win. Victor Clark, 005, but was 2 over 73 with an 8. Robert moving on, Victor to the re-entry route. Julianne Meloff, Val Torres, I believe is his far side. Val, 465. Julianne, right side in from that great racing town of Olympia, Washington. 467 for Julianne. Top end, the Taurus Mobile 015, 69 with a 0 on that 65 dial for the win. Julianne missed a tree at 51 and 68 with a 6 on that 67. Going to the rear entry round is Mike Coltrane, Colby Fuller. Check out the dials. 442, Mike Coltrane in from Idaho. 436, Colby Fuller in from Savannah, Georgia. The Boggin Machine for the Williams family. Well, Shelby. Now 442 and you're getting a head start. Agreed, it's not much, but it is a head start. Colby is 005 red and shuts it off. Mike Coltrane, 22 on the tree, 441-2 on that 442 dial for the win. And Colby is just like, shucks, heck, darn it. Man, I hate this stuff. So a quick check of the track down there by the SoCal Speed Shop safety safari, and so it'll be just a second here. We'll be back rocking and rolling. Round number one, Meziere Enterprises Sunday, Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Friends in the chat bleachers, I'm glad to have you here on Sunday, Memorial Day weekend. What a great weekend, man, for racing. The Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic, Monaco Grand Prix Formula One race, the Indy 500, and the 600 in Charlotte later on this evening. So the SoCal Speed Shop safety safari down there, and I understand that bird will never do that again. Put an all-new meaning to Flew the Coop. Or got his wings clipped. A great opportunity to cruise on over to the dog pound. See what's for breakfast. No, I'm not going to go there. That would not be right. But I believe the breakfast burritos are gone, so it's time for lunch. No, it's good. I can't believe Jeff ran out of Mike English specials yesterday. After 2. Jeez. So anyway, head over to the dog pound if you're hungry. Even if you're not, go over to the dog pound and buy some. Riley Learcamp, Amelia Henson. You both travel down from Olympia, Washington, and you pair up first round on Meziere Enterprises Sunday. Riley 459, Learcamp special, and Amelia Henson, Mia at 486, three-way Chevrolet lane. Riley 033 with a 6 on that 59 dial it in the automatic W as Amelia goes 005 Cooper Chun Val Torres. Torres family have so many cars. I believe that is Val Senior far side. Cooper at 494 right side, Val Senior at 457, the three-way Chevrolet lane. A couple of guys who have been top 10 in the world in Super Comp for the championship. Cooper number 3 last year. Val far side 457. The Coupe Mobile at 494. red light makes it work down there. Cooper's 50, 95 with a 4 on that 94 dialing for the win. Val missed the tree at 58, and 58 with the tree trying to get there on that 57 dialing. And Cooper moving on. Gage Cameron, Marco Paravolaris. Wow. Now Marco, in his other entry, was an 8,000th package. Marco at 448. Gage Cameron, 499 for the Gage Mobile right side here. Bakersfield zone. Cameron 006, but Marco makes him pay. Marco 29 on the tree, dead 4 for the win. Gage 006, and it goes 5036 on that 499 dial-in. And Marco, nothing like a dead on to make up for that 029 is Gordon Bowman. Tanner Theobald. Tanner Farside, 478. Get the head start over Gordon, the shorty car, 463, Gordon Bowman. Head start Tanner is number 4 in the world last year. 014 left, 008 right. 008 makes it work by 5 thousandths of a second. Gordon 64 with the 2 on that 63 dialing for the win. 008. Tanner 79 with the 1 on that 78 dialing. 014 and by 5 down. Gordon Bowman. Moving on is Robert Neighbors, Chad Axford. Robert 455. Chad 444. All right, attention to pits, attention to pits. Juniors to the Grove, please. Juniors to the Grove, please. Juniors, this will be your one and only qualifier. Juniors to the Grove, please, for your one and only qualifier. Does Robert get that little head start over Chad Axford? What happened to Robert down there top end. Chad's 20 on the tree, 54 with the 9 on that 50, on that 44 dialing for the win. Robert, I believe, had the delay box set wrong because he had a 1 second reaction time. Goes to 2 over 56. Nick Cobb in his second entry. 460 chasing David Pohl for the Tom Bayer School of Drag Racing. 491 David Pohl. Pre-stage is Nick Cobb for Mickey Thompson Tires and the team, and David Pohl, Silver State Refrigeration Classic Car and Tom Bayer School of Drag Racing. Meziere Enterprises Sunday, Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Red line start for David Pohl. Cobb 35 on the tree. Nick is, wow, Nick goes dead 9. Michelle's got that baby dialed. Larry Beckner, the Tom Bayer team car, 490, Larry Beckner out of Arizona. Dave Meziere. Our great sponsor this weekend, Meziere Enterprises, on Meziere Enterprises Sunday, 459 Davey in that three-way Chevrolet lane. Head start going to the school car, Larry Beckner. Dave Meziere. His second entry, doing the chase. At that finish line, Dave Meziere, 007. 459.9 on that 59 dial. It's for 460 with the 9 on that 59 dial. Larry Beckner out by 4 thousandths of a second. Dave Meziere moving to the next round. Michael Gitcomb, Race Kid. Kid Performance Dyno Team Dragster Race 458 three-way Chevrolet lane. Chase Michael Gitcomb. MG, Dirtbag as they call it, 515. Michael Gitcomb. Head start, Michael. Yep, down to the face. Here comes Brady down there, top end. Michael gonna get there first. Yes, he does. Breaks out by a bunch. Race Kid, 12 on the tree. Dead 7 for the win. Of course, with a 19,000 package there, and Michael Gitcomb, 35 on the tree. Eliminated as soon as he left that starting line is Jacob Stallworthy. KJ Desaw. KJ 478. Three-way Chevrolet lane, the LAT Racing Oil. Team Machine. Jacob Stallworthy. 433. Jacob is from Boise, Idaho. Well, I guess if I said Boise, you know it's Idaho. The Idahoan. Separated by 1 foul, top end, it's going to be Jacob. 32 with a 7 on that 33 dialing for the W009. KJ, 77 with a 6 on that 78 dialing to lose 008. You can do the math on that one. JR Learcamp, Mark Barnhart. New Mexican, far side 459. Getting the head start. JR at 453 for the Washingtonian. Mark Barnhart, 005, goes to 54 with a 4 on that 59 dial as it gets the automatic win. Of course, JR, 006, dead 0, but that 006 was red. Jamie Harrison, Dwayne Ringus. Now, Dwayne in his other entry was perfect in reaction time. I'm sorry, this is Travis. Dwayne was up earlier. This is Travis Ringus. 452, Travis. Chasing. Jamie Harrison, 515 for Jamie. Will out in front there. Will's like, hey, do this and that. He built this car, he should know. Head start going to Jamie. Travis swinging at 4:52, chasing him. Lost fire there. Travis is 20 on the tree, 462.1, shut it off at 128. James' car went up on the transbrake there, I believe, and lost fire. So unfortunately, Jamie got to get pushed off. Travis is moving to the next round. The next pair is out there with Dean Bush, Chase Learcamp. Dean will be far side, 479. Chase Learcamp, 452. Chase coming up, Nick Lobos away. Super Pro Dragster doubles, we're missing a couple of you for round one. Super Pro Dragster doubles, we are missing a couple of you for round one. Juniors, we are missing a couple of juniors in the Grove for your one and only qualifying session today. Juniors, we are missing you in the Grove. Two of them. Probably Chad Connor, never mind. That was another deal. So head start going to Dean Bush out of Las Vegas. Big time player of the Summit Series there. Chase Learcamp. Well, that's a pretty lengthy resume over here at 452. Watch your baby down there. How about 011 on the tree, dead 4 for a 15 thou package. Chase was 009, but it's a 2 over 54 with a 6. Dean Bush, 15,000 package advances. Mike Coltrane and Julianne Belloff. Julianne far side, 467. Mike Coltrane, right side, 442. Come on, Chad. Double 07 RED. Mike Coltrane, dead 9 012 for the win. Riley Learcamp, Victor Clark. Victor's a three-way Chevrolet lane. 474, get the head start over Riley Learcamp, 458. Morning, Neil. How you doing, brother? The chat bleachers. Oh. Okay, I won't say a word. Oh, yeah, I see you changed teams today. time thou difference. It's going to be Riley. 30 on the tree, out by 3 thou for the win. Victor on the tree, out by 4 thou for the loss. Gage Cameron, Cooper Chun. Cooper will be in that three-way Chevrolet lane, 496. Gage Cameron, 499 for the Gage Mobile from Bakersfield. Home Cowboy right side, Vancouver, Washington left side. Free stage, both drivers. Head start going to Gage Cameron by a little bit. Down the top end, 004 jumps first. It does not make it work. Gage Cameron, 004, 96 with a 2 on that, 99 for the loss. Cooper, 012. Out by 3 thou, and kind of technically a 15 thou package there. So Cooper Chun moving on. Gage will be in the rebuy round. 2 pair. Juniors, you should be in the Grove. Juniors, you should be in the Grove. Caden, what are you doing, man? Nothing? That's what I heard. You're a bum. Professional bum. Just kidding. Just kidding. Final pair this round, Super Pro. Gordon Bowman, Robert Neighbors. Crew Chief Extraordinaire Chad out there, bringing his brother into the water box, Gordon Bowman. I love that car, the Shorty Dragster. Caden says that makes it awesome. Caden says, I believe. The final pair. Round 1. Super Pro. Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic on Meziere Enterprises Sunday. Gordon's all staged up, waiting on Robert Neighbors. He's in. 63 right, 60 left. One of them was 003 down there, top end. Robert Neighbors, 003, 61 with the 1 on that 60 dial for the win. Gordon, 29, got their second, out by 3 thousandths of a second. Is the final buy run coming out to wrap up round number 1. Super Pro on Meziere Enterprises Sunday. Yogi Desai, Las Vegas at 4:39. Yogi going to make the pass here, and then the professional junior announcer, my man Caden, going to come up, take you through this last qualifier, Caden, for the juniors. One and only today, but you know they had 2 yesterday. Oh, those were only tests? Oh, okay, and run for the money. Okay, Kate, stay calm, buddy. Easy, easy. 002 the Okie. Kate was impressed with that. How about 002 Dead 2? What a show off of 4,000. Right, Caden? You gonna take us through this round of the juniors? Yeah, right on, KJ. You dialed that right. So that'll do it for that round of Super Pro on Meziere Enterprises Sunday. Caden is going to take you through the one and only qualifying run for the juniors. Caden?
Alright, so the junior draft is coming up. First is going to be group number 1. And the first pair is going to be Brody George and Nate Wasso. Brody George and Nate Wasso. Nate Wasso out of Bakersfield, California, while Brody George is out of Hidden Valley Lake, California. Alright, so we're just about to start group 1 up. Alright, Nate Wasso in the left lane, Brody George in the right lane. Right now it's going to be the one and only qualifier, and then it'll be eliminations. And then Nate Wasso is out of Bakersfield, California. And then Brody George out of Hidden Valley Lake. As I do the burnouts, both of them are in California, so they know each other. Here we go. They're going to be staging in a minute. They have to do their bump it. Alright, so the one is staged, other one's staged. Here we go, starting qualifier, 97 and a 106 as they take it. 60 foot are very vulnerable. And as we get down there, they are going to run a 12:31 and 12:11. Nate Wasso going to be second in qualifying for right now. Brody George going to have the lead. Next up, Elena Martin out of Nuevo, California in the 2024 half scale. Up against Brock Rogers from Bakersfield, California. He's a hometown guy. He's in the 2007 half scale today. Both of them in California, so they have a little bit of a rivalry. Alright, Brock is in pre-stage. Double bold. Red light start for Brock Rogers. Elena's card had a little bit of a dysfunction. And I believe they're going to give Elena a run of cash. Brock runs a 12:15 with a 1 at 52 miles per hour. Next up, Audrey Fry out of Taft, California. Cash Handshoe out of Bakersfield, California. Let's see what happens. Alright, they're getting the car set up. And they give the signals to go into pre-stage. Alright, right lane and pre-stage. Right lane and stage. Left lane and pre-stage. And they're both in. 172 Cash Handshoe, 660 Audrey Fry. Handshoe gonna run 1173. Audrey gonna run 1401. Alright, the last two pairs. Lucas Hodges, Mackenzie Higgins. Higgins out of Idaho. And Lucas out of California. Alright, they leave. Oh, 005 Red Mackenzie. 101 for Lucas. Oh, that could have been a perfect right. 1190 with the 1 for Lucas. And Mackenzie going 1225. And the last pair is Elena Martin. Alright, Elena Martin at Nuevo, California. This will be the final pair of Group 1. Then we got Group 2 coming in. Elena at Nuevo, California. She's going to have her bye run. She's getting in right now. Car's getting ready to go. The light to beat is 097. 097's the light to beat. Let the car go. Elena in pre-stage. Elena in stage. Elena 291 on the tree. And George is going to be the number. Brody George is going to be number 1. As Elena goes 12:01.30. Pro to the lane, buybacks in 2 and 3. Buybacks are at 1 and 2 for doubles, and singles are in 3 and 4. Pro, get to the lane. As we start up the Group 2, it's going to be Blake George and Victoria Campbell. Victoria at a Hidden Valley Lake. So Blake George is out of Hidden Valley as well. As we get into Group 2. Getting the cars ready. Gonna make this thing go in the center. You have the cars ready. Victoria, late. You have the better light over here. We'll see. They're getting the cars, they're turning them off and on. And let's see where the cars go. We're gonna let them into the stage. Victoria bumping, going straight. Late to the free stage. Victoria's in the free stage. Alright, one's in, both of them in. Each stage for Victoria. One down the play. 1 second for Victoria. Down there. 9:05 and 9:15. Break to the 021. I believe. Throw buybacks, we need you to the lane. Throw buybacks, we need you to the lane. Doubles to 1 and 2 and singles to 3 and 4. Next up, Levi Agnew and Weston Forsythe out of Lake Elsinore, California. Levi out of Oak Hills, California. Levi in the 2022 half scale. Weston in the 2010 half scale. Forsythe is 10 years of age. Levi is 11. Levi in free stage, Weston in free stage. Weston in, Levi in. 26 for Levi, 23 good for Weston. Weston down there, 96 for Weston, 9 flat for Levi. So Blake's still in the lead for the qualifier. Next up, Isabella Rogers in hometown Bakersfield up against Andrew Martin, the only electric car in this sprint. He is in Nuevo, California in the 2023 half scale. Isabella in the 2015 Night Boss. Pro re-entry, full re-entry to the lanes. 1 and 2 for the doubles and 3 and 4 for the singles. Alright, we're getting the cars bumped in. Andrew's into the first pole. Isabella in the first pole. They're both bumping. And Isabella in, Andrew in. 13 for Andrew. And a 901 and a 912. As we start up the next pair. Dylan Nelson out of Meziere, California. This will be the last pair for 8-9 before we go to 7-9 in the last class. And Haley Miller out of Live Oak, California. Alright. Dylan Nelson, the best friend. Haley Miller, out of Live Oak, 11 years of age, or 13 years of age. Dylan Nelson, 12 years of age. Here we go. Group number 3, the last group. Alright, left lane in the 3-stage, right lane in the 3-stage. Joe Nelson. Miller. Joe Nelson in. Miller. To a 92 is Joe Nelson taking a 17. Alright, so it's going to be Indiana Walker out of Bakersfield, California, up to Party Ball and California. So California for both. Out of Bakersfield. Alright, pro re-entry. Doubles in 1 and 2, singles in 3 and 4. Pro. Doubles in 1 and 2, singles in 3 and 4. Alright. Well, let's call it first pair for both in 3 states. They're both bumping. All in the state. Red by Carl, double and Alright, next up is Abigail Rogers and Abigail Rogers at Bakersfield, California. The 2014 half game. Up against Brody Connor out of Bakersfield, California as well. There's a little bit of a rivalry there. Alright, Abigail in, Brody in. With the 1, 3 mile per hour Brody, 797 for Abigail at 81. Alright, next one. Drew Castile and Gavin Pine. Gavin Pine at La Mirada, California. And Crew Castile out of Gardenville, Nevada. 2023 Haskell, down 14 Haskell. Alright, they're both 3 states. Alright, look at the bulb. Gavin, Cruz, both in. 171 Gavin, is going to run a 804 at 80 mile per hour, while Crew Castile 792.1 at 82 miles per hour. Maddie Jordan and Maddie Jordan out of Paradise, California in the 2009 RPC. And Jake Hodges out of Yucaipa, California in the 2006 Motivational. Let's see what happens. Alright, pro re-entry, doubles in 1 and 2, singles in 3 and 4. Pro, doubles in 1 and 2, singles in 3 and 4. Pre-stage. As we get down there, 788 at 81, 793 at 80. And that's going to end up the juniors. I'm going to give it back to my fellow threat for the big cars.
All right, so that is going to wrap things up for our junior qualifying run. We're going to go ahead and set the ladders. We'll get things situated and ready to go, and we'll roll back into round number 1 a little bit later on. We have got track prep that we're going to do before we get into our pro buyback round. So pro buyback. Let's go ahead and make sure, if you have not yet made your way into the staging lanes, double buybacks to lanes 1 and 2, singles to lanes 3 and 4 for our pro category. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. It's buyback round. So for those who were unable to get a time slip with the arrows pointed in the correct direction, for whatever reason, you have earned, I mean, if you look at it this way, it'd be like, I get another round of racing. I could get, like, anyway. Yeah, you can try to make it feel however you want to make it feel. Round 1, runner-up, whatever it is that they call it, but the re-entry round is here, available for you. Should you choose to use it, if you would like to keep your Meziere Enterprises Sunday going. You know, we've already been through our Hughes Performance Friday, or Hughes Performance Saturday, Kid Performance and Dyno Friday. We're here at Meziere Enterprises Sunday. $10,000 for Super Pro, $5,000 in Pro. We are going to rock and roll our way through the day. The cool part about it is we've got juniors that are going to be running it out. Those guys are getting like trophies, hats, big checks, just like our Super Pro and the Pro category. And I can tell you it's going to be exciting to see what our juniors are able to put together as they make their way down the track today. Again, Pro buybacks, you have been invited into the staging lanes. The Super Pro buybacks, you're going to be on standby, but right now, we got a little touch-up on the racetrack. We're going to get going. And while it is quiet, for those of you that are listening online or for those of you that are here on property, hey, keep in mind that, yesterday we talked about, all of the work that goes in behind the scenes and what it takes to actually put a race like this together. All of the many hours that Chris puts in and figuring out scheduling, coordinating with venues, putting staff together, getting entries in place. But another big part of that is the work that he does with the sponsors. And races like this don't necessarily happen without great sponsors. And when you talk about great sponsors, we certainly want to thank the folks at Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC. Shane Thompson is a huge supporter of Fragile Racing across the Southwest. Puts his partnership with Chris, puts his sponsorship dollars behind what Chris is doing so that each and every one of the racers can come out here and participate in some of these big money events that we don't get a lot of out here on the West Coast. But when the opportunity came, when Chris said, hey, listen, I want to put this stuff together, Shane jumped on board and said, I want to make sure that this happens as well. So, as we were talking about yesterday, even though the sign says Silver State, that company is located in California, Arizona, Nevada. They're breaking into parts of Utah as well. And for those of us that live in this area, when you've got something that you need, when it comes down to your air conditioning and things like that, give that company a call. I have benefited from their services a couple of times, both in the air conditioning and the plumbing side, and I'm telling you, it is a fantastic company. It's a fantastic group of people. The folks that show up at your house are just top-notch. They will make sure that you get taken care of. I refer anybody and everybody to Shane's company just because when you got a guy like him at the helm, you know that the company's run the best it can possibly be from top to bottom, and it shows. So again, with Silver State Refrigeration, just glad to have those guys on board. Thank you so much, Shane, for your continued support of what we've got going on here, and it's just awesome. Again, talking about Friday, Kid Performance and Dyno, the Kid family, Mark and Race, and everything that they do for this organization. They are on every flyer, whether it be here in Famoso, whether it was in Fontana, whether it's in Tucson. Again, great sponsors, great partnerships, and great people behind that. So when you are looking for something to fine-tune your race program, you just got to look at the flyer and say, listen, these are the first places that I'm going to shop. These are the first places that I'm going to look. Jim down at Hughes Performance, I mean, everything that they do, our Hughes Performance Saturday, and of course the Meziere family, from putting together those water pumps and starters and all of that stuff. That, I mean, you want to put a quality piece of equipment on your race car, look no further than Meziere. I mean, all of that stuff is made down in their shops just outside of San Diego. And again, when you want to deal with just those upstanding quality people, the Meziere family, it's tough to beat. It's tough to beat. The Kid family, it's tough to beat. Hughes Performance, tough to beat. So thank you so much to Kid Performance and Dyno. Thank you to Hughes Performance. Thank you to Meziere for being our day sponsors here. And of course, thanks to Silver State Refrigeration for their title sponsorship of this event. I really appreciate that. Again, thanks to the folks at Optima Batteries and Holly for helping to keep the live feed running. Thanks to Bang Shift, Chad, you guys, once again, top quality production. Just an awesome way for those that cannot be here, you know, whether they're tuning in to watch a family member or a friend race, or whether they're just kind of sitting around at the house and wanted to check out some great bracket racing. That Bang Shift live feed is definitely the way to go. So for all of our sponsors, for all of our partners, for all of the folks that help make this event what it is, once again, on behalf of Chris and everybody here at West Coast Bracket Races, we thank you so much for helping to make this happen. And most importantly, you know, racers, we say this every day, and we mean it every day. Thank you. Thank you, moms, dads, brothers, sisters, family, pets, grandmas, grandpas, aunts, uncles, family, friends, whoever it is that came through those gates over the past several days to be a part of the West Coast Classic. We thank you for being here. All of the work that goes into getting the event ready to go means nothing until the racers show up. And I know from what Chris said yesterday that his number one priority, the thing that he wants most, is for each and every one of you to have enjoyed your experience here racing at the West Coast Classic. We certainly hope that you have enjoyed your experience, and we look forward to seeing you all at the next one. Again, had that really cool announcement earlier that we will have a third race this year in September. Going to be happening again right here at Famoso in coordination with that Nitro Chaos that's going to be happening in September. Again, we're talking about twin 20s, single entry format, capped at 200 cars. They'll do that test and tune on Friday. They'll do race number 1 on Saturday in conjunction with the Nitro Chaos. Race number 2 on Sunday, when the track will be pretty much, we'll have the place to ourselves. But it's just really cool. We are not done with this race yet. We've still got $10,000 to hand out in Super Pro, $5,000 to hand out in Pro. It is a Meziere Enterprises Sunday. As our first 2 in the re-entry round, Denny Valvo and Coleman Poist. Coleman 649 dial. For the blue Chevy 2 and Denny Valvo, the copper colored Chevelle. 602 the dial for Denny, going to be leaving second. As we get him in, staged up and ready to roll. Once again, final call, pro buyback. If you have not yet made your way to the staging lanes, we need our double entered buyback cars to lanes 1 and 2, single entered buyback cars to lanes 3 and 4. Come on down. In, staged and set. Tree drops, green lights on the inside of the racetrack. Win light's going to belong to Coleman Poist. 71 on the tree and 654 on a 649. Nova on the right side lights up the scoreboard. Denny Valvo was better in reaction time at the 058 light. Gets to the stripe first by 77 thousandths of a second to break out by 5 thousandths. Needed to take 72 thou or less if he wanted to turn on the win light in that left lane, and did not. So Coleman is back in for a second shot at the $5,000 here in Pro with Stephanie Paz and Tim Arnswald. Tim, the Camaro out of Coachella. Dialed in at 728, Stephanie. The Nova out of Cloverdale. Dialed in at 644. Away goes Tim, here comes Stephanie. 8 thousandths of a second, the difference in reaction time. Win light belongs to Arnswald. 42 and dead on 1 for Tim. Ends up with a 43 foul package. Stephanie had a little bit better reaction time at the 034 light, but runs 3 numbers off the dial and will come up a little bit short as the birthday boy Jacob Beckwith rolls up left side, dialed 728. Craig Merrill leads. Camaro dialed in at 629. Hey, listen up in the pits. Your attention, please. Listen up in the pits. We need Super Pro door car buyback. Super Pro door car buyback. Get you headed into the staging lanes. Doubles to lanes 1 and 2. Singles to 5 and 6, please. Jacob, 33 green and 730 on a 728, unfortunately for Jacob. How many times do you say, unfortunately, you will have to just enjoy the rest of your birthday? But it won't be racing. That's kind of sad. Craig Merrill, 16 dead 7 to get the win light. Had the better bull, got there first by 35 thousandths of a second, goes dead on 7 to get the win. How many times do you get to see a Porsche race a Hyundai? And how many times do you see a Hyundai outrun a Porsche in a drag race? The answer is once. DeAndre Fitzgerald, dialed 1270, goes 1269.2. Gets there first to 10th, breaks out 8 thousandths of a second. Kim Nielsen had a 144 reaction time, goes 621 on a 623. And DeAndre is going to go back home and go, yeah, I pulled out the Hyundai. Yeah, we took out the Porsche. Kim Nielsen's going to go back and go, that race never happened. My Porsche did not get beat by a Hyundai. I'm just saying. But DeAndre's back in the game as Tim O'More and Richard Leo. Leo in the Ranchero, dialed in at 713. Tim O'More dialed in at 5.90 seconds in the Camaro. Red light start for Leo by 23 thousandths of a second. Tim O'More. He is handed a quick free win light. And a no 24 green light, goes 592 on a 590 for the win. Richard handing it over by way of a 23 thou red light, runs 716 on a 713, is now Hubert Pierce and Jeff Taylor. Taylor in the truck, out of Oregon, dialed in at 564. Pierce in the Camaro. Out of Meziere, California with a red light start. Oh. 72th hour early. Hubert Pierce runs 820 on an 822. Jeff Taylor was 12 on the tree and goes one above. 565 on a 564. To get the win light. Once again, Super Pro door car, Super Pro door car. Buyback round. Doubles to 1 and 2, singles to 5 and 6. Super Pro door car buyback. Let's get our double innards to lanes 1 and 2, single innards to lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro door car, come on down, please. There's Jay Greiner and Linda Valdez. Valdez running a home game. Home race at the home track. 683 is the dial. Jay Greiner out of South San Francisco. Dialed in 1/100th of a second quicker with a 682 over the left side. Linda and Jay both have the pre-stage bulbs lit, and we're going to do kind of like a little Camaro parade here down the right side of the racetrack until we get to the S10. Linda's in trouble. Jay gets the win light. 685 on a 682. Jay Greiner was 38 thousandths of a second behind the green light, runs 3 above the dial to take 69 thousandths at the stripe. Linda Valdez had a reaction time that started with a 1 and ends up 3 above the dial as well. So Valdez will take the last lap of the event down the track there as Cliff Hall and Danny Valdez. Cliff Hall in the Maverick, dialed in at 603. Valdez in the Camaro, dialed in at 663. Win light's going to belong to Danny. How about 83 green and dead on 0? 663 on a 663 for Valdez. 83 on the tree. Takes a 4th out margin down at the stripe to get around Cliff Hall, who ended up running 2 above his dial. 605 on a 603 after the 067 reaction time. So Valdez stays in the game as Steve Allenak, yesterday's $7,500 winner here in Pro, having to get it done through the re-entry round. Had to do it that way yesterday too. Well, round number 1 talked about the fact that he had a perfect light yesterday and then had to go to the re-entry round because he didn't turn on the scoreboard. We'll see if he can turn it on against John Victorino. He will not. Victo, 34 green and 681 on a 678 to get the win light. As John in the S10 moves back into round number 2, Allenak, after a 122 reaction time, goes 651.8 on a 652. Wasn't going to happen either way. As John walks him out, gets the win light, moves to round number 2 as Mike Agnew and Sasha Hofer. Sasha, who had a good day yesterday, went deep into the rounds in the door car clash to be able to collect up some cash as Mike Agnew over the left side, dialed in at 605 to Chevelle. I like the way Mike's car leads. Yeah. See? Everybody loves wheelies. You can't see a car do a wheelie and not smile. It just doesn't happen. Sasha Hofer, 41 green and 2 above the dial, comes up 29 thousandths of a second short in the buyback round. Mike Agnew was 24 green, 1 above. Gets there first by 29 thousandths of a second, runs 606 on a 605. To get the win light is Chuck Hawk and C.W. Hofer. Hawk in the Mustang left side, Hofer in the Firebird right side. Talk about a couple of heavy hitters on the bracket scene here in the West Coast. 17 thousandths of a second, the difference in reaction time. Win light belongs to Chuck, taking 4 thou at the stripe. Chuck Hawk was 11 on the tree. Goes 674 on a 672. To be 26 thou above the dial. C.W. Hofer was 28 green and ends up 13 thousandths of a second above his dial to come up that 44 10,000ths of a second back of where he needed to be. Win light belongs to Chuck as Jeff Ball, Rob Strong. Strong over on the right side out of Hemet, California. 68 Firebird, dialed in at 707. Jeff Ball's got the 584 over on the left side. In the Roadster. Win light goes to Jeff Ball, 008, dead 9. To be 17 thousandths of a second total. Rob Strong was 23 green, gets locked out. Ends up running the 701 and the 707, but Ball 17 total to Rob Strong's 023 reaction time. No good for Rob. The alter to Jeff Ball out of Bakersfield, California, moving back in is now Charlie Olson and Carly Ball. Charlie and the Rusty Dusty. I like that name. It's a Rusty Dusty. Or the Duster Ruster. Either way, the patina's look on the Duster is pretty cool. 658 over on the right side. For Charlie Olson, Carly Ball was like perfect on the street. So 677 on a 686 and a 102 reaction time, gets there first and breaks out with a 677 on a 686. Charlie Olson goes 659 on a 658, 034 on the tree and gets the win. To get back in for a chance at $5,000 worth of Meziere money today is Jeff Dye and Brandon Phillips. Phillips. Dialed in at 666. Jeff Dye dialed in at 668. Red light start for Jeff Dye by 23 thousandths of a second. Brandon Phillips, 39 green, goes 665 at 100 miles an hour to get the win light. Hey, once again, Super Pro Door Cars, Super Pro Door Car buybacks, Super Pro Door Car buybacks. If you are doubled up in the buyback, we need to get you back as quickly as possible. And if you have not yet come up to make your run and need to do so in the Super Pro Buyback Door Car category, we need to get you back here as well. So Super Pro Door Car buybacks. Once again, need to get you into the staging lanes, please. Denny Valvo. Dialed in at 600. Tim Arnswald dialed in at 728. Arnswald had to do the double up on the buyback. I won't make either of them. Didn't work. Oh, it didn't work. Denny Valvo, 23 green, take 9 thou with the stripe. Goes 601 on a 600. 23 and 17 thou above. Gets him there first by 9 thousandths of a second. Tim Arnswald was 25 green and 24 thousandths of a second above the dial. To be 50 total is DeAndre Fitzgerald. Had to race a Porsche in one. Now he's got to race the birthday boy in the Malibu and breaks out. The thing that, unfortunately for DeAndre, 38 on the tree, take 3 thou at the stripe to break out at the big end. Beckwith, the birthday boy, runs 730 on a 730. But there are certain things that you can only ever say when DeAndre is at the racetrack running. Those certain things are, the Hyundai was too quick. Again, that's one of those phrases that does not work in the real world like ever, you would never be able to say that the Hyundai Santa Fe was just too fast. Unfortunately, in a situation like this, the Hyundai was too quick. Rock Thomas in the Dirty White Bird. The Thunderbird right side going to be our solo shot in the pro re-entry round. Dialed in at 575. And once we wrap things up here with pro buyback, we'll get into our super pro door car buyback. Let's just say Rock Thomas runs 577 on a 575. The rest we'll leave alone. We'll just leave it alone. All right, the minor headache. Greg Dreer behind the wheel of the 57 Morris Minor. I just think that is one of the coolest cars on property. When you look at it, the Morris Minor, it really kind of looks like a fattened up Volkswagen Bug to me. It's a chubby Bug. It is a chubby Bug. But it is cool. The Minor dialed in at 688. McClellan last night's $10,000 door car clash winner, rolling up over the right side. Oh, 6 thou separate him in reaction time. Oh, okay. 6 thou separated in reaction time. Dan McClellan was 006. Greg was perfect. On a 688, Greg goes 691. On a 588, McClellan goes 591. They run identical over the dial, except for a couple of thou. Wind light turns on for Greg Dreer by 4 thousandths of a second. I mean, Greg was perfect. Dan was 006. Greg ends up with a 691.2. Daniel ends up with a 591.0. Daniel got back a couple of thou difference in reaction time, but ends up 4 thousandths of a second short. Down at the finish line. Dragsters, Super Pro Dragsters. Let's get you headed this way, please. Super Pro Dragster buyback. Doubles to 1 and 2, singles to 3 and 4. Super Pro Dragster buyback. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes as Dustin Wirtz will race his way back in the Corvette with 36 on the tree and 3 above, 525 on a 522 to get the win light. David Beckwith had a 004 reaction time. Took 70 thou at the stripe and breaks out 8 thousandths of a second. Needed to take 62 thou or less. So Dustin is back in. We saw Dan McClellan come up 4 thou short. Now K-Mac, Kevin McClellan in the family station wagon. Rolls up, dialed in at 654. David Pohl dialed in at 691. Pohl in the Barracuda. Red light start for David. Ended up in the re-entry round and bows out in the re-entry round by 1 thousandth of a second. 001 red. For David Pohl, Kevin McClellan was 11 green and goes 652 on a 654. to get the win line. Again, let's get our Super Pro Dragsters for the re-entry round. Super Pro buybacks, Dragsters. Doubles to lanes 1 and 2, singles to lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Dragster buybacks. Let's get our double enter Dragsters to lanes 1 and 2. Single enter Dragsters to lanes 3 and 4. Randy Cloud in the Mustang. That didn't look right. CWO first 22 green and then goes 741 on a 745. Randy Cloud 884 on a 561 down. Whatever it was, Randy Cloud experienced very much a Homer Simpson moment where he's in there going, oh, it didn't work. Because it looks like the trans brake just didn't work. Either that or didn't have the numbers in the box. Tony Marconi now, Craig Merrilies. Marconi, your runner-up last night in that door car clash. Made himself a decent little bit of money. I mean, on the flyer it was like 10 grand to win, 2,000 to runner-up. I got a feeling that Tony and Daniel had some conversations. OMG. Tony Marconi was 001 and left second. Craig Merrilies perfect in reaction time. Goes 6:30 on a 6:29. Perfect and essentially 11th thou above. Taking 4th thou at the stripe to get the win light. Tony Marconi was 001 and 14th thou above. 15 total. Gets beat by an 11 pack. So 001 to be 15 total. Craig Merrilies puts a perfect bulb on him. And nips him 4th thou down at the finish line. So again, Super Pro Dragster, Super Pro Dragster for the buyback. If you are double entered, let's get you headed into lanes 1 and 2. Single entered buyback Dragsters. Let's get you headed to lanes 3 and 4, please. I'll get you headed to lanes 3 and 4. Single entered door car buyback. 001 to trip zip. Why you guys got to be so mean to each other? I mean, are you like, do you not like each other? That's just crazy. They're local. Yeah. Yeah. It's wild. It's wacky. We got more dragsters rolling back into the staging lanes. We've got a handful of Super Pro door cars that have made their way back. Our double entered Super Pro door cars. We're going to get them paired up. We will pull them out momentarily. Again, it is a Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC West Coast Classic. Brought to you by the folks at West Coast Bracket Races. Today's day sponsor, Meziere Enterprises. Super Pro running for 10 Gs. Pro running for 5 Gs. All right, so it looks like we've got the majority of our double-entered Super Pro buyback door cars. That's like a whole mouthful, right? It's like double-entered Super Pro door car buybacks. I'll be like those guys. Have made their way back into the staging lanes. We're getting drivers back in cars. Once again, Super Pro Dragster buybacks. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes. Super Pro Dragster buybacks. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. It sounds like we are well ready to send the cars forward. So we got our final few pairs. Final few pairs. That's what's being said back in the staging lanes for the buyback cars that are rolling up here. I'm going to say a final few prayers. We've got our final few pair that are rolling up here in the staging lanes. I mean, it is Sunday, right? Hopefully, everybody started off their morning by participating in the non-denominational chapel service from Team RFC. Because, like, if we're getting down to Sunday, final race day of the weekend, and you haven't made any money yet, hopefully you went to church this morning. Because I know somebody can help. If you haven't been able to help yourself, if talking to yourself hasn't worked, because I know after some of the laps that we've seen down here, there have been a lot of folks that have been talking to themselves. Try talking to somebody else. That might help. We'll see. It's Ealing, it's Kellner. Kellner on the right side. Ealing on the left side. 654 to a 679. Wheels of charge video Camino. Ted Kellner in the Vega. Running on the throttle stop. Goes 684 on a 679 after an 028 reaction time. Mike Ealing. Ealing. Had a 119 reaction time. Goes dead on 7 and will not advance. Just not going to work. Kellner gets the win line to Stephanie Paz and Jordan Yeager. Jordan's Camaro going up against Stephanie's Nova. Nova dialed in at 644. Jordan dialed in at 625. Head start goes to Stephanie. Win leg goes to Jordan. Stephanie was 31 green. Jordan was 6/1000ths of a second quicker than that in reaction time. Ends up with an 025 light and then goes 625 on a 625. ends up dead on 3, taking 32 thou with the stripe to get the win light. Stephanie ended up with an 031 light, goes 646 on a 644. AJ Cameron on a solo shot here is unfortunately Chuck Hawk's truck came out of the water box and decided it was done. Chuck getting backed off of the starting line, and that is absolutely a disappointing adventure for Chuck. Gonna have to go back and figure out exactly what might have happened, but I mean, rolled up out of the water box, the car quit, AJ Cameron gets the solo shot in the El Camino. Will punch his ticket back in for a chance at $10,000 here in Super Pro. One more time. Super Pro Dragster buybacks. Doubles to lanes 1 and 2, singles to lanes 3 and 4. Andrew Olson and Daniel McClellan. Okay, talking about when 10 grand last night in the door car clash. Turned around and had to spend some of it on buybacks twice today, hoping to make one of them work, and no. McClellan's got to be going, what's the guy got to do? Daniel was 005 on the tree, takes 18 thou at the stripe and breaks out by 13 thousandths of a second. Andrew Olson put a 10-pack up on the scoreboard. 002 dead on 8 for Olson on a 588 dial. Goes 5882 or 5888 after the 002 reaction time. To be 10 total. McClellan had a little teeny tiny teensy weensy bit of room to work with down at the finish line. Needed to take 5 thou or less, and ended up taking 18 thou to break out by 13 thousandths of a second as Rob Strong, JR Learcamp. Rob left side, JR right side. We'll see if the dragster out of Olympia can dispatch the Firebird out of Hemet, or if it'll be the other way around. Rob's going to get a sizable head start. 7:01 is the dial for Rob Strong. 4:54 is the dial for Learcamp. That's the JR version of the Learcamp family. Oh. Rob Strong had that one pretty much in the bag. He was 008 to JR's 80 light. But Strong gets to the stripe, takes a 10th plus, and goes 696 on a 7:01. To break out and hand the win light back over to JR Learcamp. Learcamp 456 on a 454. As we'll say, he survives that round. We've said it before, right? There's some rounds you win. There's some rounds you absolutely crush, and then there's other rounds that you just survive. That was a survival round. Colby Fuller, Greg Matthews hands the win light over to Colby. As Fuller goes red by 7 thousandths of a second. 488 on a 488. How about red and... Yep, dead on. Colby Fuller, 23 green, 439 on a 438. Driving the Steve Williams dragster is... I want to say, is it Caitlin in the car today? Which Torres is in the car today? All right, so it's Madeline Torres. running the Torres family dragster. Ooh. Madeline, 14 green, dead 9 to get the win light here in the buyback round. Vic Clark was 21 green, 473 on a 474. Hey, listen up in the pits. Your attention, please. Listen up in the pits. Junior Dragsters for round number 1. Junior Dragsters for round number 1. Let's get you over into the Grove. Ladders have been printed. Ladders are ready. Let's get you paired up and ready to go. All right, I will figure it out. We will get it straight. Yeah, because I think Madeline was just running back with Dad, and so I think it might be Caitlin, and we'll get it straight. Yes. Yeah. All right, KG Desan, Amelia Henches. Amelia's day came to an abrupt end yesterday when they started having issues with the car, and hopefully, those issues have been diagnosed, and hopefully those issues have been removed from the program. Dialed in at 486 over on the left side. KJ dialed 479. Advantage at this end of the racetrack to KJ. Win light to KJ by 11 10,000ths of a second. Tight down at the finish line. KJ was 28 on the tree. Amelia was 36 on the tree. Amelia dead on 3 to be 39,000 total. KJ was 38,000 total. KJ gets the win by 1 little bitty thousandths of a second as Chad Axford and Gage Cameron. Axford, your Division 7 reigning top dragster champ. Lining up over on the left side, dialed in at 444. Gage Cameron dialed in at 499. And once again, your attention in the pits, please. Junior Dragsters. Let's get you headed into the Grove, please. Junior Dragsters, let's get you headed into the Grove, please, for your pairings. So Gage is going to get the head start. Gage is going to get the red light. Chad Axford's going to get the win light. Axford goes 441 on the 444 after the 022 reaction time. Gage, 007 on the tree, legs it out to go 493 on a 499. Let's bring up Jason Pad and Tanner Theobald. Tanner made the drive down out of Utah. He's got a 483 number, going to be leaving first. Jason Pad, who's also been piloting the Love Truck here this weekend. And has the anticipated quicker of the two cars on the starting line right now. Let's go ahead and one more time. Super Pro Dragsters. Again, if you are one of our double entered Super Pro Dragsters, once you have made your run, we're going to ask that you make your way back into the staging lanes as quickly as possible, please, so that we can get everybody paired up and rolled through. So if we could, please, once you get your run done and your double entered buyback ride. How about a 004 to a 009 and a dead on 9 to 2 above? Tanner Theobald, 004 dead 9 is 13 total, taking 22 thousandths of a second at the stripe to get back into the game. Jason Pad was 009. Ends up running 26 thou above the dial. And the win light is going to belong to Tanner. We'll bring up Jason Rosenbaum, Michael Gidcombe. Gidcombe, a graduate of the junior program. Rolling in on the right side of the racetrack, dialed in at 507. Jason Rosenbaum with a 467 dial. thousandths of a second was the difference in reaction time. How about Gidcombe 001, get there first by 001 and goes 3 above, 510 on a 507 to light up that Michelob Ultra scoreboard. Jason Rosenbaum, 24 green, 14 thou above. To be 38 thou total. And ended up calling the re-entry round like it. That's it, it's done. Gidcombe 001, 3 above gets the win light as David Meyer and Kyoki Desa. Meyer, 474 the dial. Kyoki, 441 the dial. Kyoki just rolled up here on a solo shot in round number 1, ended up with the bye run on the provisional bye to go 002 dead 2 on that 439 dial. Well, he won't be 4 total this time, but he goes from a 002 to a 004 reaction time. Kyoki 004, 17 thou above and no good. Comes up just a couple of thou short down at the finish line. Win light's going to go to David Meyer. As Meyer will be back, survives the re-entry round. So Kyoki still got 1. Couldn't quite get back in with the second one, but David Meyer punches his dragster back into the main event. There's Larry Beckner and Brian Cam. Cam left side, dialed 483. Beckner right side, dialed 489. As Beckner has got Mayer as his crew chief, and Beckner will move back into the main event. 489 on a 489, 25 on the tree, and dead on 6 for Larry Beckner. Brian Cam went red by 21 thousandths of a second. Comes up with a 484 on a 483. But Cam goes red. Beckner's 25 dead 6 to get the win light as Ethan Williams and Cameron Webb. Cameron and the front engine dragster. Or stretched out altered. We'll call it the stretched altered. 550 to down on the right side for the stretched altered. 545 on a 550. Both of them are under the dial. Cameron was 006. Gets there first by 49 thousandths of a second. And runs 445 on a 450 to be under by 43 thousandths of a second. Ethan Williams goes 482 on a 484 to be under by 11 thousandths of a second. Win light goes to Williams as Neil Pressbone and Rob Neighbor. Neighbor raced it all the way into the final round last night. Came up just 1 win light short. So coming up 1 win light short against Pearson Deming, who ended up winning last night. Rob's seen him maybe. We can go 1 round deeper. He gets around Neil Pressimo. Neil, 18 green and 475 on a 474. Rob Neighbor was 007, dead on 5. To be 12 thou total. Nick had an 018 reaction time, and that was that. Gordon Bovin, that's Gordy. And Race Kid. Kid dialed in at 460. Gordy dialed in at 463. 300ths of a second, the difference in the dials. Head start will go to the Shorty Dragster. Racing out of the right lane. And then Race Kid will try to run him down. At this end of the racetrack, Race Kid was better on the tree. He had an 018 light, ends up going 461 on a 460. So 18, 15 thou above. To be at the finish line first by 8 thousandths of a second, Gordon Boven was 24 green and 17 thousandths of a second above the dial. There's Bailey Neighbor and Chase Learcamp. Are going to be up next. Chase with a 454 dial. Bailey with a 458 dial. Chase was better at this end of the racetrack. He was 011 on the tree, and then goes 456 on a 454. 11 and 25 thousandths of a second above the dial. To be 36 thou total, Bailey Neighbor had an 052 reaction time, runs dead on 4, puts up a 56 pack, but ended up getting locked out by Chase Learcamp as Dave Meziere and David Pohl. Speaking of Meziere Enterprises, you can see the logo bold and long across the side of Dave Meziere's car. 461 is the number on the left side. There's David Pohl. Again, running with the professor of bracket racing, that is Tom Bayer. And he's the professor out there at, Tom Bayer School of Drag Racing. I wonder if the faculty at Tom Bayer's school get some of the same, privileges that other, if you continue your education, if you go on and get like a master's degree or PhD, you get way more out of it. 300ths of a second separate them in reaction time. Winner's going to be Meziere. Meziere was 15 on the tree and goes 3 above. 464 on a 461. To get the win light by 31 thousandths of a second, David Pohl was 49 green, goes 496 on a 494. Just couldn't get there against Dave Meziere, so Meziere moves on. Out of the re-entry round, we'll be back in for $10,000 as J.R. Learcamp will take on Tyler Hartzell. Hartzell got his license on Friday. I believe turned around and won his first round of competition yesterday, and is now fighting for his life here in the re-entry round. J.R. Learcamp hands it back to Tyler. Tyler on a 577 dial, left 23 thousandths of a second on the green side. J.R. Learcamp on a 455 dial, left 6 thousandths of a second early. Turned on the red light on the left side, gives the win light back over to Tyler out of the right lane. All right, Junior Dragsters, this is going to be your final call. Final call, Junior Dragsters. You are going to be up next. Let's see here. We've got, looks to be 2 pair and make it 3 pair. We've got 3 pair of dragsters left in the re-entry round. Then it's going to be time for the juniors. And I know it's time for the juniors because our official junior announcer of the West Coast Classic has made his way back up into the tower. I think he's been out kind of scouting, checking things out, making sure that he knows what the pairings are going to look like. Going to get some insight as to how racers are going to handle their run down the racetrack, and the win light this time is going to belong to Victor Clark. Clark ends up going 474 and a 473 after the 028 reaction time. Colby was 10 green, take 32 thou at the stripe to break out by 4 thousandths of a second. Runs 439 on a 440 dial. Win light to Clark is Amelia Henches and Michael Gidcombe. A little bit earlier on in the session, Gidcombe put up a 001 reaction time. Here the same, Amelia. That Bakersfield car coming down over Olympia. 486 dial for Amelia, 510 dial for Michael, and identical reaction times. Amelia's 31 green, Michael's 31 green. Michael gets to the finish line first by 14 thousandths of a second and breaks out by 1 stupid, stinking, miserable, awful, horrible thousandths of a second. 5099, Michael out by a thou. Amelia Henches goes 487 on a 486. To get the win light is Tim O'More and Gage Cameron. Look like they are going to be our final pair of dragsters before the juniors roll forward. Again, juniors, you should all be in the Grove, you should all be paired up, and you should be getting into those race cars, because round number 1 is coming up very, very soon. Tim O'Moore's down 491, Gage down 499. Oh, Gage is in trouble. Tim O'Moore 004 and wins it on a double breakout. Junior Dragster Invitational. And the Junior Dragster Invitational is essentially 3 groups of 8 cars apiece. They were given an opportunity at 2 time hits yesterday. They did a run for the money yesterday. So as our juniors make their way out of the Grove, they are going to be back behind the tower. So they are making their way out here. Again, the ladders have been set. Caden has been calling the action for the juniors. Caden, a junior racer of his own right. And when it comes down to racers in the, Langdon family, we all know who the best is. Yep. We know who the best one is. I mean, Chad's pretty cool. Drives a really cool Barracuda. Sean's, he does what he needs to do. He does what he needs to do. I'll tell you what. It is just about time. We are going to start sending juniors forward. I'm going to step out of the way. I'm going to turn the mic back over to our junior announcer, Mr. Caden. He will take you through round number 1 of the juniors.
All right. Alright. To start out the Group 1, we got Brody George down at 12:16. And Brock Rogers down at 12:08. Starting off group number 1. Brock Rogers out of Bakersfield, California, in a 2007 half scale. Brody Connor out of Hidden Valley Lake, California, in a 2024 half scale. Alright, let's start up the cars and let's go racing. Okay. One does the burnout, other one does the burnout. Alright, Brock Rogers out of California, so is Brody, so it's be a little bit of a rivalry that raced before. Brody George in free stage, Brock in the other fold, Brody's in. Brock's in, here we go. 38 to a 79, Brody with his finish. And as he gets down there, the first winner of the Junior Dragsters for the first round will be Brody George running 12:19 on the 12:16. Brock breaking out, going 0.79 and then getting dumped. And that will be a Brody George win. Next up, the only 1390 car here, Audrey Fried out of 1393. Up against Nate Wasso. He's down at 12 flat. Let's see what happens. Alright, Nate into the first bulb. There goes Audrey in the first bulb. Audrey in. Nate in. 2:36 and red light start. Nate Wasso. Audrey Fry gonna win the round. The only 1390 car is moving on. And she is gonna run a 1396 on the 1393. 12:11 on the 12 flat for Nate, and Audrey's going to move on. Next up, Elena Martin out of Nuevo, California in the 2024 half scale up against Cash Hanju. Down 1190 out of Bakersfield, California, hometown, in the 2020 half scale. Alright, Elena in the first bulb. There goes Cash in the first bulb. Elena in the second fold. She's in. Cash is in. Red light start. Cash hands you for the win. 11 red. And that'll be a win for Cash hands you. He's gonna run a 1186. Double breakout, but doesn't matter because Elena was red. So that's a win for Cash Handshake. Alright, last pair of the group 1 before we get into group number 2. It will be Mackenzie Higgins down to 12.19 and Lucas Hatch down 11.90. Lucas, the 2006 motivational. Mackenzie, the 2009 motion. Both in precinct. Stage for Mackenzie. Stage Lucas. 79 to 52. Lucas with the advantage. Passing downward. The last winner in group number 1 will be Mackenzie Higgins. 12.21 on the 12.19 to get around Lucas. Lucas 12.07 on the 11.90, which will give Mackenzie the win. Starting up 8.90. $8.91 for Dylan Nelson to start off the race. $8.97 for Blake George. George out of Hidden Valley Lake, California. Nelson out of Utaipa, California. Pro to the lane. Singles, 3 and 4. Doubles, 1 and 2. Pro for round number 2. Singles, 3 and 4. 3 and 4. And doubles, 1 and 2. Alright, here we go. Starting off 890. Nelson in. Red light start. 907 for Nelson, 901 for George. Nelson was 74 red, George was 113. Alright, it'll be Victoria Campbell and Levi Agnew. Alright, Levi Agnew. Victoria Campbell, 914, Agnew, 897. Agnew out of Oak Hills, California. Campbell out of Hidden Valley Lake, California. Red light start for Victoria, 108 red, 93 Levi 894, Victoria 910. Levi's moving on. Alright, the last 2 pairs up to 890. It will be Haley Miller and Bella Rogers. Rogers out of Bakersfield, California, down to 895 in the 2015 Mike Boss. Up against Haley Miller, down to 892 out of Live Oak, California. She's 13 years of age and she is in a 2011 vote. stage for both of them. They're bumping in. Isabella in, Haley in. Red light start, double 0-1 red for Isabella, 28 green for Haley Miller. Miller gonna go at 90 on a 92, 86 on the 95 for Isabella, and Haley's gonna get the win. Andrew Martin down to 907. Weston Forsythe down to 893. Weston out of Lake Elsinore, California. Martin out of Nuevo, California in the 2023 half scale for Andrew. Weston in the 2011 half scale. Alright, Andrew in the first bowl. Weston in the first bowl. Andrew in. And Weston's in. 10 for Weston, 61 for Andrew Martin. Advantage Weston. And who will win? Will be Weston? No, it will not. Double breakout. And Andrew Martin is going to win the round. Alright, to start off Group 3, it's Avina Lasso down to 1069 and Abigail Rogers down to 790. Abigail at the Bakersfield, California. Avina out of Bakersfield, California. Abigail is out of and has a car in 2014 half scale. Avina in the 2003 Mike Boss. Alright. Abigail. 83 on a 96 on a 69. Next up, Carly Ball, Brody Connor. Connor out of Bakersfield, California. Ball out of Field, California. Let's see what happens. Brody Connor in the 2023 half scale. Ball in the 2022 Mike Boss. Alright, Carly bumping in. She's in. Brody is in. Someone has a big advantage on the tree, a big one. And as we get down there, it's Carly. Carly, 87 on a 90. Brody, 86. Advantage was Carly, 019 to Brody. 857. Alright, Gavin Pine, 807. Jake Hodges, 794. Jake out of Kaipa, California. Pine out of Mirada, California. This is for the juniors. Juniors, here we go. Round number 1. And as they lead 41 to 80, someone has a big advantage. Win. Oh, geez. 10-0 for Gavin Pine. He's going to get away with a big one. He was 80. Jake was 41. Jake goes 4 up. Gavin Pine goes dead 0 to win by 58, 10,000. Alright, to end off the juniors, Maddie Jordan down to 796, Crew Castillo down to 790. Maddie in the Paradise, California in the 2009 RPC. Crew Castillo and Gardenville, Nevada. He's in the 2022 Haskell. To end off this. There we go. They're bumping in. Maddie Jordan and Crew Castillo. Maddie's in. Crew's in. Someone has a little bit of an advantage. And as they get down there. And Maddie Jordan's going to win in a Womp Fest, only going 74 miles per hour on a 797 on the 796. Crew Castillo going 71 miles per hour, 8 flat on the 790. And Maddie's going to win. Now I'm going to give it back to my fellow friend, Jake Kaysen.
Caden, thanks a lot, man. Talk about a show that's hard to follow. Woohoo! All right. Guess what happens from here on out? 2 men enter. Well, not necessarily man. 2 racers enter. 1 racer leaves. This is full on 2-on-1 elimination. Gonna do a quick little bit of track tune-up here. In the meantime, again, we'd like to thank our sponsors that have been bringing this event to you now on 10 years. Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC. Thank you absolutely so much. Got quite a good story from Nate today about how much help they've been to, normally you always think about companies the size of Silver State working great big places, hospitals or airports or something like that. Nate says he's had those guys out of his house. They come out, make stuff work. When you think about it, again, you always think big companies, they're not going to take care of the little guy. They're just looking for the super big bucks. He says they're more reasonable than anybody else he's ever dealt with. So, if you have Silver State in your area, which basically a lot of the racers that are here this weekend do, next time you need something along the lines of heating, air conditioning, ventilation, I could use a little ventilation myself. Anywho, don't forget Silver State. Also, of course, Meziere Enterprises. Meziere Enterprises. I actually know a lot about Meziere Enterprises. About 1 million years ago, I actually licensed in Mike Meziere's old Monza. But I will tell you that when it comes to build the best that can be possibly built, their equipment that they build for your race car is absolutely 100% guaranteed to work. And if anybody ever walked up to Dave or Mike or Donnie or one of the guys and said, hey, listen, I don't think this is doing exactly right, they'd take the time to come over there and find out why it's not. And that is honestly one reason why in used performance, kid performance, you see these people out at the racetrack a lot, and you get an idea that, yeah, they probably, A, know what they're doing because they're testing their own products, and B, anyway, they actually care about the people that they're around. And yeah, no doubt about it, if you're in the other lane against Dave Meziere this weekend, he wants to put the wind light on in his lane more than anything. But if you're one of his customers, he wants to make sure that everything goes perfectly square for you too. So when you see any of the sponsors that help sponsor our races, just remember one thing real easily. Just, you know, buy their products. You know, in the case of something like Meziere, it's 100% made in America. It's made right in Escondido, California. And, yeah, buy their products. Yes, it's more expensive than something made in China. But if you need 19 of them in the trailers to make it through a season, maybe you really ought to think about the economy of buying something that's going to last. Speaking of what's going to last, out of these two racers, only one of them is going to last as we are now moving into eliminations. We're starting off in Pro. So this is round 2 of Pro. Jody George driving his 91 Calais. 688 to dial in for Jody George. We believe this is Zach Healing doing the driving in this Corvette. 91 Corvette, the drop top. 643 the dial, so he's going to give Jody about 0.4 of a second head start, and then he's going to go right after him. So Zach versus Jody in the very first pair. Now these cars, most of them were pulling them out of the double entered lane, so there's a possibility that we may see one of these guys again, even if he doesn't put on the wind light. Jody puts it in strong. Lights are near identical. This one's going to be finished out on the other end of the track. Survey says Zach Ealing goes 642 with a 9 on a 43, breaking out by 1 thou. Jody George had actually a 0.4 of a second better light, goes 87 with a 2 on an 88, breaking out by 8 thou. The 1 thou does the job, and Zach Ealing moves on to round number 3. DeAndre Fitzgerald, another tortoise and a hare story here. 6 seconds and change is the weight that Richard Llewellyn needs to make in his little blue Chevy 2. Oh man, DeAndre's got, cruise down the street there, take a look. Richard's kind of going well, sometimes the street, there he goes. Down the finish line, brakes are on, 68 on a 64 isn't going to do it. Richard Llewellyn, a beautiful 017 light. Check this out. Oh man, take a look at the scoreboard. The wind light comes up on DeAndre's side. 68 with a 2 is the good of the 2. Richard goes under by about 0.02 of a second, and DeAndre moves on to round 3. Sitting there going, man, I didn't realize I had me an extra race car. Wow. So there he is, a 12-second car in the 8th mile, cruising through the Pro category. Dennis Paz cruised through quite a few racers last night. 659 to dial on the 65 El Camino. Jeff Taylor driving the 99 Dakota. He's a little bit on the tough side to deal with. This is going to be a good race too. Very good race. Oh, Dennis Paz goes red. He needed to get it tight anyway. It's Jeff Taylor, 010. He is racing as advertised. Goes a 65 on a 65 with a 5 after an 010 light. So he puts together basically a 15 thou pack. Dennis Paz breaking out at the other end. Of course, that made no difference after he'd hung it red. Dennis Paz, I'm sure he's got more entries than that one flying around. Jeff Taylor moves on to round 3. Randy Stanley driving the white Nova, the 75 Nova. Phantom Realty's sponsor on that machine. 675 gets a 500th of a second head start on the pick 'em up truck. The 82 S10 out of Calman. They leave basically together. Randy out in front. Here comes Carl. Answer is Randy stays out in front as he goes an 80 on a 75, 73 on a 9. Carl was closer to his dial, but that nice 02 light coming out of Randy puts him in the 3rd round. Tim O'More. Oh boy, it's Tim O'More alongside Mr. Valadez. This is just a great story. Pedro was thrashing on this car. He was on his way to serious business yesterday. Something happens, next thing you know, he spends about 4 hours working on this car, getting it fixed, gets it up just in time to get into the door car clash last night. Now obviously he's looking to pay for some of these parts. Well, actually he's looking to have all the other racers help him pay for some of these parts as he's trying to work his way into the 3rd round. 705 the dial on that Firebird alongside Tim O'More. Tim O'More 593 the dial in. So there is a little over a second head start going to the Firebird in the Michelob Ultra lane. And then there goes the Camaro. Lights are very similar. This is going to be tight down the other end. Survey says 707 on a 705. And Pedro Valdez moves on to round 3. 92 with a 7 on a 93. Tim O'More does get to the stripe first, but unfortunately for him, he's 3 thou under. He had a slightly better light. Do all the math, it works out to about an 03 at the other end. Tim O'More, man, tough way to go, breaking out by only 3 thousandths. Here's Stan Deming making his trip down from Idaho and making it worthwhile. The Deming family, matter of fact, if they might end up hitting a way station on the way back, overweight for too much ag. Excellent lights both sides of the track. Winner comes up Stan Deming. He had the worst of the 2 lights. He had an 016. Dean Talbert puts up a 008 light, but unfortunately goes under by 8 thousandths on his way down there to the stripe. 27 with an 8 on a 27 for Stan Deming, and Stan moves on to round 3. Dean Talbert, man, this is one of those races where it's kind of like, there really wasn't a win light, it was like a light. Wow, this is some super tight racing going on. Jonathan Knoll. Jonathan driving the 1970 Challenger, trying to make his way into the 3rd round. 698 leads first. Andy Small, 593. Gonna chase it down. At the 3:30 clock, they're about even. Andy touches the brakes, and Jonathan Knoll breaks out. 607 on a 93 as Andy Small had a much better light. He went 04. And then again, 607 on 93. 93 with a 2 on a 98 for the 4-speed Challenger. Andy moves on to round 3. Maurice Castro, 79 Monte Carlo, pretty cool car, against Chuck Hawk Jr. Chuck Hawk out of Tucson. Chuck's been doing this for a long, long time, and although I don't know how old Maurice is, my guess is Chuck Hawk's been bracket racing longer. Man, Chuck, a tough customer coming out of Arizona, waits patiently, and does wait patiently. Pair of excellent green lights going up here. Gets down to the finish line. Chuck Hawk puts on the win. He runs a 78 with a 6 on a 73, over by 5. But he started that out with an 014 light. Maurice breaks out. He goes 73 with a 1 on a 74. So breaking out by just 9 thousandths of a second, but that's 9 thousandths too much. Next pair coming your way. Craig Merrill's the 79 Camaro. You see in the Michelob Ultra lanes out 630. He's going to wait on Jim Halls. Jim Halls driving the Datsun. Lights are green. Here comes Merrill's. Win light, Merrill's. Craig puts on a 634 with a 7 on a 30 as he starts that out with a real nice 012 light. gets in the brakes, puts on the wind light just the way it's supposed to be, just like planned. Jim Hulse runs a 727 with a 7 on a 24. Next pair. This is Roger Phillips. This is guy no stranger to putting on wind lights himself. Roger's 648 coming down from northern to us, Northern California, alongside the machine out of Sheridan. 589 the dial in on that machine. A very fast 2001 Cavalier. 589 the dial. It is a 3.2 block. I think it's also turbocharged. Tough race going on right here. Even though Roger Phillips had a much better light, he took 4.5 in the tree. He unfortunately took about 0.005 of a second too much at the top of the track. And Dave goes on to the next round with a 589 with a 6 on an 89. Jay Griner, 74 Ventura. Jeff Kreider. Jeff Griner, he's got 680 for dial-in on that 1974 Pontiac. Jeff Kreider, 733 on the Wonder Wagon. Big one in that top. Getting there first and dead on. 680 with a 4. And Jay Griner wins that from end to end. He had a 200th of a second better light, 300th of a second better light, takes the 02 stripe, and guess what that means? You win. Jeff Kreider gave him a good fight, but broke out by 0.002 of a second. Here's Ron Nichols. Ron Nichols out of Livermore. Josh Salazar. Josh driving the 11 McFadden. It's basically a motorcycle on 4 right here. They race like motorcycles, 690. These things, man, they pop off the line real nice. Ron Nichols, his nickname is the Hammer. Chances are, if you've ever been to a bracket race before, especially one where there's money involved, go around and watch how quickly you see the bottom of that Oldsmobile. In this particular case, he kind of held his feet to the fire. Ron gets out 042. Josh got out 058, so he had to hold it pretty close. 695 with a 3 on a 693. Ron Nichols takes the win. And check this out. Nichols is getting pretty good at this stuff. He goes 006 at the stripe for the win. Here's C.W. Hofer. C.W. driving the Firebird. He's alongside Bob Bills. Bob driving the 1972 Mercury Comet. Not to be confused with the Maverick. 862 on the Comet to dial in. He's going to leave out in front of C.W. C.W. is 744 with a green light. C.W. is the only person with a wind light. 744 with a 9 on a 744. C.W. started that out with a 011. He puts together an 02 pack. 868 with a 9 on the 62. Bob, even if he'd gotten that 00 on the green side, he probably still was in trouble as he ran way off the number. Here's Sasha Hofer. Wonder if there's any relation. 741, the number on the silver platter machine, alongside Robert Butler, 66 super shiny, super sport. Survey says Sasha takes the win. 008 for Robert Butler. It looks like he got a little too tight in the brakes. 030 for Sasha. She goes 43 with a 1 on a 41. And that was a no, you take it. No, I insist, you take it. And Sasha said, well, thank you. Handed it to her on a silver platter. Margin of victory on an all green deal, 0.0005. 0.005 of a second down at the other end. Them Firebird noses is long. Chase Trim, 1969 Opel. Chase Trim, very, very difficult to beat. 6:59 is his dial in. He's going to get a 3/100th of a second head start on Tyler Smith in that shiny and very fast and clean looking 68 Nova. Tyler taking his time staging up, brings it in, he's trying to slow down. At the finish line, win light says 6:56 with a 9 on a 6:56. Tyler Smith closer to the number, 6:60 with a 2, so 3/1000ths of a second. And then if you look at the math down at the other end, it really wasn't. It was 0026. So it wasn't 3/1000ths, it was 26/10,000. Man, this is just basically the first round of eliminations. Yikes. This is going to be tough today. Man, I'll tell you what, chasing Trimp is like chasing bets. Tony Marconi, 593, the drop top arrow. 821, Hubert Pierce. You, baby. Tony Marconi trying to track him down, and does. He goes 594 with a 5 on a 594. 21 with a 5 for Hubert, but unfortunately he gave up 3 in the tree. It all shows up down at the other end. Tony Marconi puts the win light on. Mike Agnew out of Oak Hill. 1969. The 1969 Chevelle, the red SS Chevelle, good looking machine. You want to see some wheelies? Well, let me show you some wheelies, because he will. He'll pop that thing straight up in the air. Paige Smith. Paige, 594 the dial in for the Rancho Cucamonga. Not much difference in the brakes on these guys. As you can see, about a little over a 10th of a second. So you will see the red car move first. As a matter of fact, keep an eye on it as it carries the wheels generally past the tree. The track, wind light comes up over here on Paige Smith's side. Better the 2 light was Paige Smith. 046 beats the 062 light. 95 with the 3 on a 94 beats the 07 on the 05. Agnew off by 2. Paige Smith puts on the wind lights, moves into round 3. Jacob Beckwith driving that 79 Malibu alongside Jeff Ball driving the Alder. It's like a regular Alder, not an altered Alder. 8. Good. Do the math here. Alder's out on it. Wind light goes to the Alder. 590 with a 6 on an 85. Jacob Beckwith runs real close to his numbers. He goes a 731. The problem was he gave up 6 in the tree, and Jeff Ball used up about 5 of it at the other end to get down there and put on the wind light. 590 on a 585 takes the win. Here's Jody George alongside Denny Volvo. Jody George driving Jody George forcing the breakout after he has a beautiful 018 light. Goes 695 on a 687, tapping the brakes. Denny Volvo goes 599 with an 8 on a 6 flat. And Jody George moves on to the next round. Okay, well, we're going to take a minute to do a little calculating and checking and doing a couple things here in just a minute. Again, give me an opportunity to remind everybody that we want to thank Kid Performance for Friday, Hughes Performance for Saturday, Meziere Enterprises for Sunday. I guess you thank a lot of people for Sunday when it really comes down to it. Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC, of course. Big shout out to Chris. It's 10-year anniversary for the West Coast Classic bracket race. Being a race promoter is not a job where a lot of people walk up and say thanks all the time. Matter of fact, generally when somebody walks up, they're not ready to say thanks to you. They're ready to say something else. So the fact of the matter is an awful lot of people respect and like Chris, and he does get a chance to actually hear a few people say thanks. But if you get a chance, guys, anyway, and you're having fun, tell him you had fun. Because honestly, that's what he wants to do. He wants you to come out, have some good races, and have fun. And I think that the West Coast Classic has probably done a better job of that than anybody in the past. All right, back to racing. Stan Deming in his 76 Nova, alongside Robert Crum in his Nova. '63 Nova SS V8 powered, alongside the 1976 Nova out of Nampa. The Deming family, like I said, when they go across the scales on their way out of the state, there's a possibility that somebody's going to go, wait a minute, you're overweight for cash. Hundredth of a second separate him on this end. On the other end, the wind light comes up. Stan Deming, a nice 0.24, beats the 0.34 as he runs a 30 with a 9 on a 28. Also over by 2, almost 3 and change is Robert Crum, giving the wind light to Stan Deming. Do the math, it works out to an 0.18 at the other end. John Victorino borrowed the pickup truck, been doing pretty good with it, 677. Says, yeah, I'd like to kind of sink one for the big money. Kind of like to have that Meziere check for 10 grand. 729 to dial in for Tim Arnswald. So, well, how would you like to be there on Sunday? Second round of eliminations, and you got the guy they call Sunday Tim in the other lane. Sunday Tim, 629, gets the lead first. Then John Victorino's coming after him. Oh, John Victorino could not wait. As he puts the red light on, and that puts the wind light on for Tim. And Tim moves on to round 3. Charlie Olson. You know, it used to be somebody said, man, your car's a rust bucket. Now they say it's patina and it's cool. You know what? The only thing that changed his attitude, really, it's a gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous patina. 661 for Charlie Olson. That Duster runs nice. You know what? You look over at Mike Reynolds' machine, the 02 Corvette. By the way, I think it still has a for sale sign on it. Run right out there and pick that baby up. 689 to dial in for the Corvette, so it's actually going to get a little bit of a head start on the Duster. Red light, trying to get a little more head start. Charlie Olson gets the automatic win. Charlie runs it out to see what it'll do, and it went a 53 with an 8 on a 61. 89 with a 5 on an 89. Of course, Mike, you went red, so of course you're going to run dead on. Steve Williams driving the Pontiac. Matter of fact, he's driving the Foggett Pontiac. Attention to the pit, Super Pro door car, Super Pro door car. Super Pro door car, this is your call. Double entries to 1 and 2. Singular entries to lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro door car, this is your call. Steve Williams has Garrett Agnew. Garrett's driving the little bitty motorcycle on 4 as he's driving the 02 RPC Junior Comp machine. And it's so cool to see the Junior Comp cars come out here. Because, you know, there's a lot more things you can do with that one than you can some of the other ones. And it's kind of a money bracket. Nice operation here. Garrett Agnew takes the win with a red light on Steve Williams' side. Nice 04 light for Garrett. He runs a 21 with a 0 on a 17. Steve Williams also runs it out and breaks out by about 0.06 of a second at the other end. No, excuse me, 4 0.06 of a second. Let me do all the rest of the math there, Mr. Wizard. Here's Mike Polton. Mike Polton driving the 50 Jeep alongside Rock Thomas. There he is in the Ford Falcon. He calls it the Dirty White Bird. All right, crew chief's locking the doors down. You gotta keep the drivers in there. 575 to dial in for the Falcon, 642 to dial in for the Jeep. So the Jeep's gonna mosey on out of there, and then that Ford Falcon making tons of power. Gonna come charging in. Rock Thomas taking his time getting up there to the line. Mike Polton in the Jeep 642 is going to get about 3/4 of a second head start. Falcon's in. Jeep's in. Tree's on its way down. Oh, baby. Red light preparing. The lead of the problems was Mike Polton, and the 50 Jeep goes on. How do we know that's not a 49 Jeep? It's very hard to tell those apart. The 1950 Jeep. 643 with a 9 on a 42. The closer of the two red lights. Win picker says Mike Polton moves on to round 3. Here's Michael Dye. Michael Dye driving the Ultimate Warrior. Pontiac powered 1965 GTO alongside Stan Montgomery. Stan driving a 63 Chevy 2. Montgomery versus Michael Dye. Who's going to get there? Getting there first and good for the win. An 80 with a 3 on a 79 is Stan Montgomery. Michael Dye goes a 606, runs way off the number. Stan moves on to the next round. Brandon Phillips, 668, going to give a little bit of a head start over to Matt Flood. Matt driving the green Camaro alongside Brandon Phillips. Brandon driving the 99 Firebird. Hey, don't forget, you've got money coming. Head on over to the trailer. They will be more than happy. Go over to the West Coast Truckers trailer. Get your cash. Two lights almost identical, and too bad for me to even say anything about them. But guess what? One's gonna win. 6-7-0 on a 6-6-8 for Brandon Phillips. These guys were like trying to match each other up. 2 thousandths apart. That was the only thing he even said thousandths in it. 018 light, 018 stripe at the other end is both guys running close to their numbers, but Here we go, Andy Schmall. Andy driving the Beretta. The Beretta 593 is going to give a 0.7 of a second head start over to Danny Valdez. Danny driving that red Camaro, the bright red Camaro out of Bakersfield. Off he goes with a red light. Andy needed to push it. Andy comes with 012 off the tree. Showing why he puts up a lot of win lights. Knowing that he can run it out, he goes all the way through it and goes 91 with a 9 on a 93. Andy's dialed in and ready to move into round 3. Coleman Poise, the Chevy 2 that's light blue alongside Randy Stanley. Randy out of Kuna, Idaho, the 75 Chevy Nova. So Colin, 652 with a 2 on a 56 for Mr. Poise. The Chevy 2 goes on to the next round. Ran a little under, but guess what? It'd make a no difference because the red light's hanging on one side and the wind light's hanging on the other. Here we go with Maurice Castro, the 1979 Monte Carlo, alongside Jeff Taylor, the 1999 Dakota pickup truck. This one must have had the optional 360 in it. 774 for Maurice in the Monte Carlo. 565 for the pickup truck. Might be pretty similar. This is going to be finished down at the other end. Here comes that fast pickup truck, and he gets around him. He goes 569 with a 4 on a 565. Maurice is 79 with a 7. So off by 5, off by 4. And Jeff Taylor, closer to the number, takes the win. So doing a quick check of the track, and we're changing over, and we're bringing in the Super Pro door cars. Super Pro door cars. There's a ton of them. Are you ready? Greg Merrily, 631 to dial in on that smoky burnout Camaro. The 79 Camaro staging up in the Michelob Ultra Lane, otherwise known as the Near Lane, Tower Side, Grove Side, Pit Side, this side, alongside Dustin Wirtz. He's on the three-way side, three-way Chevrolet side, far side. .528 for Dustin, so he's going to give a little over a 1 second head start to the 79 Camaro, and then the Corvette Roadster is going to come making a charge. This thing runs pretty strong. Red light for Craig. Much bigger than the red light for Dustin. As the wind picker says, 003 red. The closer of the two reds, Dustin Wirtz moves on to round 3. A.J. Cameron, the 1966 El Camino, alongside Dennis Paz in the 1965 El Camino. Well, if you were ever wondering what the difference in the 65 and a 66 El Camino is, there she blows, now you can see. 65 El Camino, 659. 66 El Camino, 659. Come on, guys, you're playing with us, right? Oh, man. Dennis Paz could probably put just about any number on that windshield to figure out how to win. With one exception, that is A.J. Cameron is probably be able to see it wheeling bombing both sides. This is going to be tight. This is two door-handle cars, one set of brake lights, and one set of wind lights. 658 with an 8 on a 659, breaking out by 2 thou. A.J. Cameron, he's the one that got told, here, have the stripe. Oh, no. Yes, you have the stripe. Unfortunately for him, taking the stripe also means you're not going to get there. Well, you get there first, but you didn't get there good as everybody was under 021 for his tree. Wow. Here we go. This is Zach Ealing, I think, alongside Greg Dreher. Greg driving the headache, taking off. Oh, thank you. 2 lights, 9 thou apart, both of them near perfect. Double breakout affair again. Man, it must be cooling off or a tailwind or something. It seems like we're seeing a lot of breakouts. Zach Ealing breaks out by less, a 42 with a 0 on a 43, 89 with a 7, so Greg breaking out by 3 thou more, which strangely enough, he had an 013 light, and that was the worst of the 2 lights. The 004 by Zach puts him into round 3. Here's DJ Homar. DJ driving the black Nova wagon alongside Brian McCullough. Brian McCullough, 67 Camaro. Bright red Camaro, good looking machine. 658, the dial-in's going to get to go first. DJ's got that wagon rumbling pretty nicely. As you see it there, 641s is dialing up on the board. Red light for Brian, green light for DJ. DJ was going to force him into pushing it. He goes 016 on the tree. He gets to run it out for a freebie. Then he runs 640 with a 3. And I'll tell you, just about every single car has gone down the track so far has been under their number. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro Dragster, Super Pro Dragster, we're looking for you. Super Pro Dragster, we need you to the lanes. Double enters, lanes 1 and 2. Singular entries, lanes 5 and 6. Bring them on down, guys, we need you now. All right, Pearson Deming. Man, I don't think the trunk is picking up on that car for the amount of money this guy got. Jake Andrews says, then don't fund me. Side by side at the finish line, wind light comes up Beckwith. Pierce Demings got pushed into a breakout as he breaks out by 1 thou. The stripe at the other end, 0004. 606 with a 7 on a 606. The better of the 2 lights goes to Beckwith, and that was nothing but super tight racing right there. Beckwith needs to be proud of that round. Wow. Gary Manaka, driving Petey's Porsche alongside Kevin McClellan. Well, why not? These 2 guys were beating each other up at Los Angeles County Raceway about 35 years ago. Oh, Gary, come on. Pete, go down there and reset your driver. 004 red. Kevin giving it everything, goes 011 on the green side, then runs a 52 with an 8. Hey, he was only going to put up a 19 thou pack. Oh, by the way, did you leave Gary's dialing on the window? Pete's dialing on the window? 58 on a 64, 6 under the number. Now we actually do know the difference in what you guys weigh. Alrighty, Jason Pad driving the 75 Love Truck. Jason's Love Truck, 598 to dial in. That blue 1964 Falcon, that's Cody Cloud. Cody, 639 to dial in, is going to get the lead first by about 0.4 of a second. That's almost a full bulb on the tree. Then Jason Pad's going to go Jason. Excellent lights both sides of the track. The guy with the 012 light beats the guy with the 018 light. 599 with a 7 on a 598, good by 17. but it did force Cody into a breakout. He goes a 38 with a 0 on a 39. He gave up 6 thou on the tree, took an 0-2 stripe, and he needed to take an 0-1 stripe. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Rich Harrison. I think I was talking to one of Rich's crew chiefs last night at the hotel. He said, man, I love coming out here. Just absolutely having a ball. Here it is, 1260. Forced into a corner on what you're going to run. Gotta wait for the other. I am telling you right now, DeAndre's going to put a for sale sign in that Firebird. Take this. He said, I'm looking at race stripe on that Jeep and be ready to go. 68 on a 60 after a beautiful 0-2 light. He takes a 0-0-4 stripe with everybody good and everybody green. That is serious stripe work up there. DeAndre's doing a spectacular job in the I got nothing else to race and I've already paid to do it. Oh man, it's working out for him. Jamie, he goes third round. Jamie Small driving that really fast little Cavalier. Alongside George Nager in that blue Camaro. The blue Camaro, slightly better light, but doesn't take the win. 609 with a 3 on a 609 with a 30 light. Jamie Small puts on the win. A 620 with a 3 on a 19 over by 13 compared to over by 3. Got 6 in the tree. Okay, if you're hearing the numbers, you know what it is. 0-0-4. 4 thou stripe at the other end. Jamie Small moves on to round 3. Man, oh man, what is 4 thousandths of a stripe? Oh, about the width of your, not if you put your cell phone on its side. Wes Anderson, alongside Ted Kellner. Well, these guys wouldn't know each other. Crying out loud. 2 of the legends of our sport sitting here lining them up side by side. 544 for Anderson. Kellner's black, stretched out 1975. Vega, 681 number. Well, red light. Knew he had to push it. Ted Kellner goes 0-0-4 on the tree and then runs 81 with a 0. That's right. Ted puts up a 5 thou pack. Deadly Tedley is still as deadly as Tedley's ever been. 5 thou package on Kellner's side of the track. Wes Anderson had no defense. He said, I'll just put it up red, put a knife in me. Wow. C.W. Hofer, the 1987 Firebird alongside Ricky Dose. Ricky driving that 63 split window Corvette 550 to dial. Is going to wait almost 2 seconds on C.W. It's not so bad waiting 2 seconds on some people, but when you wait 2 seconds on somebody who generally speaking puts on the wind light, it does make you a tad more nervous. Ricky's been tearing the tree down, and of course, you jinx him a little bit, but it's still anybody's guess. Hofer's 41 with a 6 on a 41 after an 0-2-3 light and puts on the win. 52 with a 2. Ricky went to the brake pedal hoping that was the only way out. Anyway, cuts Hofer loose and he didn't have much to go. He had a nice 0-3 light, but unfortunately the numbers were reversed. The 0-2-3 light does a better job for Hofer, and Hofer moves on to the 3rd round. Mike Agnew's back around with that beautiful 69 Chevelle. 606 to dial is that machine. Jim Harvickson. Jim driving the 1967 Barracuda. 579 to dial. Harvickson 1,000 off a perfect. Taps the brakes right at the finish line. Goes 583 on a 79. Good for the win. Takes no 1 stripe down at the other end. Mike Agnew, no slouch there. He goes 0-2-5 on the tree, but unfortunately that 001 left him nowhere to go. Tyler Smith. Tyler driving the shiny black Nova. 656 to dial in. Is actually going to be waiting on Hugh Miller driving that 72 Maverick. I think if he had a Maverick, he'd bring his Maverick colors, but he's got a Maverick painted LA colors. But you never know. 72 Maverick out of Carmel Valley, California. 672 numbers. So a little bit of a head start going to the board. Sets the wind light on. Maverick breaking out by just 0.03 of a second. That's going to hurt. Tyler Smith runs a 62 on a 56 and good for the win. He started out with a beautiful 02 light. Andrew Olson, 1970 Camaro. He over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. 5.89 seconds. He's going to give the head start over to AJ Cameron in that 62 El Camino. With a 2 with a 10 light takes the win. AJ Cameron 60 with a 3 on a 59. Seems like it was all the space in the world. And Andrew Olson takes a 009 stripe with everybody being good and everybody being green. Wow, that is seriously tight racing right there. Got just a few door cars left. You'd always think that Pearson would be hiding back here at the back, sitting there going, I'm hoping that we have Matt Hartford out of Modesto. This 92 Berettas, dial up 563 alongside Greg Greer driving the minor headache. Greg's been knocking it out of the park over there in the three-way Chevrolet lane, but it looks like somebody put him in the Michelob Ultra lane. Ah, well, sometimes it doesn't make any difference, and sometimes it makes all the difference in the world. Greg at 691 is going to take a second change head start. Final call, Super Pro door cars, final call, Super Pro door cars. This is your call, final call, Super Pro door cars, waiting for a couple of you to get back. Wow, this is anybody's guess at the other end in a double breakout. Breaking out by less was Matt Hartzell. Looks like everybody's lying in this operation. Out by 2 is Matt Hartzell. Out by 3 is Greg Dreher. So the 28 gets beat by the 17, but realistically, they got beat by the lack of brake pedal. Again, if you have a Super Pro door car double entered and you're not here yet, you are not where you need to be. There is exactly 3 of you left in the lanes, and when those 3 are out, it's going to be a problem. All right, here we go. Still in Super Pro door car. Super Pro door car getting serious now. Dustin Wirtz coming back around for his second pass. The Nampa, Idaho driver, 63 Corvette style 528. He's going to give a second change head start over to Brian McCullough driving the 67 Camaro. 57 the number there. So 1.25 seconds to 4 actually. Difference in the dial. Red Camaro is going to pop out and be heading to the tree just about the time that Corvette comes to get him. Let's just see what you got. As my buddy Lumpy LaRue says, drag it out. Let's look at it. Nobody wants to put the bottom one on. I got news for you. It's coming either way. There we go. Everybody's in. Tree's on its way down. Two spectacular lights. Gonna have to go to the finish line to get this one finished. Boy, 5:31 with an 8 on a 5:28 after a 005 light. Dustin does a nice job. 64 with a 9 for Brian. Something going wrong with Camaro. He had a beautiful 012 light. And here we go. Check this out. You ask, you get, but you don't necessarily get what you ask for. Man, sometimes you ask for a little too much. Let's find out. Riley Learcamp driving the dragster all the way down from Olympia, Washington. Not to be confused with Olympia, Greece. Alongside Pearson Deming. Matter of fact, he's added about 100 pounds of ballast in dollar bills that he's got in the back of that car. He's been winning. 648 the dial on that machine, alongside 460 for the dragster. Well, Pearson said, I like running dragsters. Well, guy, now's your chance. It's all green on this end. Going down to the other end, wind light. Pearson Deming, he ain't lying. He goes 0-1-1 on the tree, runs a 50 with a 4, knocking the brakes. 61 with a 1. Riley Learcamp closer to the number, but he gave up 2 and change on the tree, and that was all she wrote. Speaking of writing all she wrote, I'm all she wrote. I'm handing this over to Mike English.
Thank you very much, J.K. So appreciate that. As the next pair coming up with Chad Ackford, Chris Stock. 4-4-4, Chad left lane, 5 flat, Chris right lane. Chris, of course, that part of that Professor Tom Bayer team. Chad, well, he's been to school. He knows what he's doing. Chris Stock been doing this a while and just get together with Tom Bayer to go racing. White start, Chris Stock by 8 thou. Chad Ashford, 14 on the tree, 2 quick by 4,000. By the way, those of you inquired about the oil dump, right outside the main gate, hang a right turn. The oil dump is there. Tim O'More, Jacob Stallworthy, Jacob Brightside, Idaho, 435. Tim O'More, one of them prime-time players out of Arizona, 489, Tim O'More. Jacob Stallworthy, 003, 39 on that $35. Moving to the next round is Tanner Theobald and Michael Getcom. Michael right side, 509 for the Foreman Junior 5, TB left lane. Little head start going to Michael Gitcom, Michelob Vulture lane. Down there at that top end, it's going to be Tanner. 17 on the tree. 87 with a 7 on that 85 dialing for the win. Michael Gitcom was 27 on the tree. 11 with an 8 on the 09 for the loss. Mike Coltrane, Krista Sudan. Mike Coltrane right side. CM team car at 444. And Krista, Super Pro track champion, 474. Krista, three-way Chevrolet lane. Top end, Krista with the head start. Krista by 2 thousandths of a second. 12 on the tree, 77 with an 8 on the 74 dial for the win. Coltrane, 22 on the tree, 447.0 on that 44 dialing by 2 thou. Krista moving on. Larry Beckner for the Tom Bayer School of Drag Racing, 490 Michelob Ultra Lane. And Mark Barnhart out of New Mexico, 456 Mark Barnhart. Off that starting line, about to find out if it works. Yes, it does. Mark Barnhart, 002, 59 with a 4 on that 56 dial for the win. Beckner wasn't bad. He was 25 in a 2 over 92 with a 3. Mark Barnhart moving on. KJ Desand, Ethan Williams. Ethan Farside, Junior Dragster champion, Famoso Dragstrip for Joe Giesling. Eric Truby in the team, 483, Ethan Williams. KJ out of Vegas, Real AT Racing Oils, 481, KJ Desand. Red. Ethan Williams 14 on the tree. Ethan Williams 2 over 85 with a 0. Advances to the next round. And of course KJ goes red and dead on. Joey Trotsky, Madeline Torres. Everybody in the Torres family racing. Now the girls are left. Caitlin will be up later. 460 Madeline Torres, three-way Chevrolet lane. 502 Joey Trotsky. The Phantom long wheelbase altered. Madeline set, waiting on Joey. Madeline 002 red. Joey Trotsky 006, 2 plates by 2,077. But his answer was basically an 8 down negative package there. Robert Daber, Bobby Dye. Well, a couple of buds here. Bobby Dye 453 in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Robert Daber 456 in the Michelob Ultra lane. Probably a couple of hot dogs on this race, I'd say. Juniors to the Grove, please. Attention to the pits. Juniors to the Grove, please. Juniors to the Grove for round number 2, please. Robert, Bobby. Couple of buds here in this round. Meziere Enterprises Sunday for the Silver Stranger Pretty Racing. West Coast Classic. Start. Down there top end, Bobby Dye, 007, 54 with a 4 on that 53 dial-in for the win. Robert David right behind him on the starting line, 14 on the tree, and 1 over with a 9. It's Bobby Dye moving to the next round. Victor Clark, Dean Bush. Dean in that three-way Chevrolet lane. 480, Dean Bush. 474 for Victor Clark out of Idaho. Pretty good old matchup here. Big time matchup in the water box. We'll talk about that in a sec. Victor lights that second light. Dean Bush lights that second light. Down there at that finish line, Dean Bush. Wow, they're good on both ends. 007, 85, 81 with a 5 on that 80 dial-in for the win. Victor's dead 4. That's 9 thousandths of a second to strike. Victor was 27 on the tree. Dean was 007. It's Colby Fuller and Cooper Chun. Wow, big time. Kobe far side, 439. Cooper Chun out of Vancouver, Washington, 497. Head start going to Cooper. Made a very good run for the Lucas Oil Products champion of the world last year in Supercom. Finished number 3 in the world. Colby gets in there, lights that second light. Wow, there's Cooper out there. Here comes Colby Fuller down there top end. Cooper, 007, 98 with a 5 for the win on that 97 dial. Colby was 19. And 40 with a 5 on that 39, and Cooper Chun moving on is Gordon Bovin and Race Kidd. A couple of Idahoans. Kid Performance Dragster for the Assassin. Race at 461. Gordon Bovin right side. 464 in the Shorty Dragster. One, and it's going to be Race Kidd. Race 003 goes 3 over 64 with a 0 for the win. Gordon was 29 and he 2 over 66 with a 2, and Race Kidd did Performance Dragster moving to the next round. Yogi Desa, Nick Cobb. Nick out of San Jose, 460 getting the head start. The LAG Racing Oils Dragster for Yogi. 441 Kyoki. See how well Michelle's got Nick dialed in that three-way Chevrolet lane. Thank God for her. Separated by a mere 2 thou. Nick Cobb by 2 thou at the finish line. 028, 61 with a 0 on that 60 dial for the win. Kyoki, 2 thou better, 26 off the starting line, 1 over with a 4 by 2 thousandths of a second. Nick Cobb moving to the next round. Chase Learcamp, Mark Bayashiro, the Hawaiian Mark, 491. Far side, Chase Learcamp. 456, Chase, three-way Chevrolet lane. Head start going to Mark Bayashiro, the Hawaiian. Light set second light, chase in. 009, move second. 003, Chase Learcamp. He is 1 over 57 with a 0. 003 for the win. Mark Bayashiro, 2 over 93 with a 0 for the loss. And 009 doesn't work. Trent Flores, Marco Parabolara. Trent, the Victory Express, Green River Racing Team, 498 Trent Flores, Marco Parabolara, 450 Marco. Marco Parabolara, 001 red. Trent Flores, how about that Trent Flores? Let me toss up a 7th thou package. Trent is 005, dead on 2. A 7th thou pack for Trent. Marco red lighted away a dead on 9. And, well, Dave Meziere, Tyler Hartzell. Tyler will be in the Michelob Ultra lane in his debut. He licensed Friday, Tyler did, then entered the race. 577, Tyler Hartzell. 462 for Sunday's sponsor, the Meziere Enterprises Sunday with Dave Meziere, the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. 462, Dave Meziere. And I mean, this is a rather a lengthy head start at Super Pro on $10,000 Meziere Enterprises Sunday. Dave lights that second light. Tyler's in. Tyler doing a great job, but Dave Meziere, 005, 1 over 63 with a 4 on that 62 dial for the win. Tyler wasn't bad in his debut, was 1 over 78 with an 8 on that 77 dial, 014 on the tree. It was Will Harrison, Dwayne Ringden. Dwayne, just a round ago, had put up a perfect package. Yep, trip zip perfect on the starting line, dead 0 to finish line. 454 for Dwayne, 517 Will Harrison. Head start going to Will. One of these rather lengthy head starts. And not too bad. 517 right, 454 left. Will bumping in very carefully, waiting on Dwayne over there. That's perfect Dwayne Ringden, by the way. In from Canada. There we go. Again, a below 14 reaction time. Dwayne, well, he wasn't perfect, but he wasn't bad. 14 on the tree, out by a foul for the win. Will, 14 on the tree, and out by 16 foul for the loss. Dwayne, perfect Dwayne, moving on. JR Learcamp, Jacob Stallworthy. JR far side, 456. Jacob Stallworthy, right side Michelob Ultra lane, 437 Jacob. Meziere Learcamp's now 4:56 and he's getting a head start. Double 08 red, JR 006 green. JR goes dead on 2, put up that 8 thou package. Jacob 008 out by 9 thou to the loss. David Meyer, Michael Coltrane. Mike Coltrane, Idaho, trip 4s. Black car, David Meyer the Machine. 474, David Meyer. There's that top end. How about Mike Coltrane? 1 over 45 with a 3. 006 for the win. David Meyer, 008, took a stride by a Hun and broke out by 8 thou. Mike Coltrane. Next round is Riley Learcamp, Mike Collins, this pair. Collins far side, 472. With the runner out of the Garland, capital of the world, Gilroy. Riley, Olympia, Washington. Another one of the Learcamp Racing Team cars. 462, Riley. Riley Learcamp pulls one out here. Riley was 33 on the tree, goes 1 over 63 with a 3 for the win. Mike Collins was 002 and was 5 off at 477.9. A little surprised at that there. Cooper Chun, Robert Butler, Robert 47 three-way Chevrolet lane. Cooper Chun staying doubled at 498 right side. Head start Cooper. Robert Butler doing the chasing. Move to Robert. The win light to Robert by 3 thou. Robert Butler 002. 70 with a 2 on that 67 dial for the win. Cooper was 17 on the tree and goes 5,000 on that 498 by 3,000. Robert Butler moves to the next round in Super Pro on Meziere Enterprises Sunday. It's Dale Torres. Rogears Dairy Front Motor Dragstrip dial 540. KJ Desa. KJ 481. The LAT Racing Oils team car. The Flying Banana. Of course, that head start, that front motor car. Wow, KJ gets around 14 on the tree, 84 with an 8 on the 81 dial for the win in the three-way, the Michelob Ultra lane. Dale Torres, 23 on the tree, and is 4 over, 44 with a 0. KJ moving on. Dave Torres driving Dad's car. And Amelia Henson out of Washington via far side, 487. Gabe doing the chasing, 462. I believe this is Dad getting back in his car. I believe. The Taurus is like shuffle cars, like right, left, and all that. 017 red. Taurus is 29 green, 63 with a 7 for the win. Of course, me and those 17 red and dead on 8. Now this will be Dave Torres and Tanner Theobald. Dave 468, Tanner Farside 486. Tanner lights that second light. Gabe bumping it in very carefully. Money doing the same. Tanner out there first in 007. It breaks out by 1,000ths of a second. Gabe Torres got down there, parked that baby. 18 on the tree, 69 with the 2 on that 68 dial. G-Money moving to the next round. Chad Axford, Mark Barnhart. Mark Farside, the New Mexican at 456. Got the head start over Chad Axford. In from Tennessee, 444 for the Chad ride. Super Pro Dragster, if you're not in the lanes, you are late. Super Pro Dragster, if you're not in the lane, you are late. We are missing 3 cars. Red light starts down by 4 foul. Mark Barnhart, 11 on the tree, 458 on that 56 dial. Robert Daver, Nick Cobb, this pair. Robert, of course, 461. Nick Cobb, far side, 462. So 62 left, 61 right. Go the next round at Super Pro Dragster. By the way, we are missing 3 Super Pro Dragsters for this round. Need you in the lanes now. Robert down there at that finish line. There can be only one, and it's going to be Robert. Dead 3, 0-10 for the win. Nick left the starting line, 29 on the tree, and was mathematically left out. Goes 62 with a 9 on that 62. But Robert putting up that 13,000th package, and, well, moving on. Dean Bush, Val Torres. Actually, I take that back. This is Caitlin. Caitlin Torres, far side, 460. Dean Bush, 481 for the Vegas runner. Now they're set. Head starting to push. Out there. Here comes Caitlin. Down there, top end. Caitlin by 0.006 of a second. Dead on 2, 022 for the win for Caitlin. Dean Bush was 008. Too much stripes down there. Goes up by 4,000. Chase Learcamp, race kid. Wow. Race His performance team car for the Assassin. The three-way Chevrolet laid at 462. Getting a little head start over Chase Learcamp. Multiple fleet of race cars here for the Learcamps. 456 Chase Learcamp. Dwayne Ringa needs you to the lanes, please. Dwayne needs you to the lanes, please. Advertised, a couple of big-time players here by 5 thousandths of a second. The Assassin, Race Kid, 63 with an 8 on the 62 dial for the win, 012. Chase, 004, and it goes 3 over, 59 with a 1 on that 56, and by 5 thousandths of a second, the Assassin, Race Kid, moving to the next round. So this one card Super Pro Dragster, the Ringeth ride, needs you to the lanes. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Pro ET double entries 1 and 2. Pro ET double entries 1 and 2. Single entries 3 and 4 to the lanes now. Pro ET, double entries 1 and 2, single entries 3 and 4 is Marco Paravalaris and Dave Meziere to be the final pair. Marco be far side. Boss, crew chief, sister, Layla, bringing her brother into the water box, and she has done so many times over the years. Dave Meziere. Meziere Enterprises. Team card, the great sponsor here, Meziere Enterprises Sunday. Davey will be at 4.62. Marco, 4.51. And Perfect Dean will be coming up with a single run. I'll tell you about that in a little bit. Both drivers back from their burnouts. Head start, a small one to Dave Meziere. Marco, well, he's not exactly had a Marco Parabolaris weekend, I will tell you that. Started to find his way on Sunday, and Layla's like got to tune her brother. And well, the wind lights just weren't coming their way. It wasn't like he wasn't bad. It was just, if he had a 9,000 package, the guy in the other lane had a 4,000 package. Not much you can do. Would like to redeem himself now. So they roll up. Marco moving on. I told you Marco's finding his way. Layla's got that baby dialed. 011 on the tree, dead 4, putting up a 15 thou package. Davey out by 1 thou with a red light start there in the house car. Dean Ringa. That is perfect, Dean. As last round, he was perfect on the tree, dead on 0. He didn't have to go to the re-entry round, by the way. So Perfect Dwayne, see what he does here. 14 on the tree. On that 454 dial. 4.556, 153 for Dwayne. Juniors be coming out next. The high-paid junior announcer, Caden's gone home. Mom said, let's go. When Stephanie talks, Caden listens. So Brody George, Cash Handshoe. Juniors group number 1. Cash will be far side, 11.90. And Brody George, 12.18. As Kate referred to that great town of Hidden Valley Lake, which is up there. That shape. Here comes Cash down there. Brody looking over, and I think there was a whop down there. That wind light comes on. Brody. Brody's 12.19 on that 12.18 dial for the win. Cash gave it a shot, but then slipped to a 97 on that 90. And Brody was better in reaction time. And going to the final of juniors, group number 1 is Audrey Fye and Mackenzie Higgins. Fry Family Motorsports down there. You know, they're pretty good here at this track. Anra champion in A-Gas with the family 5-7. But right now, Audrey comes up 1393 Audrey. Mackenzie Higgins. And from Kuna, Idaho, 1215 Mackenzie. Green light starts here. Audrey with the head start. Here comes Mackenzie making that move down there. Coming up on that finish line. Audrey out in front, Audrey out in front. That wind light says Mackenzie. Wow. 12 flat on the 12-15, I'm sorry, 12-20 on the 12-15 dial for the win for Mackenzie. Audrey, 1397 on that 93 dial, but that better reaction time for Mackenzie. Put on that wind light, that three-way Chevrolet lane. The next pair fired already fired up. Levi Agnew, Blake George. Blake in that three-way Chevrolet lane, dialed 9 flat. Did an itty-bitty little head start over Levi Agnew in the King's Ransom Dragster. I'll get it, give me a sec. 893 Levi. Dad Mike walking away from Levi. Blake over there. The tree will come down together in this pair. Juniors Group 2 to go to the final round. Now they're set. Let me tell you, these two are separated by 2,000 in reaction time. Down there, that top end, it's going to be Blake George. 9012 on that 9 flat dial for the win. He was 64 on the tree. Levi was 62 on the tree. It took a 4-hun strike. It broke out by 3. And Blake George, juniors group number 2, going to the final. Oh. It's Andrew Martin and Haley Miller. Andrew 905, Michelob Ultralight. Get the head start over Haley Miller. 890 Haley. Now they're set. And a red light start, Haley Miller. Andrew Martin, 65 on the tree, down 905. 9054, Andrew Martin. Juniors Group 3. Maddie Jordan and Carly Ball. Maddie will come up right side. Maddie 796. Carly Ball, former track champion here at the juniors, 790. Carly in that 3-way Chevrolet lane. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Pro ET, double entries, lanes 1 and 2, single entries 3 and 4. We are missing 3 cars. He drew the lanes now. Pro ET. Little head start going to Maddie Jordan. Carly Ball. Carly a gazillion passes down this Famoso Dragstrip. A 3-way Chevrolet lane. Carly set. Maddie's in. Move off that starting line. What's the Maddie Jordan right side? Carly going to try and get around her down there top end. It's Carly. Carly by 8 thousandths of a second. Carly was 41 on the tree. 91 with a 4 on that 90 dial-in for the win. Maddie 27 on the tree. Goes 99 with a 6 on that 96 down dial-in. And Carly Ball 8 thousandths of a second at the finish line. Moving to the final round is Abigail Rogers and Gavin Pine. Wow. Gavin right side, 8:04. Getting the head start over your reigning track champion here. Abigail Rogers for M&M Fuels, 790. Abby as Mike Rogers walks away. Aaron Pine standing behind his kid over here. Red light start Abigail and Gavin Pine going to another final round. Now 8:04. Wow, Gavin Pine goes 791.9. Of course, Abigail Rogers, red light start, dead on 8. It always happens. Pro ET, you should be in the lanes. Pro ET, you should be in the lanes. Double entries, 1 and 2. Single entries, 3 and 4. That wraps up the juniors. They'll be back later with their final rounds to take you through this round of Pro ET. Nate Hershey. So with our junior dragsters round number 2 wrapped up and finals now set for groups 1, 2, and 3, we are getting ready to go into round number 3 of our Sunday main event presented by Meziere Engineering here on a Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC West Coast Classic coming live from Famoso. It has been an excellent weekend of drag racing so far, and we've still got a whole lot more to go. We're looking at our first pair of pro cars rolling in to the water box. Jeff Taylor in the pickup truck out of Oregon, and Mike Holmes in what they're saying is a 1950 Jeep. That thing has just got one of the most unique looks to it, and it is totally cool. That Jeep, based out of Bakersfield, California, 644, the dial on the right side, and Jeff Taylor in the pickup truck out of Oregon, 565 over in the left lane, 644 out of the right side, and again, pro bracket. If you have not yet made your way into the staging lanes, you are officially tardy. We'd like to make sure that you are there and ready to roll as we've got stage lights lit, trees dropping, we've got green lights in there, and thousands of a second between them in reaction time. Jeff Taylor's 18 green goes 568 on a 565 to be 3 above the dial and behind by 25 thousandths of a second at the stripe. Win light's going to go to the Jeep. Mike Bolton was 10 thou on the green side and then runs 2 above the dial. 646 on a 644 dial.
to get the win light moving to round number 4. And how about DeAndre Fitzgerald in the Hyundai? The Santa Fe getting a big old head start, about 200 feet worth over Stan Deming in the Nova. Deming's dialed 627. The Hyundai was dialed 1264, and oh, no. Once again, the Hyundai is too quick. 1263.3 on a 1264. Stan Deming had that thing pretty much wrapped up. Stan was 18 green, dead on 2 to be 20 total. DeAndre Fitzgerald had an 0:45 reaction time, gets locked out of the competition as Stan Deming gets to the finish line first by 18 thousandths of a second. And we'll take the Nova on to round number 4 as Jody George, Andy Schmall. Jody in that 91 Calais, a former Sal Biondo car, and I stopped by in the staging lane to take a look at the stack of stickers on the back windshield dating all the way back to 1993 national events. 688 on a 687 for Jody George after the 0:30 reaction time. Andy Schmall gets the win light this time. He is 18 on the tree and 1 above. 594 on a 593 to get the win light by 14 thousandths of a second in the Banana. The Nanner. Moving in around number 4, Jody, unfortunately, after being 30 on the tree, is 18 thou above the dial and comes up 14 thou behind at the finish line. That'll bring up Randy Lee Stanley and Tyler Smith. Tyler dialed 656, Randy dialed 676. Hey racers, your attention please, your attention please. Super Pro door car, Super Pro door car, round number 3, let's get singles. The 5 and 6, doubles to 1 and 2. Double entered door cars to lanes 1 and 2. Single entered door cars to lanes 5 and 6. Tyler Smith picking up another win light here, 27 on the tree. And 657 on a 656 for Tyler. Randy, 58 green. And then goes 677 on a 676. Ends up 31 thou behind at the hit. And 33 thou behind at the stripe. As Tyler Smith picks up the opportunity to advance to round number 4, as we'll bring up the Ealing. All right, as Ealing lines it up down 644, Griner lines it up down 681. Hey, we are missing a couple of pro cars. We are expecting you back in the staging lanes. We need to get you there, please. Jay Griner was 056 on the tree at 56 thousandths of a second behind. Sean Ealing trip zip perfect reaction time and goes 646 on a 644. From what I understand, in the musical chairs that is the Ealing pit, I believe Zach ended up in the Corvette today. That's what I'm being told. But 646 on a 644 takes 22 thou at the stripe. Jay, 56 green. And 56 thou behind at the hit. So a perfect light, 2 above, gets the win light for Ealing. As Stan Montgomery and Paige Smith now. In the Smith family race cars, Tyler picked up a win 2 pair ago. In the Ryan Pretty Nova, and the other half of the Smith family racing team, rolling up here now on the right side, dialed in at 596, Montgomery in that blue on black 63 Chevy Nova, 579. Dial in over to the left side. Once again, pro bracket, this is going to be your final call, pro bracket. I understand a moment ago we were missing a couple of you. Hopefully you showed up, and a red light start for Paige by 8 thousandths of a second. The Chevelle leads with a beautiful launch, with the exception of the red light that was showing on the Christmas tree after she left the starting line. Montgomery is 68 green and goes 580 on a 579. Paige Smith bows out. Stan Montgomery moves on. And again, Super Pro door car. You have been invited to join us in the staging lane. Doubles to lanes 1 and 2. Single entered Super Pro door cars. 2 lanes 5 and 6 is Chuck Hawk Jr. and Craig Merrilees. This will be a fun matchup. Chuck over the left side, down 674. Craig on the right side, down at 630 in the Camaro. Advantage to Marilee's, win light to Craig. Craig goes 632 on a 630. 18 green, 22 thou above. For Craig Marilee's to be 30 total. Chuck Hawk is 46 on the tree and 20 thou above to be 66 total. Win light belongs to Marilee's. So Craig moving on. As David Meyer will now take on Garrett Agnew. Agnew, one of the stable herd. I don't know, if you have a whole group of junior comp cars, are you going to call them a herd? We're going to call them a formation, a flight? I don't know what you want to call them, but there were a bunch of them here. Guy made it all the way into the semifinals on day number 1, trying to get it done against the machine and will not. David Meyer, 43, and it goes 591 on a 589. Taking 8 thousandths of a second at the stripe. Garrett Agnew was 65 green, dead 7. Ends up 72 thou total, but cannot get around David Meyer as he takes the Cavalier into round number 4. We go from the machine to the hammer matchups. Ron in the Oldsmobile, CW in the Firebird, 695 the dial for the hammer, 747 the dial for Hofer. .35 thousandths of a second separate them in reaction time. CW hammers the brakes down at the finish line. You saw that back end of that car just lift up like somebody put a forklift under it. He goes 748 on a 747 after he was 10 on the tree. Takes 63 thou at the stripe to get the win light against Nichols. Nichols 698 on a 695 was 045 on the tree. And just heard word we are still missing a couple of pro cars. We want to give you an opportunity to get into the staging lanes. Pro, last chance. Last chance. So again, Super Pro door car, Super Pro door car. Double Leonards to 1 and 2, single Leonards to 5 and 6. Away goes Tony Marconi. Trying to chase down Sasha Hofer. Win light's going to turn on for Marconi. All right, so we're no longer missing 2 in pro. We're just missing 1 in pro. Absolute last chance. Super Pro final call. And there will be no more final calls following this final call. So pro, we do need 1 more of you into the staging lanes. You know who you are. We need to make sure you're there. As Marconi gets around Hofer, Jeff Ball and Tim Arnswald. 729 dial. Jeff Ball in the Roadster, dialed it at 589, and Ball's going to turn it red by 24 thousandths of a second. Jeff leaves early, hands the win light over to Tim Arnswald. Arnswald 38 green and 38 total. 729 was the dial, 7290, the number that showed up on the scoreboard here in the Mick Ultra side of the racetrack at Famoso. Jeff Ball ends up going 590 on a 589. However, Jeff left early by 24 thousandths of a second, and that cost him an opportunity to return. Charlie Olson and Coleman Boyce. Coleman in the Nova, Olson in the Duster. Coleman's in trouble, Olson in control. Win light turns on for Coleman. Oh, Charlie Olson had an 0.28 reaction time to Coleman's 0.91. The 91 number ends up turning on the scoreboard as Coleman goes 667 on a 656, getting there first by 37 thousandths of a second. Charlie's car just fell off. Charlie's car just wouldn't run the number that they thought it would. Colin Poist gets the win light and moves into round number 4. It is. G. Michael, they've got it written down here as a 1970 body duster, and they call it the Rusty Dusty. Got kind of that rust spots, patina spots. That's kind of cool. So getting into a few of our pro double entries that are still in effect. Brandon Phillips, left side, in the Firebird, going up against Andy Schmall. Schmall, who won just moments ago in entry number 1 for the Beretta. Looking to try and turn on a second win line, stay alive in both entries. 592 the dial for Andy. Brandon dialed in at 668. I love it, the Rusty Dusty. You gotta have cool names for cars. Andy in control of this one again. Had an 80 thou advantage at this end of the racetrack as he was 003 and runs 596 on a 592. Still getting to the tower first by 24, or getting to the finish line first by 24 thousandths of a second. Brandon Phillips put an 083 reaction time up on the scoreboard, handed Andy Schmall 800ths of a second advantage, and Andy Schmall knew exactly what to do with that. Made his way down to the finish line, woed it up a bit, took 24 thou, and moves into round number 4. We've still got a couple of pro cars floating around back here in the staging lanes. Once again, Super Pro door cars, Super Pro door car, round number 3, Super Pro door car. Round number 3, we need to get you into the staging lanes. Again, double entered at Super Pro door cars. Should be in lanes 1 and 2. Single entered Super Pro door cars should be in lanes 5 and 6. And we'll get you down the racetrack as soon as we can. We'll get those final pro cars taken care of for round number 3. And it is certainly a major day in the world of motorsports. Got that, what's that big race that they run on that kind of track in Indianapolis? With those really fast cars that go in circles and they go... I like that race. I like that race. I gotta tell you, that's one of those American classics. The Indy 500. Again, we were just making absolutely 100% doubly sure this is one of those, like, you know, I don't even dare hum over the PA, but imagine in your mind the Jeopardy theme song playing as we wait until we get final word that the expected additional car in pro is not going to arrive. Which means we should be able to run our final pair here soon. Wrap up round number 3 of the pro category. We'll get into round number 3 of Super Pro. So again, one last time, Super Pro door cars. Super Pro door cars. If you have not yet made your way into the staging lanes, let's get you headed this direction. Double entered And at this point, it looks like I'll say double entered car. The remaining double entered Super Pro door car. We'll get you to lane number 1, which is where you're already at. Single entered Super Pro door cars. Let's get you headed to lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro dragsters, you're going to be on standby. Not calling you in just yet, but Super Pro door cars, you are on standby. Huh. Apparently, from what they're saying in the chat bleachers and what I'm getting texted to me from my wife, the first not quite full lap of Indy was full of carnage. That's what I'm hearing. It was full of carnage. Yeah. We'll take a peek and see what's happening. Right now we got our final pair of pro cars on the starting line. It's going to be Jeff Taylor and Stan Deming. Deming also trying to stay alive. Oh no! That opportunity to try and stay alive in both. He puts up 0.06 of a second total. 6 thou total for Stan Deming. 001. Dead on 5 for Deming in the Nova. Jeff Taylor was 41 green, 2 above. And I love that. I love that. I love that. Super Pro door car taken to the racetrack. Super Pro dragster. Let's get you headed this direction. Double entered Super Pro dragsters. Double entered dragsters to lanes 1 and 2. Single entered dragsters to lanes 3 and 4, please. Double entered dragsters to 1 and 2. Single entered dragsters to lanes 3 and 4. And I absolutely love what just got posted up in the chat bleachers. The machine's mom, David's mom. Unfortunately not here racing because you're nursing a broken ankle. That's terrible. Said I would have taken the machine out in the first round. I believe it. Moms are mean sometimes. And it's all under the guise of teaching their kids a lesson. Like, there's a life lesson to be learned here. Don't mess with your mom. Don't mess with your mom. I love that life lesson. Until I'm on the wrong end of it. Still to this day, grown man, out of the house, just don't mess with mom. That's the way you do it. Jason Pad, Dustin Wirtz. Wirtz, our only lonely double-entered door car on the Super Pro side. Dialed in at 526. Jason Pad dialed in at 598. Oh, no. Dustin Wirtz finds himself in a similar position to yesterday. Rolled into round number 3, carrying 2 entries. Rolls up here to the starting line. And goes red by 14 thousandths of a second. Jason Pad puts up 4 total. Had a 6-pack just a couple of moments ago. Now we get a 4-pack as Jason Pad 003 dead on 1. I don't know that that's going to make it any easier for Dustin Wirtz to kind of swallow the red light, but he was 14 red, goes 519. On a 526 when everything was all said and done. And Pro, just a heads up, when you come back next time, not yet, but when you come back next time, you're going to be on the ladder. Down to 14 cars. So Pro, just a heads up, next time you will be on a ladder. Jamie Small gets the win wide over. David Beckwith hands it away by way of a 15 thousandths red light. Beckwith 609 on a 606. After being 015 red. Jamie 23 green, 1 above. 609 on the 608 for the Bombmobile. The Cavalier out of Idaho. Moving on to round number 4. in our Super Pro car category. And speaking of Super Pro cars, could you imagine Kevin McClellan in the family Malibu wagon, dialed 653, and giving up about a 7-second head start to the Hyundai Santa Fe of DeAndre Fitzgerald. DeAndre trying to put it to Kevin down at the finish line and comes close to doing it, but not quite able to seal the deal. When they left the line, Kevin McClellan was 0-21 on the tree. DeAndre Fitzgerald in the Santa Fe was 006, and then runs 1274 on a 1263. That gave Kevin enough room to sneak by. 656 on a 653. McClellan gets the win light, and will return in the K&M emblazoned family wagon. So McClellan moving on. DeAndre, after being 006, runs 1/10 of a second above the dial, comes up a little bit short. Down at the finish line is Dennis Paz, Ted Kellner. Paz, who went deep into the field yesterday in the door cart shootout, the door cart clash. Continuing to turn on win lights here today, trying to get it done against Ted Kellner. A couple of guys that have been doing this for quite a while. Kellner in that Vega, dialed in at 682. Paz in the El Camino, dialed in at 650. 9,000 of a second. Separate him in reaction time. Win light's going to go to Paz. Ted Kellner was 006, ends up 0.03 of a second above the dial, as he runs 685 on that 682 dial. Dennis Paz goes 661 on a 660. After the 015 reaction time, that's going to bring up the Ealing. You're welcome, Ms. Meyer. We are glad to be of service, happy to do so, and we appreciate the kind words as DJ's dialed in at 641. So 641 to a 643, the wagon versus the Corvette finish line. Gonna light up the scoreboard on the right side. Ealing 24 green, take 2 thou at the stripe to be 644 on a 643 is one above the dial. DJ, better at this end of the racetrack by 0.005 of a second, had the 019 light. Ends up 18 thou above the dial, running 642 on a 641, and it comes down to 28/10,000ths of a second. Win light belongs to Ealing. As now the guy who has made his way into the final round, both Friday and Saturday, ended up breaking through last night to pick up his first win at a West Coast bracket race. Good for $20,000 in the Super Pro category. Pearson Deming in the car that I want to nickname the Hunter. And the reason I want to nickname the car the Hunter, first of all, it's kind of got that brown on brown kind of natural look to it. Secondly, found out last night that that car, before they got it, actually hit a deer. They pounded out the damage, and unfortunately Pearson won't survive the round here. He's 43 on the tree, goes 650 on a 649. Tyler Smith, 10 green, 657 on a 655. Smith gets the win light in the Nova by 22/1000ths of a second. But going back to kind of Pearson's Nova, told me the story that the thing actually hit a deer, had a whole bunch of damage on the driver's side front fender. They pounded it out with a hammer, got it all done. So basically, if that thing's going to go around like knocking off deer, and with what Pearson said earlier about he loves racing dragsters, basically sitting back in the staging lanes hunting down dragsters. I'm going to call it, it's hunting deer, it's hunting dragsters. That thing will hunt anything. Just give him an opportunity to run something down and he'll do it. Matt Hartzell, 562, CW Hofer, dial 744. Red light start for Hartzell in the Beretta by 0.004 of a second. CW is 16 green, and then goes 741 on a 744. And Matt Hartzell, after being red by 0.004 of a second, puts it dead on the number. 562 on a 562. For real, G. Michael. Not when it was a race car, when it was a street car, right? You told me the whole story about, you know, the old lady that owned the Nova that sold it to the other guy. The other guy was using it to get back and forth like from work, was driving home one day and You know, dark roads at night literally like clipped a deer. Put a big old dent in the bumper, and when you take a really close look, the big old dent in the fender, when you take a look at it, you can actually see where they just pounded it out with a hammer. And threw a little paint over top of it, turned it into a race car, and Pearson Deming has proved to be very accurate in that race car. So apparently the car is deadly for deer, and over the last couple of days has proven to be very deadly for dragsters. Speaking of Super Pro Dragster, we should have you headed back into the staging lanes. We should have our double-enter dragsters in lanes 1 and 2, single-enter dragsters in lanes 3 and 4. I think we are waiting on our double-entered door car to make its way back into the staging lanes. Dustin, who was doing his job, being one of the first cars up here, one of the first cars out in the go-round, going to be the last car out in the go-round. As we've got your dance partner sitting back here in the staging lanes waiting on you. So, Dustin, as soon as you are able to get that thing back into the staging lanes, that would be pretty good. You see, Pearson laid down a perfect lap last weekend at Firebird in the Nova. That doesn't surprise me at all. I'm saying if he's happy with the nickname, I just think you just start calling the thing the Hunter. So once again, need our final door car back to the staging lanes. Dustin, come on down. We've got your date waiting for you at the front of the lanes. Let's get you headed this way so that we can put a wrap on Super Pro door car for round number 3. Dragsters, I understand we are still missing a couple of dragsters. So again, Super Pro dragster. If you're doubled, we need you to lanes 1 and 2. If you're single entered, we need you to lanes 3 and 4. Come on down, Super Pro dragster, round number 3. Let's get you back into the staging lanes. And our Super Pro door car, we need you back as well, please. Again, making our way upon just past the 2 o'clock hour here at Famoso, otherwise known as the Patch, which I found out why it was otherwise known as the Patch moments ago, is because, you know, basically surrounded by agriculture, whether it be, I don't know, what do you call it, grapevines, almond trees. What other kind of trees are around here? They started growing herbs. Apparently in this part of California there's herbal fields somewhere around here. But essentially, I mean, if you look at it from, you know, above, everything around here is growing something. This morning, on my way to the track, I think I ended up... So, you know how you've had those things, like driving around between Vegas and Utah or Arizona, things like that, you find yourself behind like a truck hauling, you know, some kind of livestock, pigs or cattle or something like that, and you get that nice little... Just saying, you get that nice little odor from the livestock truck, aroma, that's it. You get that nice aroma, the very natural aroma. Apparently this morning I was feeling a little tired, was driving in and found myself behind what must have been a garlic truck. Yeah. Had to have been a garlic truck. Because the aroma overpowered everything else. And it was, let's just say it woke me up. It was one of those smells that, yep, it'll get you. It'll get you. All right, again, getting ready for our final Super Pro door car to make their way back into the staging lanes. Last call for Super Pro dragsters. Round number 3, doubles should be in lanes 1 and 2. should be in lanes 3 and 4. But it is a good time. Anyway, back to the whole thing about why they call it the patch. I know that I stopped, kind of got sidetracked there. But with everything else being agriculture-based, looking at it from above, the one thing that you can pick out looking in this area was this big patch of asphalt. So there was just this big black patch in the middle of all these fields, and that's how it got the nickname, the patch. At least that's what I was told. So I think that's kind of a cool nickname for the place. But I also had the opportunity to stand last night on the return road and kind of, since I've never been here for a March meet, get kind of a visualization of what it's like with the Cackle Fest that's coming down the return road and having them line up on the racetrack, and imagine just all of these grandstands, just wall-to-wall people, motorhomes lined up from one end to the other down the far side of the racetrack, bonfires. I mean, it's supposedly quite the affair to be here for the March meet. The glorious thing about it is that based on the average age of those that attend the March meet, most people don't remember it the following week. Just saying. No, actually, it's one of those that people keep coming back for. I was told, and you guys may be able to verify this for me, but apparently, like, the motorhome stalls on this far side are kind of first come, first serve. Right? So it's first come, first serve. You get your motorhome in here, you get your RV in here, you pick your camping spot, you're locked in. Because it's first come, first serve, obviously you need to get an e-stacking line. You got to line up to be able to do it. I was told that they will start lining up 90 days ahead of time. Yeah? $90 days, 3 months in advance, people will come bring their motorhomes and put them in the line. Oh my goodness. Yeah, understood. I mean, I've heard of people like camping out overnight to get concert tickets and stuff like that, but not for 3 months. I'm not sure they don't stay in them for the 3 months, but that's actually pretty cool. That's actually pretty cool. So we've got our last 2 Super Pro door cars. They are going to make their way down the racetrack and decide amongst themselves which one will return. We've got our Super Pro dragsters lined up back there. So again, final call, Super Pro dragster. If you plan on running in round number 3, the place to be is the staging lanes right now. That would be a good place to be. So let's see if Dustin can break through here. Again, yesterday, can't remember if it was round 3 or round 4, but rolled in with 2 entries, and that was as far as he made it in either entry. Today, round number 3, rolled in with 2 entries. Looking to try and break one of them through. He's got Andrew Olson over on the other side, so not necessarily a draw that he wanted to take. So with Andrew dialed in at 591 in the Camaro on the left side, Dustin dialed in at 526. The snowplow sits in the right lane. And then we're going to start into Super Pro Dragster. So again, if you're a Super Pro Dragster intending on racing round number 3 and haven't made your way to the staging lanes yet, I would suggest that you correct that. Olson left, Wirtz right. They are both double O in reaction time, and the win light will turn on for Andrew Olson. Olson is 10 total. 006, dead on 4. Gets to the stripe first by 23 thousandths of a second. Dustin Wirtz was 002. And on a 526 dial, ends up 31 thousandths of a second above where he wanted it to be. To be 529 on a 526. So unfortunately, yet again for Dustin, one round proves to be deadly as he drops both in the same get-go. Andrew Olson moves into round number 4 as Mark Barnhart and Riley Learcamp will lead the charge. For the Super Pro Dragsters entering round number 3, Barnhart dialed in at 459, Riley Learcamp on the right side. Dialed in at 462. One of them is 00, one of them is not. Guess who was 00? Mark Barnhart, 008, one above, 460 on a 459. Takes 28 thou at the stripe. Riley Learcamp had an 031 reaction time and goes 463 on a 462. So 31 and 19 thou above for Riley. 008 and 14 thou above for Mark Barnhart. Barnhart will move into round number 4 is Tanner Theobald, Dwayne Ringgold. Ringgold, who had a perfect lap earlier in the day. Like trip, zip, dead, 0. Got him a provisional bye in round number 2, which he took advantage of. Now finds himself lined up to the guy who finished 4th in the world in Super Comp, Tanner Theobald. And that Washington, Utah-based car, left side, 46 005 green for Tanner Theobald. And Dwayne Ringgold, who has been like perfect, and then 14 this time, let go really, really early. Red light started with a 2, runs 456 on a 457. Ringgold's going to have to shake that off before he comes back around. For his next lap, Tanner 005 and 481 on a 486. Theobald gets the win light. As Race Kid and KJ Dessa. You know, it's kind of cool that we got that junior invitational that's happening here, and think about KJ and the career that he had in the juniors. I mean, we got a photo from him, like one of those photo cards from him when he graduated from the juniors. They had to make it like an oversized horizontal picture just to fit the number of trophies in the picture that he had from racing. Now he's going up against Race Kid. Kid is 009, goes 464 on a 463, and KJ Dessa turns on the scoreboard. KJ 16 green, dead 5 to get the win light over Race Kid by 18 ten-thousandths of a second. Dessa 21 total. Race Kid 009, 13 thou above the dial to be 22 total. KJ moves to round number 4. Dean Bush and Trent Flores. The Flores family, part of the club that says, you know, I wonder just how big of a brim we can find on a hat. It was like, you know, between Wirtz and Flores. I think they've got a contest going on just to see who can find the biggest brimmed hat on the planet. Trent's got a 498 dial. Dean Bush out of Las Vegas has got the 481 dial. And it's almost like every matchup from here on out is going to be like, wow. Ooh. Leaving this end of the racetrack, Trent Flores had the advantage. He was 042 on the tree. That was 34 thousandths of a second quicker than Dean's 076. Trent goes 2 above, 500 on a 498 to get there first by 14 thousandths of a second. Dean Bush was 76 green, dead on 8. And a dead 8 run. Not going to overcome the deficit that he gave up in reaction time. Win light goes to Flores as Marco Paravalaris and Jacob Stallworthy. Behind them are Chad Axford and Cooper Chun. Behind them are Nick Cobb and Rob Neighbor. I mean, it's just going to be like pair after pair after pair. Marco's down 452. Stallworthy down 436. Double O's a pair. Win light to Marco. 009 dead on 6. Marco Paravalaris finding, what is it, Stella? Getting his groove back? Stella got her groove back. Here comes Marco. 009 dead 6. Ends up 15 total. Jacob Stallworthy was 005 at 21 thou above the dial. To be 11 thou behind at the stripe, Paravalaris moves on as Chad Axford and Cooper Chun. Gonna roll up now. Hey, racers, your attention please. Racers, your attention in the pits. Let's get Pro headed back to the staging lanes, please. Pro, let's get you headed back to the staging lanes, please. You are on a ladder. Pro, round number 4. Pro, round number 4. Let's get you headed to lane number 1. Single file, please. Lane number 1, single file for your pairings. We are down to 14 cars left in Pro. Let's get you into lane number 1 for your pairings, please. Cooper Chun dialed 499. Chad Axford dialed 443. The racer out of Vancouver, Washington, going up against the guy out of Portland, Texas. Excuse me, Tennessee. I'll just say Texas. It's Portland, Tennessee. Yeah. 22 thou separate them in reaction time. Win light to Cooper. Chad Axford, 26 green, dead on 9. Runs 443 on that 443 after the 026 reaction time. Cooper had 22 thousandths of a second change in his pocket, leaving this end of the racetrack with that 004 reaction time. Goes one above and gets there first by 18 thousandths of a second. Cooper Chun advancing to round number 4. In Super Pro Dragsters, Nick Cobb and Rob Neighbor. Rob, you know, kind of hadn't been in a car on a regular basis for a while. And decided the other day that he wanted to jump in and grab Bailey's second entry, give it a shot. Went all the way down to the final round last night, only to be hunted down by the Nova. He got sniped by the Hunter. Nick Cobb, 463 the dial on the left side. 461 the dial for Rob over on the right side. Cobb goes red by 27 thousandths of a second, and the Neighbor goes another round. 15 green, 462 on a 461 for Neighbor. Nick Cobb, after being 27 thou red, bails out of the throttle to go 487 on the 463 at just 114 miles an hour. Win light to Neighbor, and I believe we got Chase Learcamp and Mike Coltrane. Again, talking about like pair after pair after pair of, whoa. That's a heck of a matchup. Learcamp dialed 457, Coltrane dialed 444. Both are green. 11 thou separate them in reaction time. Win light goes to Learcamp. Learcamp was 21. Mike Coltrane was 32, leaving this end of the racetrack. The 21 light for Learcamp. He's able to convert that into a 457 on a 457. 21 dead 4 is 25 thou total. Mike Coltrane's 32 green, runs dead 9, and it mattered not what he ran down at that end of the racetrack. Once Chase put up that 25 pack, locked out Coltrane's 032 reaction time, and Learcamp by 16 thousandths of a second lights up that left lane scoreboard is Val Torres and Joey Trotsky. Joey in what's got to be one of the more unique rides on property. There have been a few of them. I mean, the Jeep, one you don't see every day. That ride of Trotsky, one you don't see every day. Win light to Caitlin Torres. Torres, 461 on a 460. Caitlin was 57 green. Joey Trotsky, 007 red, runs down to the finish line and goes 5019 on a 502. Left early, ends up a foul under. Caitlin Torres for the win. 57 green and one above. Moving into round number 4 is Ethan Williams and Bobby Dye. All right, we are missing 2. Count them, 1, 2 dragsters. We need 2 of you. If you haven't yet made your way to the staging lanes, you would be one of those 2. We are waiting on you. Need you back into the staging lanes, please. Williams out of Bakersfield, dial 487. Bobby Dye in the specialty fastener car. Mama Dye and Big Daddy Dye. Watching along, 12 fouls separated them in reaction time. Win lights up, Bobby. Damn it, Bobby. Ethan Williams was 00. That's what Ethan's going as he goes to the finish line. Damn it, Bobby. Ethan was 005. Takes 34th out with the stripe to break out by 8 thousandths of a second. Ends up 46 on the 47. Bobby, 455 on a 454. Looks like he cut him loose down there. Gets the win light, moves to round number 4. Again, Super Pro Dragster. We were missing a couple of you. Need to make sure that you're in the staging lanes, please. And Pro round number 4. Pro round number 4. 14 cars are what's left. We have called you into the staging lanes, and as of right now, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We don't have 11, 12, 13, or 14. Krista Sudham and Dave Meziere. Nice little matchup here. You're reigning Super Pro track champ on the right side, and Dave Meziere, like multiple times, is going to win her on the left side. 003 red for Meziere, 007 green for Krista. On a 477, Krista's going to go 477. Krista, 007 dead 6 is a winner. Dave Meziere was 002 red, dead on 3. Apparently we're missing a ringgit. We need the ringgit to come up to the staging lanes. So we are missing a ringgit. Yes, forthwith. Forthright. With haste. So again, for those of you that are in Super Pro Dragster and have not yet made your way to the staging lanes, we need you. Just like Uncle Sam. Gabe Torres going up against J.R. Learcamp. Win light goes to Torres. The guy who won it all on Friday night keeps charging through the rounds. He's 12 green, 1 above. With that 465 on a 464, getting there first by 32 thousandths of a second. J.R. Learcamp gave up 21 thou advantage in reaction time with that 033 light. And could not get it done against G-Money as Robert Butler. Excuse me, that was Val Torres, Sr., and now it's Gabe Torres. So Val earlier, Gabe now. Butler in the dragster left side, Gabe Torres. Part of Team Torres, dialed in at 468. So 100 the difference in the dial. If you even want to call it a head start, that would belong to the left lane. Let's say that said head start evaporated quickly. Disappeared, vanished. like a big tiger in Vegas on stage. It vanished. Robert Butler gave up 0.04 of a second advantage in reaction time. Gabe Torres was 12 green and goes 472 on a 468 to get the win light. Robert Butler was 51 green. What? You've never seen big tigers disappear on stage? Or Corvettes? They'll take a big sports car on stage and make it disappear. That's what Robert Butler did with his head start. He made it disappear. Mark Barnhart. Win light goes to Race. 463 on a 463. Race was 11 green to Barnhart's 024. Barnhart's dead 5. Race is dead 2. And by 16 thousandths of a second, Race Kid moves on. Hey, junior finals. Junior finals. Let's go ahead and get you headed to the Grove. Group 1, Group 2, Group 3 finalists. Let's get you headed to the Grove, please. We're going to get you set up. So in Pro, we've got them staged up, paired up, and ready to roll. And we've still got a double in the mix. Da banana. Andy Small's still in. So here's what the pro ladder looks like. You got Ealing with lane choice over Poist, Polton with lane choice over Arnswald, Hofer, that's CW, with lane choice over Tyler Smith, Stan Deming with lane choice over Montgomery. Now we got two doubles. And Stan Deming with lane choice over Andy Small, Andy Small with lane choice over David Meyer, and Tony Marconi with lane choice over Marilees. Ooh, that'll be exciting and interesting. I believe we've got one pair left to run in round number 3. That's it. That's all we have for round number 3. We're waiting on our final dragster to make its way back into the staging lanes. We're missing what? Well, apparently we've got our final pair. We'll go with that. Sir James. Yeah. In our final pair of Super Pro round number 3, Dragster versus Jim Hardvigson, who was the provisional buy. It ended up even. Dwayne Ringgold rolling up on the left side of the dragster. 455 is the dial for Dwayne. 580 is the dial for Hardvigson. Try saying that again. Hardvigson. The Meziere Enterprises sponsored Sir James car coming out of the right side, and the TNT ride for the Ringgold family, who puts on a nice set of their own bracket races up there in Canada. Canada. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. So the 455 dial 4, bring good. Wait, go. 8 thou separated them in reaction time, and by 8 ten-thousandths of a second, the wind light turns on for Dwayne. Jim Hartwigson, 25 green. Dwayne was 33 green. Hartwigson goes 581.5 on a 580 dial. Dwayne is dead on 7. Both of them are 40 total. And by 8 ten-thousandths of a second, Dwayne Ringgold lights up the scoreboard and will returneth in round number 4th. Yeah. That's going to work. We're getting into our pro category again. They are on the ladder, down to just 14 that remain. Got a couple of doubles still alive in our pro category. Stan Deming and Andy Schmall. First pair, going to be Stan Montgomery versus Stan Deming. Montgomery in the Nova on the left side, out of a Atascadero, dialed in at 580. Deming in the Nova on the right side, dialed in at 627. Head start to the blue car. The one color blue car, not the blue on black car, but the one, we call it a unicolor. Solid, not two-tone. Stan Deming gets a win light in one of his 2 entries that remain. Stan Montgomery goes red by 22 thousandths of a second. And I'm not going to even say it because everybody out there knows what just happened. He went red and then, yep, 580 on a 580. Stan Deming, 38 green, dead on 3. Deming's first entry, check for a successful lap. He'll be coming back around here in a moment where he will be taking on the other double entered car. Either way, only one of them has a possibility of walking out of here with both entries. Oh, David Meyer. In a rare occurrence, the machine malfunctioned, but by a minuscule amount. David Meyer is 001 red. Goes 610 on a 590 after he gets out of the throttle, but a minuscule malfunction by the machine makes it, unfortunately, impossible for Meyer to move on. Andy Schmall was 30 green, gets the win light. So now Stan Deming and Andy Schmall are going to take on each other here in a moment. We'll see which one gets to carry 2 entries into the next go. Maralese gave up too much at the hit. 064. Hands 22 thousandths of a second over to Tony Marconi, and that is exactly the margin of victory down at the finish line. Marconi, dead 2. Craig Maralese, dead 2. Maralese on a 630 dial, 6302. Marconi, 594.2 on a 594. 22 thou the difference in reaction time. Win light to Marconi by 22 thousandths of a second. As Tyler Smith at CW over. This will be fun. Tyler in the Ryan Pretty Nova, left side of the racetrack, 656 dial. And C.W. Hofer dialed 741. 49 thou, the difference in reaction time. Win light goes to Tyler Smith. Smith, 657 on a 656. Winner, 657. C.W. Hofer was 54 green, goes 742 on a 741. But Smith has got this thing locked and loaded. And let's just say with an odd number of cars coming back, a 005 reaction time looks good. It looks good. Because everybody else has been like 30, 38, 42, 35. Got it. Win light to the Jeep. 646 on a 644. 032 on the tree. For Mike Bolton, Tim Arnswald goes 732 on a 729. And, you know, a moment ago when I said the 005 looks good with an odd number coming back, well, one little hiccup to that whole thing. Ealing is still carrying the bye from this round. He did. He successfully defended that. It's kind of like the immunity idol. And they could get into, you know, eliminations or whatever, where they're going to start voting for people. And I said, do you have an immunity idol you'd like to use? No, I'm going to hold on to this. I'll hold on to it. So he carries it through. And coming back at 7, looks like that would be the appropriate time to go ahead and pull that whole thing. Excuse me while I whip this out. You're like, I have got a buy run that I am certainly going to utilize at this time. So we should have our 6 juniors back in the Grove, getting ready to go for their finals in Group 1, 2, and 3. We are waiting for our other double entered car. Again, in Pro, we rolled in here with 2 racers still doubled. Andy and Stan. The way that the ladder broke down, Andy won his pair, Stan won his pair, and the only other pair left to run on the ladder is Andy and Stan. Kind of like the old show, The Highlander, where there can be only one. Apparently rolling into the next round, as far as doubles are concerned, there can be only one. They will roll up here, we'll battle it out. One of them gets to move on with 2. One of them will limp away with just 1 left. So we'll see just where we stand. Again, getting ready to crown our winners in Group 1, 2, and 3 of the Junior Invitational. The cool thing, again, with the Junior Invitational is the fact that they are going to get all of the same accoutrement, accessories, cool stuff, tchotchkes, whatever it is that you want to call it, that our winners in the high dollar race are going to get today. They will get a big check. They will get a trophy that looks just like the others. They will get a hat that looks just like the others. They'll get their name on the trophy that they're going to get to take home and put on the wall, and that check's going to be worth $1,000. All right. Again, we've got one of our pro doubles back. Andy Schmall is already back. We need Deming to make your way back to the staging lanes, please. Deming, need you back to the lanes. We need to go ahead and finish up round number 4 of pro. Deming, need you back to the lanes, please. Deming, back to the lanes, please. All right, Super Pro door car for round number 5. Let's get you headed into lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro door car for round number 5. Let's get you headed into lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro door car for round number 5. According to what we show here, we are out of doubles. There are no more doubles. The doublemint gum has been chewed up and spit out and thrown away. So let's get our Super Pro door cars for round number 5 to lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro door cars, round number 5 to lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro dragster, let's get you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Pro dragster to lanes 5 and 6. Hey, Jason Pad, car number 659. Jason Pad, car number 659. You are the potential buy for this round. So Jason Pad, car number 659. You are the potential buy for this round. We'll have you come up lane number 8 or 9. Yes? All right, Jason, if you haven't jumped in your car yet to head up this way, let's go ahead and have you go over to lane number 1, please, instead, or lane number 2. Just go over that way. Ron will point you where to go, but we've got Super Pro door car headed into lanes 3 and 4, Super Pro dragster headed into lanes 5 and 6. Jason Pad, 659, you are the provisional buy, potential buy. We'll have you roll over to lane number 2. Let's just do that. Let's just do that. All right. Our last pair of pro. And as we said, only one can walk away still with two in hand. Up to this moment in time, Andy's got two entries in, Stan's got two entries in. They both ran a moment ago. They both won a moment ago. But there can be only one winner. Andy dialed it at 592, Stan Deming dialed it at 627. Both cars now pre-staged, the Beretta versus the Nova. Advantage at this end of the racetrack goes to Andy Schmall. He's 005 dead on 8. 005 dead 8 for Andy Schmall. Stan Deming was 42 on the tree and locked out. Had the door slammed shut on him. Deming will still have one. It's not like he's done. He's still got one in hand. Andy Schmall still has two. Had a couple of 005 reaction times in that round, but it's Ealing who's carrying over the bye from the previous round when we come back at 7 cars in pro round number 5. We are down to 6 junior dragsters remaining in the Junior Invitational. We've got our Group 1, Group 2, and Group 3 finals that are be coming up momentarily. And I don't know if Caden's listening in, if he's watching along. But that young man did a spectacular job as our junior announcer over the last couple of days. Called all the shots for the time runs, for the run for the money last night, called the qualifying and first round this morning. And I certainly look forward to the opportunity to having him call more of the junior events as we get into our Group 1 final. Brody George and Mackenzie Higgins are going to be our Group 1 finalists, racing for $1,000, the big check, the trophy, and the hat. Brody's dialed in at 12:17, Mackenzie's dialed in at 12:20. 0.03 of a second, the split as they're in, set, off, and away. Down towards that 660-foot mark we go. It was about 0.07 of a second advantage in reaction time going to Brody George, and it turns out that a double breakout will decide our victor, and that will be Brody. Brody runs 12:12 on a 12:17 under by 44 thousandths of a second. Mackenzie ends up running 12:11 on a 12:20 to be under by 88 thou. Win light goes to Brody George, who will be your Group 1 winner for the $1,000, the big check, and the hat here at the Junior Invitational, part of the West Coast Classic. Oh, man. Thank you much. I appreciate that. Just got a text from a buddy down in Texas who's listening in. And Andrew Martin, Blake George, they're our pair in Group 2. Final winner is going to be Blake George. 10 on the tree and 200 above the dial. 902 on a 901, Blake George gets the win light. Andrew Martin was 005 and then goes 908 on a 904 to come up as your runner-up. So Brody George gets the win light in group number 1. Gets the trophy, the hat, the big check. Blake George gets the final win light in group number 2. Run a 902 on that 900 dial. So it's been kind of like an all George kind of day. Group 3 underway. Carly Ball, Gavin Pine. Win light goes to Gavin. Pine was 46 on the tree. Carly had a reaction time that went 1, 2, 3. And unfortunately, it's 1, 2, 3. You're out for Carly Ball. 93 on a 90 dial. 3 above. Gavin Pine, 46 green. And then goes 807 on the 798 to get the win light. So congratulations to Gavin Pine. Congratulations to Blake George. Congratulations to Brody George, our Group 1, 2, and 3 winners. We are going to get the big checks put together. We'll find a time where it is appropriate to get down there and do our interviews with our winners. Our pro ladder has just been delivered to me, and we're going to go ahead and put out a final call. Super Pro Door Car, you should be in lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Dragster, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. We're still missing 2 dragsters. We're missing 2 dragsters. Gabe Torres and Krista Sudem, need you into the lanes, please. GBC height. Okay. Got it. Got it. Yep. I'm zoning out here because we're missing 2 dragsters. We've got everybody else. We got Jason Pad on the buy in the Love truck. We have our ladder for pros. So pro, just a little bit of a heads up. Here's what it's going to look like. Illing's on the buy. You be Illing. Schmall with lane choice over Polton. Smith with lane choice over Marconi. And then Schmall with lane... Oh, my. We just saw Andy and Stan run to decide which one of them gets to continue on with 2 entries. We will see a rematch of the Schmall and Deming run. Stan Deming will have a chance to take his revenge. Vengeance will be mine, as Stan preps for round number 5 of Pro. With that, we got cars that are going to be rolling out here pretty soon. I got a little bit of work to do as far as getting some big checks ready and all that kind of stuff. And in the meantime, as we roll into round number next of Super Pro, I'm going to turn the mic back over to Jay Kaysen. He'll take you through that.
Nate, as always, thank you very much, sir. I will tell you that I am absolutely just jazzed to be working alongside you this weekend. Matter of fact, as Jimmy Buffett said it best, he goes, he's playing a little overtime. Well, that's the way I look at it. There's working and there's playing, and you just happen to be playing a little overtime up here as we are watching absolutely the finest drag racing I have seen in my life. I mean, even the kids in the junior dragsters, the 005 to 010 lights and stuff like that, it's incredible. Everybody gears up for this race. You can tell that they do. Man, oh man, oh man.
Wow. All right, I hear him firing some hot rods. It's time to get moving. Up, CW Hoper, the 87 Firebird, 743, dial in on his machine alongside Jamie Small. Matter of fact, if you think you've been hearing that name a lot lately, you are absolutely right. This guy is double entered and double tough, which makes it double hard to get rid of him. Wow. So Jamie Small, 609 to dial in, is going to give it almost a second and a half head start to CW. CW is going to sit there and look through one of the 92 mirrors he's got in the back of that car because he's used to getting chased down and he ain't scared at all. The 01 Cavalier out of Idaho Falls. For those of you that aren't too terribly geographically, Idaho Falls is in Idaho. Lots of Idaho race. I'm serious, Mike. Idaho Falls is in Idaho. No. There's a difference. There's Twin Falls and there's Idaho Falls. And then there's Scary Falls. 608 to dial in for Jamie Small from the ball. Out goes red. Throws a 0-2 negative up there. CW gets a chance to run it out. He went 0-2-5 on the tree, runs it all the way through, goes 7-42 with a 0 on a 43. Yeah, he might have been carrying one, but at least he got to find out what he was carrying. 613 with a 9 on a 608. Jamie lifted because he's going, no. I do not want to run dead on. I do not need that much more disappointment. She is coming back, and she is double entered. It's okay. Look at this lineup. Kevin McClellan, Dennis Paz. This is a rematch of the first round. I don't know why they did it in the first round. They didn't have any choice in this one. Oh, man. 660 for Paz, 653 for McClellan in the wagon. He's showing something new here. Oh, man. Pops puts up a 003 light and good for the win. He forces a 9-thou breakout out of Dennis Paz. But that 003 light and a 56 with a 0 on a 53. And then Kevin, not wanting to take any chances, goes 0-0-4 down the finish line. B-00, take 00. That is where that came from. So Zach Ealing, 644 the dial on the 91 Corvette, alongside Andrew Olson. Olson driving the 70 Camaro. 5.91 seconds for the Camaro, so a half-second head start to Zach. Tree's on, tree's coming down. Zach's out clean, Andrew's out clean. This is actually extra. 00's a pair. Man, 91 with a 6 wins over a 44 with a 5 on a 54. And Andrew Olson takes the win. Tanner Theobald out of Washington, Utah. Not Washington State, not Washington, D.C., Washington, Utah. Kind of a fast machine right here. 481 the dial on his machine. Tyler Smith driving the 68 Nova. Ryan Purdy says, here's the keys, good luck. Well, Tanner Theobald's going to try to see if he can change his luck, but Tyler Smith's been knocking it down all day long. Somebody's got to stay. I mean, somewhere along the line, somebody's got to do this. Got quiet. Everybody else shut their stuff off. Oh, baby. Lights 1,000 apart down at the other end. And 483 on a 481 takes the win because Tyler Smith takes a little bitty 2 too much stripe down at the other end. Oh, baby. KJ DeSaw, 483 in his dragster, the bright yellow one you see in the Michelob Ultra Lane, alongside Chase Learcamp, 457, one of the quicker cars on the lot, coming out of Learcamp camp, 457. So almost a 2.5. That's not a bunch. See what happens here. The North Las Vegas driver, KJ. Oh, the lights are identical and 1/1000th away from perfect. 484 with a 0 on a 483, goodbye 1, and a goodbye 1 on the tree. Beats a 458 with an 8 on a 457 by exactly 0.08 of a second down at the other end. Two identical 001 lights. Nobody fooling around there, although somebody had a 0016 light. Somebody has 00014 light. Trent Flores, 5 flat to dial in on the dragster. You see in the Michelob Ultra Lane. Dwayne Ringa. This guy has been putting serious laps on. Oh, I'm sorry. Travis is driving Dwayne's machine in this particular round. 4:55 the dial. Is going to give almost a half-second head start over to the Victory Express. Down the other end, Winlight comes up. Travis is doing a job at that dragster. 4:58 with a 2 on a 4:55. He started that out with a 0.22. Takes a 2 stripe down at the other end. 66 for Trent. Missed the tree just an itty bitty bit. And then goes 5 flat with a 9 on the 5 flat. But the real job got done on the tree. Robert Neighbor driving the dragster. 4:62. That dragster's in the Michelob Ultra Lane. Alongside Mark Barnhart. Mark Barnhart driving a dragster. 4:59, so only 0.03 of a second separate these guys on the tree at this end. Pro, lane 3, pro, lane 3, pro, lane 3. Should be 7 of you coming back. Okay, both lights are green. That's the nice thing to say about them. 0.27, 0.04 of a second separate the lights. 60 with a 6 on a 59, 63 with a 4 on a 62. Robert Neighbor unfortunately gave away a little too much on the tree, and Mark Barnhart took advantage of it and moves on to the next round. Here's Val Torres alongside Marco Parabolois. I'd say it's the guy with the black dragon, Marco Parabolois. Val Torres. Nope, wait. Caitlin Torres, I'm sorry. There is a whole group of Torreses here, and there's a whole group, and man, I'm telling you what, I have no idea how many cars they've got, but they got a bunch of drivers, that's for sure. Oh yeah, they got a bunch of money already too. All right, side by side at the finish line, Winlight says 4:57 with a 3 on a 4:53. Marco takes the stripe. Yeah, Marco is all of a sudden looks like he's pretty well locked in as he 0-1-2 on the tree alongside Kaylin's 0-5. 63 with a 2 on a 61 wasn't enough, closer to the dial, but Marco tapping the brakes and taking a win light. Here's Race Kid, obviously out of Kid Performance, and he's from the Twin Drips. There you go, Twin Drips, Double Drips. What happens if somebody throws a rock in the middle of it? Would it be the triple trips? 462 the dial in for the kid machine. Cooper Chung, 5.00. Pro lane 3, you've been called. Pro lane 3, you have been called. Down the finish line. Cooper Chung goes 005 on the 3, 501 with a 2, 64 with a 0 for kid. I think he actually got the brakes. It's a 150 mile an hour machine. Says, man, I got to cut you loose. I'm not getting around you. He had a near perfect 011 light. Gave up 6 thou down there. Turned it into about 100 at the other end, but that thing was just as tight as it was going to get all the way down the track. Val driving Gabe's car, or Gabe's car. It's somebody's car, but Gabe's doing, Val's doing the driving. 465 Val. Bobby Guy Jr. had to give up a little too much on the tree, but he got it back on the track as he goes a 456 with an 8 and takes the win. Val goes 464 with a 2 when he needed to go 465 with a 0. So 8 thou too quick. He started out with the better of the 2 lights. He went 007 on the tree, but it turned into an ouchie down at the other end. Okay, I do believe this is Gabe Torres. Okay, I think I said everything about Torres. All right, Chris Sudham. Chris out of Bakersfield, current track champion, reigning track champion, current track champion. Either way you cut it, tough to beat. 478 to dial in on Chris's direct Torres machine. These folks have been putting on some serious win lights, as you heard. Almost half the names left in the category and in Torres. 468 to dial in, so going to give about a 1/10 of a second away to Krista. Krista over in the 3-way Chevrolet line, getting ready to make it happen. Bottom bulb's on, tree's on its way down. Red light. Krista goes red by 4 thousandths of a second, and Gabe Torres moves on. 489 with an 8 on a 468. No reason to tell everybody what you got. And here you go. This is quickly turning into my favorite car in Super Pro, is the 1975 Chevrolet Love Truck, brought to you by Zuzu. I just think that it's just so hilarious. Chevy said, you know what, maybe somebody wants a little truck. You know, like those ones they have over in Japan. And look what happened after that. Man, oh man. And now the funny thing is, General Motors now builds the little truck for Zuzu. Alright, he's all by himself out there. 016 with the light, runs down to the other end. Runs a 94 with a 7 on a 98 dial. I'm telling you what, that track is still hooking big time. Jason got a chance to take a look at it. Chesimir, Alberta. Like I said, all the Canadians came down because, you know, you see the guys from Calgary, the Flames are out. It's all right, no big deal. Anyway, Jets are out, everybody's out, except for the Oilers. And although I haven't seen anybody, they were all the Canadians came down and said, hockey's over. We don't care about them. So the Oilers can take it on themselves. All right, listen up. We got just a few cars in the lanes. We're still looking for Pro. Pro. We're looking for you. Stand by, as we will be doing trophy presentations here pretty shortly. There'll be pictures and trophies. Also, if by any chance you are owed money, swing on by the trailer. And obviously, as we go in these rounds, it isn't like it's run straight over to the trailer right after you park your car if you've gone out in this round. But the money is going to be at the classic bracket trailer. So swing on over there. Again, big thanks to Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC. Heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. Y'all have conditioned air. Also, big thanks to Meziere Enterprises. Meziere Enterprises, obviously there's quite a few people that work there, probably 40, maybe even close to 50 people are working at Meziere Enterprises these days, but Mike, Dave, Donnie, three brothers, they go into work every day. Well, I'll say that kind of, Dave played a little hooky and came out on Thursday. And Meziere family, well known back in the days when OCIR was still open, and Dave had to kind of, well, he had a really cool Corvette for a while, but before that he had a, let's just call it kind of an altered, and he had that thing, and man, he won championships with that car. Got the Corvette, won championships with that car. All the brothers got into racing later on. Remember, I think it was Mike and Dave were running the Monza and the Corvette, and man, I can't remember who held it off from being a all-Meziere final at the Winter Nationals. And Dave won in Pomona three dates in a row. In other words, like Winter Nationals, World Finals, and Winter Nationals. And I don't think anybody's ever accomplished that since, and probably never will. I mean, there might be a fuel guy or somebody out there that's done it, but the sportsmen, especially as tough as the racers are out on this end of the coast on pro light racing, I don't think you're going to see that ever again. Okay, we've got a couple more cars coming to the lanes. Listen up, Pro. Pro, you're on a ladder and we're looking for you. Pro, you're on a ladder and we're looking for you. Okay, we're missing just one racer and we'd be ready to go into pro. So like I said, just one racer left and we're ready to get into pro. Pro, final call. Pro, final call. All right, here comes our final contestant. Now Stan is going to have to sit down and hang out for a minute because Mr. Schmall is in twice still. So he's going to be the first pair to go. And there'll probably be a couple minutes of hold on a minute before we get a chance to put the final car down. All right, all right, all right. Here we go. Getting ready to cut it loose. Congratulations, Super Pro racers. You are on a ladder. We'll be calling you shortly. Right now, though, we're getting into the Meziere Pro ET category. Not a whole lot of contestants left out here. First pair, Andy Small. That's that yellow and white Beretta coming down from Idaho Falls, running a Jeep from Placerville. Well, you know, you take the sand tires off, put the asphalt tires on, and say, okay, let's go drag racing. Kind of what he did. Well, it's kind of what he looks like he did. I mean, but 645 alongside a 592 Beretta, much quicker. But Jeep's been getting the job done. You don't get down to this spot without knowing what you're doing, that's for sure. Red lights apparent. Wind picker takes Andy. Andy moves on. 017 to the red on the Jeep. Andy doesn't run it all the way out though. He goes 618 at 90 miles an hour lifting. Next pair coming your way, Tyler Smith. Tyler out of Rancho Cucamonga alongside Tony Marconi. Tony Marconi, great-great-great-granddaddy, invented the radio. Besides that, they also have Yankee tequila. So between radios and tequila, I think this family's one of my favorites ever. 76 Aero, the drop top Aero, 594 the dial-in. Going to give a little over a half-second head start to Tyler Smith and that shiny black Chevrolet. Two near perfect lights, slight advantage over to the Mopar. Double breakout at the other end. 93 with a 3 on a 94 is closer than a 53 with a 0 on a 54. By 0.003 of a second, Tony Marconi takes the win. Wow. 004 on one side, 009 on the other. Everybody was trying as hard as they could. What you don't know at the end is all you needed was a little more brake pedal. Ouch. Zach Healing taking the odd lot single, 012 off the tree. Wow, look at this. Andy bringing that car right back around again. Stan hadn't even got done checking all his tire pressures yet. Listen up, listen up. Super Pro, Super Pro. This is your call. Super Pro, this is your call. You guys are on the ladder. Come up to 5 and 6. You'll be paired and ready to go.
Oh yeah, I'm good, dude. I appreciate it.
This is how to drive by. We're checking on you.
I know, and I love you for it. Thanks, dude.
Yeah. Where do we need to be? right about there. So we are standing down here in front of the part of conclusion of our Junior Invitational, all part of the Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC West Coast Challenge here at Famoso. And the first person we get to meet is the winner of group number 1. 8 really tough competitors made their way onto this racetrack in our junior event, and my friend, I have got some cool stuff for you. First of all, when I walked back there and saw your cars back there, you already had in your hand a pile of cash. $1,000 has been handed to you. With that, we're going to give you everything that everybody else gets to race for here. You are already wearing a 2024 event winner hat, but we are going to give you a great big old check with you on it. So we are going to stand in front of you. You get a full-size trophy just like everybody else as our Group 1 winner. Ladies and gentlemen, before we talk to our winner, let's make a whole lot of noise for my man, Brody George. All right. All right, Brody. We talked about the fact that there were 8 cars here at this event, all every once in a while. But tell me, what's in here today at the West Coast Challenge?
It was fun.
Fun? I like that word. Fun's the way it's supposed to be, right? I can see by the smile on your face it was fun. I know that you get a race with your brother and a lot of folks a lot of time and on the big screen. I mean, with lots of folks watching from all over the country.
I think it was cool.
I like that. You are a man who lets your driving do the talking, right?
Yeah.
Yeah? So tell me, how long have you been driving this race car?
3 years.
3 years now. You feel like you're comfortable in the car?
Yeah.
I like that too. I feel like you are. Tell me, what does it feel like to see this great big old trophy? Where are you going to put it at the house?
In the trophy room.
Oh, you've already got a trophy room. Well, I'm glad you get to add that to the collection. Thank for helping here today.
My mom and my dad and my brother.
All 3 of them are great support here. Once more, let's hear it for your winner of group number 1, Mr. Brody George. Now, to make this deal even cooler, the 2 brothers got down here as part of this 24-car invitational field. Group number 2 also happens to share the last name George. Let's welcome Brody's brother Blake out here as your group number 2 winner. Blake, just like we did for Brody, just like great big old check with $1,000 on it, a great big old trophy, your champion hat on your... Try it again. There we go. Tell me, how did you feel coming into this race? Were you nervous at all? Were you ready for it? Did you feel like today's my day?
I was a little nervous, but I thought it was going to be really fun, and it was.
It was certainly fun. I mean, you guys got to line up over there in the Grove, racing at a racetrack that's got a lot of history. I mean, March meets held here, track, and at the... So tell me, same thing. Who helped you get here today?
My mom and dad and brother and all my family and friends.
And friends, that is a great big old group, and that's the cool thing about racing, right? Your track family is a big part of that as well. What round do you think was the toughest one for you today? Finals? The finals were the toughest round for you? What did it feel like when that win light came on?
Being excited.
Super happy and excited. Well, I'll tell you what, we super... Well, let's hear 2 winner, Mr. Blake George. Our Group 3 winner, no stranger to the winner's circle in juniors. No stranger to champions banquets and all that kind of stuff, and he's already warned me it might be a little bit difficult to hear him. So I'm going to have to know whether it's the mic cutting out or whether it's his voice cutting out, because he's got no voice left. I don't know what you did to party to lose your voice. but apparently it's time to party again. Ladies and gentlemen, your Group 3 winner, let's hear it for Gavin Pine. Gavin, you've been doing this for quite a while. And one of the big deals that we make in Vegas is kind of that age out thing. You're getting close to that point. What does it mean to you to be able to pick up a win at a big event like this, get the $1,000, the big check, the trophy before your junior portion of your racing career comes to a close?
Oh, dude, it's pretty good. It's nice to have it's nice to have a big money race out here because we don't get it around West Coast. Dude, this is bad. It's not.
We don't. He said we. That I under. Unfortunately, at a moment like this, really want to say something. The voice just. But if you want to repeat it, that is, if we can.
Super cool, isn't it?
I'm not going to push you in this.
Gabe Torres, we need you to the lanes, please. Gabe Torres, we need you to the lanes. All of your opponents are waiting. Gabe Torres, please come to the lanes. Gabe. Getting back to, actually we have one pair left to run in our pro category, and then we'll be moving into Super Pro.
All right, here we go. This is the last pair of pro category cars, and if you're wondering why there was a small delay, obviously besides the really entertaining interviews that we had with the little fellas. Well, I'll guarantee you the guy that he interviewed last is about 3-4 inches taller than Nate, so I'm pretty sure we can on all the little fellas. But the junior dragsters was right there. They put on a great show. I was very impressed. Speaking of impressive, he is still in and trying to put 2 entries into the round of 4 cars left. That's when it gets seriously fun. The thing is, one guy's already gone red, so you know the number 4 spot is out. The problem with the steering spot is number 2 and number 3 normally run each other. So you either got to drop in underneath a 004 or run yourself. Pretty much the way I'm just guessing. Mine is not up to by any means. I just have a shirt that says it. That's not right. This is close. Gets down to the other end, and 626 with a 4 breaks out against the 27. 93 with a 9 at 593. So 016 light for Andy, and he carries it into both. But I'm not positive, but there's a good possibility he runs himself. So 016. Once the ladder has been put together, we'll see how that works out. But man, how would you like, even running yourself in the semis is a ton of fun, but run yourself in the final would obviously be the ultimate ton of fun. And we're getting ready to go into pro, and our Super Pro, I mean. And as we go into Super Pro, Mikey, keep it up. Okay, I'll do it. I like it. I like it. What I really like is the fact that we have a pretty good mix still of door cars and dragsters left in Super Pro, as they've now broken down to the latter round. The Meziere Super Pro category. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And all right, Super Pro, you guys will be coming out very shortly, so start making your way to your cars. All right, as our drivers are making their final preps to get ready for this round of Super Pro. This has been just an absolutely great weekend. Lots of good matchups in this Super Pro category coming your way. I mean, this might be one of the more entertaining rounds of racing you've seen in a long, long time. Alrighty, here we go. First pair coming your way. Looks like Mr. Torres is waiting for you to fire up here. Torres machine dialed 468 over in the three-way Chevrolet lane alongside KJ Desai. KJ 484, gonna leave just a little bit in front of K. So, far side dragster, the three-way Chevrolet dragster, gonna come over, try to track down KJ's bright yellow dragster. Beautiful body side by side finish line. How about you? 485 with a 3 on a 484 after an 011 light. Gives him an 01 stripe. Gabe out there too with a great 02 light. Runs a 69 with a 7 on a 68 dial in. And KJ takes the win and moves on to the next round. Wow. 011 across the tree. It wasn't a bunch, but it was enough. He takes an 01 stripe and moves on to the next round. Travis out of Calgary, Alberta, 455. One of the quicker cars on the lot this weekend. Makes the trip all the way down here. Now, settling in over here in the Michelob Ultra lane with his 455 dial. Tanner Theobald, the dragster that you see over in the three-way Chevrolet lane, 487. Green lights on both sides. Better the 2 green lights goes to Tanner. And Tanner Theobald, after a beautiful 009 light, Tanner moves on to the next round. Next pair coming your way. One of our door car contestants is still out there. This is Kevin McClellan. Long time drag racer. 654 the dial in on the 1980 Malibu. Alongside Mark Barnhart. Mark Barnhout coming all the way from New Mexico. comes down. Oh, safe. All right, almost perfect and exactly the same. It's going to come down to who gets closer. Check this out. Kevin puts together a 54 with a 3 on a 54 with a 004 light. That's a 7th thou pack. And a 59 with a 2 on a 58, 12 plus the 4 for 16. That makes a 009 stripe at the other end. And yep, that's the kind of racing we've been seeing. C.W. Hofer along in his 87 Firebird is going to get a long 2.5 second head start. Cooper Chung driving the dragster, making the trip down from Vancouver, Washington. Oh, babies is tight. Win light goes to C.W. Hofer as he runs a 47 on a 44. Grabs a whole bunch of brake pedal and watches Cooper slide by to break out by 4 thousandths of a second. He runs a 5 flat with a 6 on a 501. And 4 thousandths of a second, Cooper Chung after a beautiful 009 light. Hofer said, you know what? I got to show you the brake lights here. He goes a 747 on a 753 dial. Oh, excuse me. On a 47 dial. Marco Paravalos. Marco driving the black dragster alongside Jason Pad. I'll tell you what, this might be the toughest pair of the bunch. It's an unlikely pair, and as tough as we just saw with what just happened there with C.W. Hofer pulling out the win with a big old brake pedal, this one here, the love truck, Jason Pad, made that trip all the way down from Chesimir, and he wants to make it worth his while. 598 on the love truck. Marco Paravalos is trying to track him down. How about almost 2 perfect lights again? Marco 001 runs a 53 with a 3 for a 4th thou pack. Poor Jason's out there 006 and goes, I got nowhere to go. Only thing he can do is just cut the brake pedal in there and just say, hope I'm breaking out. And he wasn't. Marco Paravalos, 4 thousandths from perfect. Man, what a round. Marco's still at 152.98 miles an hour. I'm not sure he did anything but run it out the back door. Wow, what a pass. And here we go. Andrew Olson in the second Camaro, another Nordmark event, alongside Bobby Dye Jr. in the dragster. Dragster trying to catch that 591 dial and never gets there. From end to end, Andrew leaves first with a nice 015 light, runs a 592 with a 3 on a 91 dial. Dragster runs a 58 with a 6, stripe down at the other end 02. He takes 7th thou away from him on the tree and then didn't really give him any slack anywhere else. And Andrew Olson moves on to the next round. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Pro. I know it sounds like you were just there, but it's your call again. Pro, this is your call. Hey. Hey, and to bring you the rest of the action, well, at least some of the rest of the action, because we're gonna bring Mike English in here and tell you all about it. Hold on just a moment for lots of more entertaining drag racing. Wow.
Thank you very much, Jay Case. Wow, what a round. Man, I mean to tell you, don't get much better than that. Pro ET winners, I believe you said, Jay. Back to the lanes, please. Pro ET winners, back to the lanes. Pro ET winners, need you back to lanes, please. Pro ET winners, need you back to lanes, please. So 2 of the 3 pro competitors, well actually 2 of the 4 pro competitors, because Andy Schmall's like twice. Could race himself in the final maybe. Again, Pro ET semi-final round to the lanes, please. Pro ET semi-final round to the lanes, please. Andy, I know you just ran, but anything you can do to pick the pace up would be appreciated, my friend. Sally, you can't steal those banners. But tell Chris. Super Pro winners, lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Pro winners, lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Pro winners, back to the lanes, please. Super Pro winners, back to the lanes, please. Pro semifinals in the lane, two buggies and Andy Schmall.
Yeah.
Oh, Chad, I thought you'd gone home. Missing 2 cars in the Super Pro quarterfinal round, 2 cars. Marco Parabolaris, C.W. Hofer. And that's going to be an interesting dial. Wow. Semi-final round, Pro ET, Tony Marconi and Andy Schmall. And Andy Schmall still in both sides of the ladder. He comes back and races Zach Ealing in the other side of the semi-final round. Pretty much a heads-up race here. Tony Marconi, 594, the El Bandito Yankee Tequila Plymouth Arrow. Andy Schmall, the Beretta. Tony, 594, Andy Schmall, 593. No matter what happens, Andy Schmall's got to come back and race Zach Ealing in the Corvette. So Tony left side, Arizona. Of course, Andy in from Idaho. Andy Schmall, pre-stage, semifinal round. Pro ET, Meziere Enterprises, Sunday. Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. They're both pre-stage. They'd like the second fight together. Who's coming back to the final? It's going to be Andy Schmall. Andy with 007 green. Andy Schmall clicks it off at Kosu. Tony Marconi goes 16 red, dead 2. So Andy Schmall has a chance to run himself for $5,000 in Meziere Enterprises Sunday. Tony Marconi, a great show. Tony went to the late rounds every single day. That drop top arrow out of Surprise, Arizona. Did a great job there. Well, you can tell he unfortunately red lighted away at dead 2. Andy coasted through at 6:21.5 on the 593 dial-in. The Corvette. Andy Schmall back in the lanes with his Beretta. I talked to Andy this morning. He says, man, I'm not having a weekend. And I said, no, you're not having an Andy Schmall weekend at all. Well, that changed today on Meziere Enterprises Sunday. Now, no matter what happens in this race, we're going to do it again. Possibly. Andy Schmall lights up the scoreboard. He will race himself in the final for $5,000. Zach Ealing picks up the win. He will come back and race it. Andy Schmall again in the final for $5,000. Probably get a Tanner Theobald autograph for $5,000. They don't come cheap. That's what Mike Ames told me. So the other half of the pro semifinal round is coming out in just a second. Zach Ealing, the Corvette, and Andy Schmall. Super Pro quarterfinal round will follow the pro semifinal round. Zach Ealing would like to race Andy Schmall twice. Andy Schmall would like to race himself in the final on Meziere Enterprises Sunday. Andy Schmall in the Beretta will take the three-way Chevrolet lane. And Zach Ealing, that Racing Ealing family out of NorCal, roll up in the Michelob Ultra lane. 644, Zach. 593, Andy. Prime-time player out of Idaho Falls, Idaho, taking on that big-time player out of Northern California. To go to the final. The Corvette lights up the scoreboard. He's going to come back and race that yellow car again. That yellow car lights up the scoreboard. He is going to race himself in the final round. 593 left, 644 right. To run for the money. Both of them pre-staged. Pro ET semi-final round. Zach lights that second light, Andy Schmall's in. Light starts to clear. Now there's that top end. Here comes that Beretta. Zach looking over. Wop, wop. How about that Andy Schmall? Going to run himself in the final. 008-5947, Andy Schmall. Sean Ealing, 028. 1 over 45 with a 2, and Andy Schmall will run himself in the final round on Meziere Enterprises Sunday in Pro ET. Meziere Enterprises Super Pro now with KJ DeSaw and Andrew Olson. Andrew the Camaro, that Charlie Olson tuned Camaro, 592 for Andrew Olson. KJ DeSaw for LAT Racing Oils out of Las Vegas, 484. KJ and the Dragster in the Michelob Ultra lane. Go to the semi. Meziere Enterprises Sunday at Super Pro for $10,000. It is a possibility we could have an all-door car semi-final round at Super Pro. Or it could be all dragsters. It's all three pairs are dragsters door cars. Matchup. Charlie Olson standing over there watching Andrew. Andrew get that head start in that Camaro at 592. Separated by 40,000ths of a second down there top end. How about KJ DeSaw? 10 on the tree, a 1 over 85 with an 8 for the win by 9,000ths of a second. Andrew is no weak dog. Andrew was 13 on the tree and 2 over with a 4, and by 9,000, KJ moving to the next round. Kevin McClellan, Tanner Theobald. Wow. K-Max, 654 in the K&N Filters Malibu wagon. Tanner, 487 for the Pride of Washington, Utah. So pretty good old head start going to the Malibu wagon, which is LS powered, by the way, if anybody cared. And prime time Tanner doing the chasing. Head start to the Malibu. Green just there. Better of the two with 006 top end. It's Tanner. 4888 006 on that 487 dial-in. Takes out K-Max. 14 on the tree. Out by 1,000. Getting there first by a hunt. Final pair. Whew. Man. C.W. Hofer and Marco Peravolaris. Marco, 452, with that Bob Pinella horsepower dragster, and C.W., Silver Platter Racing Firebird, for the former Division 7 champion, 740 C-Dub. You want to be best in class in a single next round, you have to be 005 or better. Head start in a rather lengthy one, going to C-Dub. Marco, not going to be intimidated at all. With the best in the biz, taking on one of the best in the biz. Clean, green, and fair. Watch them down there at the top end. 3,000 difference in reaction time. C-Dub, 011, 41 with a 3 on the 40 dial-in for the win. Marco was 14 on the tree. Out by a Hun, taking a 2 Hun strike. It's C-Dub coming back, and by my calculations, Tanner will have the bye run. That's my calculations. Oh, KJ carries the bye? I'm sorry. My apologies. So Tanner and C.W. KJ DeSalle with a bye to the final for $10,000 on Meziere Enterprises Sunday. Yeah. Okay. Hey, if anybody wants to make a bet on the pro final, I'm going with Andy Schmall. I got $100 on Andy Schmall in the final of pro. In fact, I'm going to go 1,000. Hey, Andy, was this an Andy Schmall Sunday? I think so.
I'm just one step back. All right. So we are down here alongside of the tower, concluding our pro category. Actually, one round short of officially concluding our pro category, but it turns out we didn't need it. We didn't need it because our winner would have raced himself in the finals for a weekend that didn't start off all too. Today turned out pretty much perfectly. We're going to make some noise for our pro, and here on a Meziere Enterprises Sunday, it is Andy. So Andy, it's easy. It's one of those things. You're the winner on Sunday, and it's quiet down here. But the good news is the last big check, the last trophy, the last stat, which we have you put on right now, is yours. We talked about the weekend not starting off the best, but it sure finished on a high note. How do you feel, man? Come on. There we go. Try again. This is just refusing to work. Okay, step right here. Try again. Why does it work for me? What's...
Is it because I'm taller than you, Nate? That's it. It was Mike English last night that came and really rubbed it in and said I was not having a good weekend. And I don't know what it was, but it was enough luck to turn it around today. So started seeing things better, seeing the tree better, and everything kind of fell together.
But this is going to be fun, but it's definitely cool. We're not going to kind of drag this out. People know what you've done. I mean, $1 million winner at other big buck bracket races. You are now just the fourth person to race themselves in a final here at a West Coast bracket race. I mean, Dustin did it at Fontana. We had Pedro Valdez do it, and then we had, I'm trying to remember the last one. I just thought about it a minute ago, but the Race Kid pulled one off. So of those four, yeah, Team Idaho. Now you guys have two of them. You guys have two of them. Three of them. That's right. Three of them. So that's pretty cool. Man, congratulations. I know that, you know, when you drag the whole family down here for a long weekend like this has got to make it a whole lot better. Congratulations to you, man. I'm not even going to try this whole mic thing again, but Super Pro semi-final round. D. Jude delays, please. Super Pro semi-final round. D. Jude delays, please.
So the semi-final round of Super Pro for $10,000 on Meziere Enterprises Sunday in the lanes, and they're suiting up, and Nate Hershey is going to take you through this round of Super Pro. All right, so we are down to 3 cars left in the show. For a West Coast Classic, it's the Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC West Coast Classic here at Famoso on a Meziere Enterprises Sunday. 2 dragsters and a door car. In our previous days, every single one of our final rounds in Super Pro has featured a dragster and a door car. Will today be the day that the dragsters end up running each other, or will we get a dragster and a door car? We're already guaranteed 1 dragster in the final. KJ Desa sitting behind the tower on the bye run. It is C.W. Hofer and it is Tanner Theobald. The previous door car that made it to the 2 finals was known as a dragster killer. This one's just the same. CW and the Firebird dialed in at 742. Tanner out of Washington, Utah. Looking to add a little extra money into the coffers because, well, he's got some big family events coming up here pretty soon, like big time. So with a 487 on the scoreboard, we're thinking about it just for a minute as CW bumps into position on the starting line. Tanner Theobald is there. Down go the lights. Advantage on the tree belongs to Tanner Theobald. Win light turns on for C.W. Hofer by 33/10,000ths of a second. Tanner was 22 green. C.W. was 35 green. C.W. goes 1 above. Tanner Theobald puts it 490 on a 487, and 3/1000ths of a second sends a C.W. Hofer into the final round, and it's going to be all dragsters as that LAT Racing Oil sponsored ride rolls up on the left side of the racetrack for KJ Desa. I think it's actually pretty cool, as KJ gets ready to make a lap here, that we had the Junior Invitational today. In fact, a good portion of those junior cars that made their way down the racetrack all get help from KJ. When he graduated out of the junior program, turned that into a business for himself by helping to tune and maintain those junior cars. Started calling it KD Racing. Those are the t-shirts and hats that you see his dad wearing down there. And is now looking for an opportunity to take home a nice $10,000 payday. He gets a free ride into the finals and a time run to warm up to see if he can do what nobody else has done, and that's take out the Firebird. KJ Desa 001 on the tree, and then goes 486 on a 485, so lane choice will belong to KJ. And I can promise you this, no matter what happens right now, there is one proud dad standing down there watching his boy make his way down the racetrack, and I know that. And that's pretty cool. So we have got 2 cars left on a Meziere Enterprises Sunday.
We're going to get our Super Pro winners back into the staging lanes here in just a bit. While we give them an opportunity to get back into the pits, get them cooled down, turned around, and make their way back, we'll crown our final winner of the day. But it was Steve Allenok picking up the win in Pro yesterday. Andy Schmall raced himself in a final today in Pro to get the win. And it was Chase Trim picking up the win in Pro on that Kid Performance and Dyno Friday. Kid Performance and Dyno Friday Super Pro winner was Gabe Torres. The other race car in that deal was Pearson Deming. Pearson returned to the finals the following day, made his way to consecutive final rounds, and was able to light up the scoreboard to take home that win in the $20,000 Hughes Performance Saturday. We've only got one trophy left up here because we had like Brody and Blake and Gavin all pick up wins in their respective junior categories, and then of course Val Torres Jr. picking up the shootout win. I don't know what it is with Val Torres Jr., but come shootout time, it's almost like the guy's unstoppable. Unstoppable. So with Brody and Blake George picking up Group 1 and Group 2, Gavin Pine picking up Group 3 in the Junior Invitational, Andy Schmall, your winner and runner-up in the Pro category. And then with that final trophy left to be decided, it is going to be fun. It's kind of that time. Again, we are going to thank the folks at Kid Performance and Dyno. Thank you very much to Hughes Performance. Thank you very much to Meziere Enterprises. Thank you so much to Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC for your continued partnership and sponsorship with West Coast bracket races, whether it be here at the West Coast Classic, whether it be at the Southwest Showdown down in Tucson, and again this year, having that additional bonus race that's going to be taking place here in September, a 200 single entry car capped event for twin $20,000 races, one on Saturday, one on Sunday, test and tuning on Friday. It just gets better and better. Chris was actually talking to me this morning about reminiscing and reflecting on what 10 years has really meant to him, and it's obvious that it means a lot to him. I know we've still got several folks that may be traveling home, already listening in on that Bank Shift live feed, and I can tell you guys, the fact that each and every one of you keep showing up through the gates whenever Chris puts on an event, it is so meaningful to him that you continue to support the West Coast bracket races. So on behalf of Chris and on behalf of everybody here at Famoso, thank you again to each and every one of the racers who have rolled through the gates. Whether you were here running Pro, Super Pro, Junior, whether you were just running around the pits, hanging out with friends and family. We all appreciate the racers coming here because I've said it before, I'll say it again. If you guys don't show up, it's a very boring place to be. We can have all the gates open, we can have everything ready to go, but with no race cars, no racers, and no personalities, this place gets really kind of dull. It's you, the racers, that makes this thing awesome, and we appreciate that. We're looking forward to more. I want to thank Mike English and Jay Cason. They are kind of the regulars here, right? Mike, definitely the regular here, to the point that he's got something special at the dog pound. Did I say irregular? Is that what I should have said? They're irregular? They're irregular here? Look, there are a lot of things that are irregular at every racetrack, and that's what makes this thing awesome. The characters that come into play. I mean, I said this in the fact that, you know, I'm looking back at 20 years of announcing. The very first place that I started was in Vegas, and it's kind of coming full circle. I get to come back here to Bakersfield and spend the weekend with Mark, who was kind of the guy at Vegas that helped show me the ropes, helped me kind of figure out what running a track's all about. So that was fun. Being able to come back in that 20 years is pretty cool. And Mike English, was one of the very first announcers that I ever worked with, so being able to be here this weekend and worked with him was pretty cool. I dig working with Jay. He is a riot, just a fun guy to hang out with, and I understand that, you know, Mike English and Jay Case, and they kind of come as a package deal, and we have lovingly nicknamed them Waldorf and Statler. Just kind of those old guys from the Muppets that hang out and talk out of the balcony. Yeah. That's complimentary. That's complimentary. But as I've looked around, we've seen lots and lots and lots of smiling faces. And before I kind of wrap up this part of it and start saying, hey, Super Pro, let's get you headed back to the lanes as soon as you can, I also want to thank Chad Bangshift being up there on the scissor lift, because for those of you that are all watching at home who couldn't be here, or those of you that have already left today and are watching online, he's the one that's been up there providing the great coverage. So it's been a fun weekend. It's been a great time, and I certainly look forward to, you know, if I make it back out here for the September stuff with Nitro Chaos, I'm looking forward to that, or whatever track it is that we happen to cross paths at again, whether it's my home track in Vegas or wherever it may be. I look forward to seeing each and every one of you again soon. We've got half of our Super Pro final already back. We'll get the other half of our Super Pro final here, and we'll run our last pair of cars for the weekend.
Thanks for tuning in, everybody. We appreciate it. We've got our final coming up here. It's Super Pro final. As Nate said, what a great group of people here. What a great group of sponsors. I want to thank Holly and Optima Batteries for being continuing live broadcast sponsors. They do such a good job for us. And I also want to thank Meziere. It's Meziere Enterprises Sunday, or Meziere Engineering Sunday. And, you know, the guys at Meziere, Dave and Don and all the crew there have been sponsors of ours for a long time here on Bangshift. And they're really, really good people, and they make really awesome products. Everybody knows that. I don't need to help them sell parts because they make the best stuff out there, and everybody knows that. But, you know, I did hear something yesterday that a guy was talking about when the race was over, and he was sitting there and he said, he says, I was laughing at Jay because Jay said, you know, sometimes you should spend the money because in the long run it's better, you know, expenditure. And he was talking about how he had bought cheap electric water pumps for his big block Chevrolet, and had to end up going through 4 of them in, you know, 6 or 7 years or whatever, and which ended up being more expensive than just buying a Meziere in the first place. So it's the real deal. Their stuff really works. I use it on everything. When Larry and I built the S10, we used Meziere, not only water pump for our very trick removable, you know, cooling system, but also, you know, Meziere's billet steel flywheel or flex plate for that car. I've used those in a couple of projects. I talk to Dave and Don. I call Don all the time when I need cooling system, you know, advice, and he's just super good about it. They make everything from radiator caps that are really trick and will not come off and will not fail, and cause an issue with your car crashing because coolant is flying out of it. You know, we spend $1 jillion on cooling systems, and then you put a cheapo $5, you know, cap on the thing. And so, yeah, you got to check it out. They also make a ton of other stuff. So go to Meziere and check them out online. They make a bunch of cool products, more than just cooling system stuff. But no matter what you're looking to work on, they've got stuff for you. And like I said, just super, super nice people. They've always been very supportive of us with great advice, and not only telling you what to get. Like, I don't call Don and ask him for, you know, a part number. I call him and go, hey, I'm doing this, and I wanted to make sure that I'm right about this or that. And it always ends up being where I'm learning something at the same time. And yet, there have been times, like during the 10K drag shootout, when I called him to make sure of something, and he said, you're in a thrash right now, right? And I said, yes. And he goes, okay, let me give you the abbreviated version. And in less than 5 minutes, he taught me what I needed to know and confirmed the things I already did know. And that was it. If I had had 30 minutes, he would have given me that version, but he's a racer. They all know. Everybody at Meziere, multiple generations of drag racers there. And again, they're just such nice people. Definitely support them. Of course, Hughes been in the business for a very long time, and Jim Hughes and the entire Hughes family forever have just always been great and very supportive of drag racing at every single level. So big thanks to them. And Kid Performance and Dyno, Race Kid out here this weekend. It doesn't get any more hardcore than naming your kid Race. So, my initials are Car, and that was no accident, but Race is badass. So appreciate those guys as well. All the support. Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC, they support a ton of cars and a ton of races out here on the West Coast and are just some of the nicest people as well. So I hope you get that there's a theme here, okay? That we've got really, really, really nice people here in the West Coast Bracket Races series. And this isn't an event that I'm just here covering. I mean, yes, I'm here covering it, but these people are great. Like, I really love working with them. Chris Forsyth and his entire family are here. Like he said, he has a gaggle of kids and an awesome wife, and they really work hard for this. It is not their, everyday job. This is, something they do for fun. They're adding a third race in September this year as part of Nitro Chaos here at Famoso. So it's very cool. They're doing things for West Coast bracket racing that nobody else is really doing. And it really complements the big stuff that the Fling series does with, the Spring Fling Million in Las Vegas and that kind of stuff. So, and for those of you that are on the East Coast going, oh man, I didn't know West Coast racers were this good. You don't pay much damn attention because, there have been a lot of national championships that have come out of Division 6 and 7. And so we're deserving, we know how to race out here. Everybody thinks there's just no cars, no nothing out here, and that's just not the case. We also live in a giant state. You also forget that it's Texas and us are I can't stay away from the giant states. All of you guys over on the East Coast, like the California, if you look on a map and look where the top of California goes across the East Coast and the bottom of California goes to the East Coast, it's like 6 or 8 or 10 or 155 states over there. So, you guys can drive 5 minutes and be in 2 different states. We got to drive a long ways to get from one end to the other. So, but great drag strips here in California as well. Reading is awesome. Sears Point is awesome. Sonoma. It'll always be Sears Point to me. Here, Bakersfield, Famoso. This is an awesome track. Of course, this is where we did our very first live stream ever. In fact, our very first live stream ever was done about where the camera is that's shooting the starting line. That's the one that, is like right there on the wall. I was probably about 10 feet from there. Dustin on the scissor lift and me with the laptop on the ground resetting the internet every 6 minutes, and we were rock stars. So, that was 15 years ago, I think. 15 years ago. I'd have to look. California Hot Rod Reunion here. So this place is special too. Love being back in California. To all my friends and family that are in the middle of the country as well. I know the weather has been crazy. North of us in Texas, about an hour or so north of us, big tornadoes last night. From what I'm hearing, somewhere close to 10 people that have died. It's a bad thing. So please be careful in the weather. Man, tornadoes are no joke. I'll take earthquakes all day long. All day long. A long earthquake is 30 seconds. So a real long one would be 45. I'll take that. But yeah, appreciate you guys. Thanks for tuning in. While we wait, if you guys have questions, ask them in the chat. LOL X1276 says, are there any drags? Yeah, we were just waiting for cars to come up. When you get down to these final rounds, you got to let guys get them cooled off and all that stuff. Honestly, I have to say, he did run a killer number, but if I was in the yellow dragster, I would have, when I saw that, CW one, I would have just taken the tree, maybe hit it, and then, just to get the light, and then I'd have backed that thing up and parked it back here and waited, because CW's cars, it's a race car, but it's a street style car. It cools off real quick and all that, so it's cool. Yes, I should zoom in on my doppelganger behind the water box. Yes, I know. I showed everybody yesterday this. I think everybody saw it yesterday. Hold on, I gotta zoom in and I gotta focus on it. He's a long way away. Okay, hold on. I'm going to switch
So we got both of
cameras.
our finalists back in the staging lanes. The conversations that need to be had have been had. C.W. Hofer and K.
Okay, so they've discussed the split. Okay, so I want you guys to answer a question. Dragster Jeff Kreider in the house. Okay, so two things. Would you split a 10 grand purse? A. And B, what is the number where you wouldn't split, whether that's high or low? Like I say, I've never raced for 100 grand, so maybe if I was racing for 100 grand, I'd chicken out and go, I can't, I got to split it. But for me personally, if I'm racing for 10 grand or less, for sure 100% I can say unequivocally, I'm not splitting. What say you, ladies and gentlemen, as we go into our final here at the West Coast Classic? Love you guys, appreciate you guys, and we've got one more final. Door car versus dragster, like God intended. Let me see, who do you think is going to win this bad boy? It's going to be fun to watch, that's for sure.
And it's like that today. So as they roll in, oh ho ho, KJ had lane choice. Thanks to the 001 reaction time that he had in the semi-final on his bye run. Put CW over in the left side. CW has been running out of the right lane all day. He's been killing it on the tree all day. He's been dead on the dial pretty much all day. KJ has been doing the same. So with CW Hofer, the Firebird out of Calamasa, California, 743 is the number up on the scoreboard. And he's going to be getting a very sizable head start against KJ's 484. KJ first to light up the pre-stage bulb as CW rolls in. Can CW continue kind of his role as David against the Goliath of dragsters? Or will KJ pick up his first major event win in a big car? Down goes the tree. Almost identical in reaction time. 0.003 of a second separate them, and KJ Desa lights up the scoreboard for the win. CW Hofer was 0.28 of a second behind the green light. KJ was 0.25. KJ get this. KJ runs 5:10 on a 484, crosses the finish line with a broken race car, is stopped down there by the scoreboards, but the win light is on. CW Hofer knew that KJ was going to come screaming by him, just like every other dragster had done before. CW gets there first, goes 741 on a 743. Breaks out, probably right about the time or just after KJ's car gave up. What was it we said earlier in the weekend? There are no mistakes, just happy accidents. Apparently, we've just had a happy accident.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. I'll take that, dude. You know what? Sometimes you're good, sometimes you're lucky. And, dude, that was luck on his side right there. That's great. Congratulations to KJ. What a great run. I don't know what happened to the dragster. I'm sorry it broke, but it shut off like, I mean, literally, like he lifted and shut it off. And he was nowhere near close enough to CW have been trying to dump on him that way. I don't know why he would have done that. So something definitely wrong, but hopefully nothing horrible. But we'll wait to hear from him when he gets up here to do the winner's presentation here in a minute. So pretty cool.
Enterprises Sunday Super Pro Champ. That's right. That's right, dude. Bob Ross quote, no mistakes, just happy accidents. Congratulations, KJ. Nicely done, CW. Congratulations to all of our winners on the weekend. And racers, one more time, thank you, thank you, thank you for being here and being part of this event. Here's another thing that just made it kind of even cooler for me. Again, on that 20-year tour thing, I got a picture of me handing KJ Desai his very first trophy as a junior racer. And now I get to hand him his very first trophy from a big buck bracket race. That's pretty darn cool. Just saying. So that's it. This is all about our winners, all about our racers. Again, from those of us here at West Coast Bracket Races, thank you so much for being part of this event. For all of you in the chat bleachers, thank you so much for being part of this show. You're as big a part of this event as any of us. So thank you for being here. We're going to go quiet for a moment here while we get everything ready to go. I got to go write a name on a big check, take a trophy and a hat down in front of the tower, and hopefully we can get a little chance to talk to KJ.
Good job, dude.
this microphone cooperates the whole thing, because this is a pretty special moment. Each of our winner circles are a very special moment. But to be a racer from Las Vegas, somebody that I personally had the opportunity to watch develop as a racer from the very first time he set foot in a race car until today. This is, ladies and gentlemen, your winner on a Meziere Enterprise $10,000 to win Sunday. It is hand this big check, the trophy, and the champion's hat to KJ Desa. This thing's going. Come on. I mean, you have been running juniors. You had a lot of success. I want to make sure we get this. It seemed like there wasn't a race or a racetrack into that you won with a trophy. Ever since you moved into the big cars, you have been chasing that trophy for a long, long time. To be able to do it here today at the West Coast Classic, pick up $10,000, what does it mean to you, man?
Okay.
Nate, I lost for words. Bear with me, I'm not used to these things. So, you know, we got it done in Fallon a couple years ago. That was my first, and it's been a little bit of a struggle. You know, struggle with the transition, struggling on the tree. Been working on it for about 5 years now, and finally took a page out of Dad's book, and it feels good to get it done with him there, with Mom here. All my boys watching, so pretty amazing.
It is definitely amazing. Like you said, all your boys, we talk about how big of a family this is, and all you guys have been juniors together for years. So to step up into a big buck bracket race, being able to go home with the trophy, yes, we've got an issue with the race car, but that obviously probably comes second right now, because you've got family, you've got friends, and this is pretty cool.
Yeah, well, you know, the issue with the race car is unfortunate, but we'll deal with that on Monday. It's a lot of zeros. I'm not, yeah.
It is a lot of zeros. I'll tell you what, let's just do this part, because this is pretty cool. Take a look right down there. The camera zoomed in. I got to hand you your first trophy. I get to hand you your trophy. I'm so excited to do it. Let's hear it for your KJ Desa.
Want to say thank you to Chris. He's put on a great event. Look forward to it every year. Win, lose, or draw, you know. Time, and we appreciate everything you do.
Well done. Again, thank you. We're going to celebrate with KJ down here. For everybody that was here racing with us, thank you again for being part of this. Thank you to Hughes Performance. Thank you to Kid Performance and Nino. Thank you to the Meziere Enterprises team who are down here to celebrate in the winner's circle as well. They're the sponsors that keep this thing going. Thanks to Silver State. Without those sponsors, we can't do this. Remember, mark your calendars. Be here for the next one in September. For Mike English, on behalf of Jay Kaysen, and especially on behalf of Chris Forsyth, I'm Nate Hershey. We're signing off. This one's in the books. We'll see you next time. Drive safe.
There you go, gang. All in, all done. That's it from Bakersfield. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Good weekend. Glad to be out here. Don't miss the flies at all. But other than that, you know what? I miss being out here, so it's pretty cool. But congratulations to all the winners. Some great people, and really, 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 really appreciate all of the racers. I'm not going to list them because there were too many that helped me this weekend, and they do every time I'm at any of these West Coast bracket races. So to the Umbrella crew, to the Barstool crew, to the Keeping Me Watered crew, and to the Refueling My Generator in the Middle of Rounds crew, to the staff here at Famoso who provided the generator and a big hat to keep the sun off of my head until the umbrella got here, and and all those things. I appreciate all of you guys. Like I said, I can't rattle you off because if I do, then I'm going to screw up and I'm going to miss somebody and I'll feel bad. So you guys know who you are, and I really do appreciate it. It's a long day sitting up here in the scissor lift, but when you got people that are checking on you and making sure you're good and helping out, it's always a pleasure. So good talking to everybody, good seeing people, and again, good to be back at Bakersfield. Maybe we'll figure out a way to do that more often. We'll see. So everybody here, great people, just like all of you guys watching. We really do appreciate you guys tuning in. Remember, if you are new to watching us here, make sure you subscribe to our Bang Shift YouTube channel. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything. Just click the button. That's all you got to do. Just click the subscribe button and you're done. You can click the bell if you want to be notified when we go live, which I would recommend. We'll continue to keep doing these. And hit the like button. Before you guys go away, dude, hit the like button. What the hell? It's not a big deal. So, yeah, appreciate you guys. We're gonna sign off. I'm going to pack up all this junk. Get it ready to get on an airplane at 6 o'clock in the morning. So, fun and excitement right here. Famoso Dragstrip. See you guys next time. Bye.